You know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
The French were among the first to fully embrace motor racing. Not only were they the first to hold a Grand Prix, but the first to hold a 24-hour race as well. And that historic event has become one of the most well-known races the world over today. In honor of that, we once again get ready to watch the Majors 24, and you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and joining me in the booth are Michael DeTurk and Robert Covey. Behind the scenes is our director, Daniel Costello, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. In case you haven't heard of the Circuit de la Sarthe, better known as Le Mans, we have our handy track guide here to introduce you. Welcome to Le Mans. When you talk about legendary circuits, this is a place that stands among the most famous in the world. Part permanent road course, part temporary street circuit, it traipses through the countryside just south of the city where it gets its namesake. Its size matches its reputation as well, clocking it at 8.5 miles, which equates to roughly 13.5 kilometers. However, when you take into account that it's split by only 33 turns, the frighteningly fast nature of this circuit becomes clear. Most of the corners have been added over the century of history it's experienced, but many have become renowned and respected. The two turns at the opposite ends of the massively long Mulsanne Straight play equally important roles. Tertre Rouge requires a great exit in order to not lose massive amounts of time, while Mulsanne Corner takes bravery and precision in order to brake as late as possible and keep opponents from passing you on the way in. There's also hair-raising moments like the tricky entry to Indianapolis, or the close walls along the bridge section in the Porsche curves. To win here, drivers will need a very low downforce setup, a good sense of strategy, and heaps of bravery. The 24 Hours of Le Mans is the crown jewel of endurance racing, which many drivers dream of someday winning and many fans flock to witness in person. Once you've driven the track here on iRacing, it's easy to see why. Well, Michael, as we were saying, this is a legendary track, a legendary race. I'm looking forward to this, especially with these combos of cars.
Yeah, Joe, it's going to be an interesting race. It always is with majors. We always see some intense competition with them. We're going to see them do 24 hours here on the Le Mans circuit in France. And this year we've got GT3 cars instead of GTEs, as well as LMP2s, and the BMW LMDH car, which is a hybrid and lends to all sorts of extra little strategy bits in terms of being able to throw it into attack mode or balanced and change your hybrid deployment. So there's a lot of storylines to follow, and we've got 24 hours to try to follow them.
Indeed, there you see a lot of turns as well there with the track, with a lot of long straights. So that'll be a talking point throughout, no doubt. Now, as for the championship situation, of course, if we take a look at the points, while this is not a championship points race, let's just get you up to speed on that one. Andrew Warren currently leading at the top of the Atlantic standings by only 35 points, though, over Dallas Pataska. He and Dallas have been very closely matched with one another. Ross Banfield kind of trying to keep up here with Jeff Schmeier a little ways back. He's in a very tight fight there with Nathan Medina for that fourth position. And then Ryan Walker shoots up into the top 10 with his first ever majors win back in the Speedway 500 at Indianapolis. So excellent job by him. Still all to play for, even at this stage in the championship. As you can see, it's still a lot of points to be won with a victory. Now, they also have a teams championship in this series, and right now it's Evolve Sim Sports who are starting to run away a little bit. Grizzly TFR Daytona still in it, but they've got to start making some ground up on them. Satellite Racing as well, slipping away. From there on down, other teams are struggling. UDOX, surprisingly, all the way down in fourth and not showing as well as they had in previous seasons. Dog Bear, certainly very close with them, actually tied on points. Forge is unfortunately not up there either, which is a bit of a surprise considering last year they showed quite well themselves. So it's been interesting to watch between these, and I believe we have race details as well. Let's take a look at that, Michael.
Yeah, so we are doing the 24-hour race as we kind of briefly discussed. We've got three classes. We've got the LMDH, the top class prototype with the hybrid drive, and the V8 twin turbo and the BMW engine. We've got LMP2 cars, which is a spec class, and then we've got the GT3s this year, which is new for this year. We're abandoning the former GTE class. So there are some full course cautions that can pop up, and we're going to touch on those throughout the race. They can occur at specific incident counts that the competitors are not aware of beforehand, so it gives it a chance to kind of neutralize that race and allow some people to potentially gain some time back. It's open setup. All the cars have open setup, so you're going to see everybody trying to trim the cars out to their absolute lowest point. It's going to make things like the Porsche curves very challenging, and traction coming out of Mulsanne Corner and Arnage are going to be at a premium. There is no spare car. So you break it, you buy it, you're going to be sitting in the pits waiting for it to repair.
Yeah, which is unusual for this series. Usually in the main championship, they have a spare car waiting for them. But as I told the organizer, Mike Willett, this is hard mode. So this is going to be interesting. And before we get to the racing, we do want to mention, make sure and check out the Majors Garage, home of free Baseline Plus setups. Get help from any of the garage coaches 24/7. Sign up now for awesome, affordable monthly subscriptions, telemetry, coaching, and more by simply clicking on our link in the description below. Also, if you use our special discount code, MajorsGSRC, you'll get 10% off. Also, let's not forget about the charity that they're raising money for this one, Doctors Without Borders. I've been told they have raised as much as $1,200 already. And, of course, that number can keep going up if you're interested in donating. Because every day, Doctors Without Borders teams deliver emergency medical aid to people in crisis with humanitarian projects in more than 70 countries. For more information, check our link in the description below here in YouTube. All right, we're going to be heading off into qualifying, and we're waiting for the first drivers to set a time. It's a long lap around here, Michael. It takes quite some time just to get the first one in, even though they start them not having to do a full lap. And in fact, I'm seeing them now. But this is hyperpole format, so they only get 4 laps, and it's the best of those. So pressure is on.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. You want to get the tires warmed up and really get that lap in, but at the same time, do you want to short fuel the car and only go for 2 laps, or do you really want to put 4 laps of fuel in and make sure you can get out there, get warmed up, get a good lap in, get your head in the game? It really is a difficult decision to make as to whether you want the lowest fuel possible or whether you want to go for some consistency here.
And as I mentioned, we've got Robert Covey in with us. Very glad to have you in for our first stint here, Robert. And I love your perspective because you've done a lot of work with teams and prepping these cars. I mean, I think Michael brings up an interesting point. What would you do in terms of the fuel? And also, how important is this in a 24-hour race? Is it a big deal to try and get that good qualifying?
Yeah, it's definitely... I mean, you want to be near the front of the pack, especially at the start of the race. I mean, it's going to take, I believe, 3 or 4 laps before the V8 start catching the GT3, but once you get into traffic, position is so important. And as you were saying, like with the LMDH, they do have the ability to deploy or not deploy in qualifying. Those are the two options with the MGU deployment. So I'm thinking you're going to see a lot of drivers run their first lap fairly slow. Second lap, they're going to be full on attack mode. And then you may see them slow down for the third lap so that they can charge that battery right up, so that when they enter the Ford chicanes, they can then just put it on full open and get 2 full laps with full attack battery mode.
Watching Andrea Bristott here, currently sitting 5th down in the GT3s for the Mag Performance SRT Azzurro car. And interesting to see the weather as well. That's going to be another talking point, Michael. It's actually fairly hot out there at 105 Fahrenheit, but with 24-hour races, just like the real thing on iRacing, it has changeable weather, and the presence or lack thereof of the sun is certainly going to change the state of that track.
Yeah, we're going to see a change in lap times as we go on, as a line gets rubbered in, and then you start having to deal with traffic and go offline and deal with some of those marbles and some of that debris offline. It's going to make some of the lapping difficult. We're going to see some lockups and some challenges from some of the prototype drivers trying to go around some of the GTs. So that, along with temperature and tire wear, are certainly going to play a role here, especially in this ultra low downforce configuration.
George Abitol has yet to set a lap here in the number 55 machine. With this being a team race, they have a minimum of 3 drivers, maximum of 8 that they can run, and anybody can set the qualifying time and not be required to start the race. So you can get your hot shoe in even if they don't have the schedule to be able to start it, or you don't want them in the car at the start. Maybe you feel like you've got a safe pair of hands to help get you underway. I know my team usually stuck me in there for that to get it going. And Rob, in your time and helping teams prep for these, what is your team's usually approach? Do you want someone fast in to start the race, or do you like someone who's really just going to baby the car?
You know what? Honestly, I think it depends on the class you're running too. Again, like I said, position is very important on the start. So, I mean, if you're GT3, you probably want to put your fastest driver in. And I mean, in general, you want to get your fastest driver in and get the best position possible for the start of the race to avoid any, chaos that may occur, especially coming into Dunlop curves on the opening lap.
We've got the 247, the Frikandel Express here with Nicholas Hyde currently in the car as he heads down through the Chapel Run down and into the Forest S's. This is a tricky part where we've got the barriers very close, and then, of course, the ever-crucial Tertre Rouge onto the Mulsanne Straight. And he has not set a time yet, so he does still have time. They've got 30 minutes to set these 4 laps, which should be plenty, although expect a lot of the LMDH cars to be going late so that we can really get a challenge for that pole position here as we watch on board with Nicholas and Michael. That really does a good job of illustrating that on board, how long these straights are.
Yeah, just a huge amount of time with your foot to the floor, just going down full throttle. He's still straddling the middle, even though he's on a slow lap. We're going to see that a lot from the GTs, as it does have a slight aerodynamic advantage. But he was definitely on a prep lap there, as we're going to take a look at Philip Kraft here, who is going pretty quick. I'm not sure he's on a hot lap, but yeah, he's definitely on a hot lap. He's getting after it here, coming out of Dunlop, going through the S's and heading through Tertre Rouge to get a really good run down the first part of the Mulsanne Straight here.
Exactly, and I love this. Let's stay with this on board. I love being able to see this driver's perspective here. Robert, you've talked a lot with this being the LMDH about the deployment. Can you talk us through some of what's going on with the use of the hybrid system here?
Yeah, sure. The hybrid, it's basically what they've done is, if you're familiar with electric cars nowadays, is they've taken the drivetrain and the battery power and basically added a second drivetrain to these cars. And what that does is it takes some of the load off of the that V8 powering up and winding up to its top pace, and allows you to get out quicker because you've got the hybrid system taking some of the force off of the drive tires. So you're able to wind that V8 right up a lot quicker. And plus you now have secondary tires pulling the car as you're pushing the car. So yeah, you're really hitting top speed coming down the straights. And you're really getting a really good pull out of the corners as opposed to just the rear tires shooting you out of the corner. You've got the front tires helping pull you out of the corner, which can really help your pace.
Kraft coming around the Mulsanne hairpin here and now heading down a long golf course. This is going to be one of the longer straightaways as well. No chicanes here up until Indianapolis on this part. This is going to be frightening to watch, especially with all the downforce in these cars as well. They may have trimmed them out, but still it wants to stick to the track here. Coming up into this right-hand kink, let's see how late he's willing to take it. Look at how little he can see on the way in, and then you have to brake hard for the left-hander of Indianapolis with the banking, and then switches back now into Arnage. One of the slowest corners on the track, so tricky and cumbersome, but he is right up on it here, Michael, and now we head down towards the Porsche curves.
Yeah, I always find Arnage to be the hardest corner on the track. Mulsanne corner, you've got plenty of room to spot your braking. You don't have to straddle a curb or anything. Arnage for me is always just, I feel like I brake too early every time. So we see him just barely lift on the entry into Porsche curves here and run it straight out to the wall. Really nicely done there. He needs to keep it tight here and then get back to the apex as the track falls away from you. It gets back to the left, just a little bit shallow on exit there, but not a bad run. Not going to be the fastest lap, but should be a pretty decent lap nonetheless.
Yes, currently sitting fifth, and he needs to improve on a 3:25.4. Let's see if this is going to do it here as he comes to the line. He'll cross, and it is a 3:21.3, massive improvement. That'll put him up into third.
Yeah, a nice lap there. Despite me saying there was a little hair of a lift through Porsche curves there, 3:21 is a screaming lap time. Just nice, really nicely done lap.
Great stuff. All right, so we wait for the rest of the drivers to come around now. Looks like we've got most of them having putting laps in. I believe we will have 54, as is traditional here at Le Mans in this split. Beckham Jasir currently on the pole position overall, and is on his final flying lap with the fiercely forward yellow team in the 112 as they come around down out of the Mulsanne kink and towards the hairpin now at the end of the straight. Very difficult braking zone into this one. He's got about a tenth of a second, and that's what amazes me here, Rob, is that despite being a 3+ minute lap, they're still talking tenths of a second difference.
Oh yeah, coming through Mulsanne, hairpin, Indianapolis can really affect your lap times. You have to have a lot of faith in the car through those corners, especially Porsche curves as well. I mean, if you don't have faith in your car, you're gonna lift, you're gonna tap your brake, and you're gonna lose, a significant amount of time. So it's all about keeping your foot in the throttle and having faith in the setup that's been built for your car.
So Matt Emery looks like he's going slow here. He is on his third lap, so he's probably just trying to build up the hybrids. Or wait, no, this is the LMP2, excuse me. So just cooling down the tires, most likely then, in that case, as we're checking in with Tom Brown in the number 20 machine, currently sitting fifth. The LMP2 is going to be slightly different, slightly more traditional. His last lap, he's done 3:31.7, so he's not going to improve any farther than that fifth place. So we check in with another of our LMP2s with Erwin Liskovics here in the number 36 machine.
Yeah, we're going to see him taking that run down towards Porsche curves, which really feels pretty similar between the LMDHs and the LMP2s, despite the power difference between the two. Once you get that downforce on the car and you get a setup that turns in nicely, which isn't hard when you're running almost no rear wing, the front end will pretty much always turn in nicely. But this section's really fun in the prototypes to really get the car tight down to the apexes and feel like you can get back on the power. Just get to that inside curb, let the car run out, and don't go past that outside curb so you don't end up with an unfortunate slowdown if you go too wide there. But Just going to run it down into the forward chicanes here, brake on the way in, tap the brakes again as you go past the next apex, and just try to get the car over to the left to that last apex. It's so hard to get it right there. A little too much, you bounce the car and you can damage the front splitter or the underfloor, and too little and you're going to drop 3 or 4 tenths.
Like we
That's
said,
the thing to remember with these LMP2s and the LMDH. If they hit a curb a little bit too much, they're going to damage the underfloor, and that is something that will not be repaired in the pit stop. So if they damage that, they could lose a serious amount of time throughout the entire race.
so as we come up to Lucas Prada here, sitting in 10th now in these LMDH cars. In fact, pretty slow lap on that first one. He's slower than all of the LMP2s. Now, those two are a little mixed, I'm seeing, as the pole is currently quicker than at least 3 of our LMDH cars, maybe a few more that have had some extremely slow laps in there. So this is going to be fascinating to watch to see who can get themselves.
Wow, did he come close to that wall?
Yeah, that's, oh man, the Porsche curves and the way you have to get up to bridge always impresses me. And now through Maison Blanche as well. Here we go, down into the forward chicane. He's trying to open it up as much as possible, really trying to fly. Still 2 laps left and plenty of time left on the board. So this isn't the end of it if this isn't great, but it is a 321 flat, and that is close to the top. In fact, that's going to be 5th place here for Lucas Prada.
Yeah, he was really pushing that car. He was trying to get every piece of track he could out of that one.
Yeah, you could see him come through that second part of the forward chicane there and stand on the throttle and give it full beans, and it stepped out just that little bit, just barely missing that dirt runoff, but really came out of that last chicane with a ton of speed.
So
you have to remember too, if they're not careful, they can get a slowdown during this, and I mean that will completely kill your qualifying run if you just push the car just that 1 inch too far past that white line.
Well, I got to think that's going to be a big talking point, not just here in qualifying, Robert, but also in the race itself. Yes, you can make up that time sometimes, but I wonder how much it's going to be who can make those least mistakes, the fewest off tracks, to get those slowdown penalties over 24 hours.
Yeah, the off tracks here are, I mean, they're harsh. I mean, Tete Rouge is probably one of the harshest. I mean, you could be looking at almost a 3-second slowdown at times if you hit that corner wrong.
And with it being down a straightaway, if you lose that slipstream, that could be bad. We could see a few trains form, a few drivers trying to use that, especially when it comes to fuel later on. We'll be talking about that a lot as well, since tires are, we understand, a little less of an issue compared to your fuel mileage this time out. And across the line, Witkowski is going to manage to put himself up into 9th, it looks like. So the BMW here in the GT3 class is, well, now slipped back down to 10th, unfortunately, as someone's gone faster than him, and we get later on into it. George Abital 6th now in his class as he goes down to a 3:54.0 and heads out on his final flyer, if he so desires to take it. Let's check in with Ross McFarlane, though, down in 17th, the Pure Sims Esports GT car. His first lap was as quick as second 2 laps deleted, must have had off tracks of his own. And as he comes around, does look like he's still on it right now. Let's see what he does as he comes down into the forward chicanes, still trying to open it up. So even if he has deleted laps, he's at least getting some more practice in, trying to hustle this part of it out of the final corner and to the timing line. It looked like that was within the bounds, and it is. It's a 3:53.4, and that's up to the front row for the Pure Sims Esports GT 216 car.
Wow, what a shot through the final chicane there. I mean, he took a lot of curb.
I thought for sure he was going to get a slowdown there.
Yeah, that was a lot of curb, but just the right amount of what you needed, apparently. So quite a lap there, as you know, that class, the top, second through 13th is only separated by 1 second. So
yeah, it's super, super tight out there right now, which is what we love to see. And I mean, that is one of the things that that we have to remember is that this is top split out of, I think, 10 from what I could see this year. I was hearing 11 was predicted, but it looks like I saw 10 out there as we got ready for today's racing. So this is a lot of cars and drivers to get up to this top spot. You do have to be quick, and I do love this. We've got Sven Haas for the Lance Stroll Future World team here out in his LMP2, and this is a team rocking the Aston Martin livery. Now, they do have rules as to what you can run on the paint schemes. You have to have permissions to be able to run these sorts of things. So these guys, it looks like are associated in some form or fashion. The Lance Stroll Future World Champion team and the number 18. Very hopeful, but credit to them as they're dedicated fans. But right now, they're not looking too fast, as their first 2 laps, unfortunately, were looking very slow, and they're on their last one right now.
You know, Joe, at a previous special event, there was a team name, something along the lines of Pocono Road, best road course in iRacing, and I thought that was pretty divisive, but Lance Stroll, future world champion, is an interesting choice, but, props to them for supporting their driver.
Lance Stroll is an F1 driver, and he does drive for Aston Martin, so I'm assuming that's where they got that authorization.
And I'm just going to guess, though, and this is a wild stab at things, that maybe Alonso will be first to get to that championship before Lance. Just maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Come on. Give him
We'll see.
He's doing better this year. He's starting to learn. He's starting to get a lot better this year.
Yes, and I'm sure Alonso's definitely rubbing off some on that. I'm glad he's having a good influence on it. But let's see if Sven Haas can get some of the rub of the green, if you will, as he runs those Aston Martin colors out of the final chicane on his last lap. It's no more opportunities from here except for just practicing if he wants, and he is going to go quicker. It's a 3:30.3. That is going to be pole down in the LMP2s, and that is by 0.3 of a second over Sebelt Esport LMP2. So well done there by Sven to come in clutch at the end.
Some of that Alonso magic rubbing off. Lance Stroll magic rubbing off.
I have a feeling that's going to be a joke all day long as Luzak and the Jeopard Esports. Apologies if we're getting some of these names wrong here, but 373. Running in the GT3 class, has not really set a competitive time. Currently last of the cars that has run a time here, and I do believe we're waiting on, looks like the number 9 in the LMDH still needs one more lap. Checking to see if anybody else. I see, about 3 or 4 others in the LMDH cars that can set a good time. So we do have a few more in these last few moments that are going to be able to try and change up the order. But for Mateus, as he comes down to the last couple chicanes, he's slowing, so he's not happy with it. And unless he starts to take off here, and no, he is going to tow. That's it for the 373's qualifying. Oh, wait, no, it's starting him before the start-finish line. I did not know you could do that, so he might take one more lap, apparently. In the meantime, Prada here. Coming down and across a 3:20.3 up to second place in the 116. We're still seeing some significant improvement, but nobody has been able to top the 112 team with their 3:20.082. That's the quickest we've seen all day. Andrea Kaysen down here in 16th is now getting ready to take off.
It's quite the prep lap. 15 minutes, almost 16 minutes of prep. That is quite the prep lap. We'll see how he does here. Takes it through the Ford chicane, gets on the throttle, shoots down down the pit straight up towards the Dunlop chicane here, which is always a challenging one because there's this little bump as you turn the car to the right here, right after the apex, and it's right as you saw it there. It just hops a little bit just as you're trying to get on the brakes, and it's really easy to just dump the car over that bump. Ran a little bit wide on exit there and had to pull out of the throttle just a hair to avoid those bollards, which can give you a slowdown penalty. As he makes the run through the S's here and is going to head down towards Tetra Rouge and try to get a good run down the Mulsanne straight.
A little
bit of a correction there as he came off the crest off of the Forest S's. It was very wide.
Yeah, that's going to be he's going to get penalized for that.
And you can see him slowing down. That's it. That's their qualifying over. And unfortunately, they're going to do no better than 16th. So very disappointing for that team. Meanwhile, 10th in that same class of the LMP2s, Dylan van der Lands is down through the last few corners, but he's taken all 4 laps from what I can see. So I think he's just practicing a little bit here. They are allowed to do that. Just your laps will not count once you've got all 4 of those done. So yeah, he carries on, just basically trying to get whatever practice he can in from here. Who else do we have? Jeopard Esports is still coming around. We saw them earlier. They're on their last lap. Other than that, I think they're the only ones right now that are on a lap that's going to count. So we're watching Nathan Lewis here. And they're another one that have finished all of their laps. So can't do much from here. Basically done. And I see 53 cars. So a small correction for myself. We are missing 1 for some reason, but 53 will be taking part. Now, if you see the safety cars listed at the bottom, if you haven't figured it out, they're not being counted. Those are manually driven and they have to be entered as entrants in the iRacing software. So that's why you'll see them on the timing and scoring at the very tail end. But they will not be counting towards the race, obviously, so you can just disregard those. Meanwhile, in 5th, Matteo Arucci here for the IGP Black Duck team. That's a good team name. Is going to be starting from 5th place, but they're another one that is done with their qualifying here, Michael. So I guess take whatever practice you can to try and get ready for today.
Yeah, for me, especially at these low downforce tracks, any additional laps I can get to get warmed up, get the nerves out, get my brain in the game are always helpful. It's one of those things where if you give me 10 extra seconds, I'm going to try to get 2 extra corners out of it and just make sure I know exactly where my braking points are. Doesn't matter that I've been practicing for a month or that I've got 20 hours in. It's one of those brain exercises. It's like you see with the F1 drivers with tennis balls getting warmed up. It's get the reaction times in, get the muscle memory in, just make sure you're ready to go.
I was mentioning Matthias Luzak, the only one that is able to set a lap from here. He's actually coming to the line right now, and it's a 3:54.5. That will be an improvement. That's up to 15th, and that'll be good for him to improve in the dying stages, but nobody else is able to set a time now. That is everybody done at this stage. So with about a minute left, the qualifying for the 2023 edition of the Majors 24 is done. And all 53 cars should hopefully be ready to go. So let's go through our starting grid here. Starting with the LMDH cars, the fastest class out on the track. Precision Racing Esports number 111 is going to be on your pole with Fiercely Forward Yellow starting in 2nd place. Pure Sims Esports LMDH 116 will start P3, followed by Vroom TM in 4th. After that, IGP Black Duck will start in P5. Protocharge Sim Sport will start from 6th, followed by Pike from Beach Racing. They'll be P7. Miniti Racing Purple will be to their outside. Then in row 5, Torque Sim Sport by Puner GmbH will be in 9th. And then the top 10 rounded out by Garrick Motorsport Clasmo. Then in 11th, it'll be Rapid Team Rensport 911 in 11th, and Racanor Racing Orange in 12th. You got 2 other cars in the class, Punto CL Racing in 16th, and then finally Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. Looks like they failed to set a competitive time and will be down in 52nd. What about the LMP2s here, Michael?
Yeah, starting off in first position, we're going to see Lance Stroll, future world champion, followed by Saybelt Esports LMP2. Starting on row 2, we're going to get Brabham Esports with Veloce Esports starting to the right. After that, on row 3, we have Effect Simulations 909 with Brabham Esports Hissing Sid starting in 6th. In 7th, we have Whipperman Racing with TNT Racing in 8th. On row 5, we have Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black with No Limit SimRacing LMP2 starting in 10th. Following them up on row 6, we have Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Echelon with Alpine Eagle Racing Ice starting next to them. On row 7, we have Alpha Esports by G Performance with Valorous Motorsports 36. Starting in 15th, we have Synergy Sim Racing 89 with in 16th Absolute Motorsport Acelith. On row 9, we have IFR Esports with Pure Sims Esports LMP2. And rounding out row 10 and 19th, we have ProSim.
Then we get down into the GT3 class. Mid-Edie Racing Green will be your pole sitter. Beer Lear Racing Team starts from 2nd. Then it's Pure Sims Esports down in 3rd, followed by ATRS Esport 13, P4. ASR Able Esports will be on the inside of the next row. Mag Performance SRT Azuro in 6. Freakendale Express, who we watched qualify briefly, will be in P7, followed by Legend Track Esports in 8th. Then, row 5 sees Olympus Esport Arion, followed by Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold. On the next slide, Purple Snake Racing starts 11th. Team Nishikan N will start in 12th. Fiercely Forward GT is followed by TF10 Racing 10 and 14th. Shepard Esports, we saw one of the last set of time in 15th there. Butsen VDS will be in 16th, Parabit Sim Racing 17th, and 56 Racing Team Red in 18th. Satellite Racing starts 19th. From there, Mag Performance SRT Black is last on the field as we get rolling for the partial pace lap here into the Porsche curves. Rob, when you're in the car for these, do you feel nerves as this is coming up, the start of a 24-hour race, and you're in the cockpit?
Oh yeah, you just want to get underway. You're ready, you're pumped, your adrenaline's pumping, and you just want that car to disappear, and you want to hit the gas and get everything underway and get through that first lap. That's most important. Get through that first lap, stay on the track, don't get involved, and from there you can start winding down just a little bit.
And importantly as well, don't take a slowdown. Those first lap slowdowns can change the aspect of your race dramatically.
Interesting news. Apparently, they do not have the cars gridded by class. So Hydro Race Geodesic Racing is going to have to charge through almost the entire GT3 and LMP2 fields to get up to theirs. And Punto CL Racing is gridded with the LMP2 cars. So that is going to be fascinating to watch. It has cooled down slightly, but not much. I saw it as high as 104 Fahrenheit during qualifying. And it is still a steamy day out here at Le Mans for these drivers as they come out of Maison Blanche, and the jets now start to come overhead here with the tricolor traditionally here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. And the drivers not looking up, they are looking forward. They are ready to go. And they're looking very single file here. Now, they're not allowed to accelerate until out of the final chicane. So Nathan Lewis up in the Precision Racing Esports 111 must wait until he's out of this final apex here before he's allowed to accelerate. And he's on it immediately. Green flag is out as they are going to do single file start, it looks like, in the LMDH class. And they come down into the Dunlop curve for the first time in anger. All of our 13 cars here, although 14 total, flying down to the chicane for the first time, hitting the brakes. So far, so good. Everybody nice and calm as they're going to be single file through this left-right. Let's go to the LMP2s, Michael.
Yeah, Lance Stroll, future world champion, got a great, I'm never going to get tired of saying that, got a great jump at the green flag there. Unfortunately, it looked like James T. Armstrong and Brabham Esports ended up with just a little bit of a slowdown, but we're going to see Sven take the LMP2 through the Dunlop chicane with a really nice gap there as he starts to head down towards the S's. And the GT3s are just coming up towards the Dunlop chicane, which we're going to see that one LMDH you mentioned, Joe, try to weave their way through on that first lap while staying out of trouble.
Yeah, it's Austin Young in that car. This has got to be an absolute headache for him, but it is Tim Matzke leading from Andretti Racing currently, and his Mercedes leading the Ferrari of Marvin Strell for Beer Lear Racing Team, followed by Dino Filippa back there in third. But so far, from what I'm seeing, it seems like everybody has done this nice and calmly at the start. They know it's going to be a long race. Nobody going to try and risk the car right now. Track position not nearly as important, but a pass for second as Elliot Veyron in the Vroom TM car going to overtake Pure Sims Esports through the second chicane there, Robert. So at least a few drivers are going to try and get themselves a little bit here at the beginning.
Yeah, and I think we saw a couple of GT3s might have pushed it a little bit hard through Tetra Rouge and had to do a slowdown, so a couple of the GT3s may have jobbed back. But yeah, I think you're going to see the first probably 10 laps fairly clean. It's really going to come to fruition when the LMDHs and the LMP2s start catching the GT3 classes. Then you're going to see some moves that it might be a little sketchy.
Lipa is going to get overtaken by Bristow here in the Mac Performance SRT 120. Going to be able to just cleanly get to the inside. They're all just drafting one another right now in the GT3s, trying to keep up with the train as they head through the second chicane along the Mulsanne and then accelerate out towards the hairpin at the end of it. But it is still Matzke leading the way with a comfortable run. Although I'm not sure how long he'll want to remain up here, Michael, because he's going to be pushing air more than everybody around him.
Yeah, it's that challenge you get right at the beginning where you say, you know what, I'm happy with my position. I don't necessarily want to attack, but I also don't necessarily want to just lead the train so everybody else can get an advantage behind me. You know, if you're sitting in first, you can end up going a full lap shorter than everyone else here, which, you know, on your first stint isn't that big of a deal, but over 24 hours, that can add up and drastically change your pit time.
Indeed, and here we can see nice battle for 7th place in the LMP2s as Armstrong and the Brabham Esports car are going to come out ahead in that little tussle. Nathan Olson and Gabriel Roos were the other two involved back there as they come up into the Porsche curves for the first time in the LMP2 class and up to Bridge Corner. This is very, very scary in here. Look at how close they get as now we're checking in. Somebody get a slowdown here. Jasir going to be moving to the back of the front pack, I guess we could say, in the LMDHs, down to 12th from the fiercely forward yellow car. In fact, was that our pole sitter? No, that was second place. What happened to the 112?
I'm not sure, Joe. There were definitely a few slowdowns there on the opening lap. I saw a couple people take it Porsche curves before we had technically even crossed the start-finish line. And there was also one car that picked up, I think, the slowdown right on the entry to Indianapolis there. There was somebody running off pace going into Arnage. So it could have been either of those. I didn't quite see the exact incident there, but as we talked about, those first lap slowdowns can be pretty brutal and drop you significantly backwards through the field.
That was Gabriel Roos that we saw that was also losing positions in the LMP2s there for a brief moment. But we're back to Nathan Olson here, who is a little farther ahead up in 10th. He's chasing on Hydro Race Geodesic Echelon, sister car here for the black team that he is in right now. And he's got a nice little run. Is somebody else popping out to the inside as well, just in front of them, and that's a slowdown, which is bad news. 3 wide here. Hopefully they find enough space. James Armstrong for Brabham Esports, unfortunately being the latest victim to those furled black flags, telling him to give the time back, and he's going to fall down into 9th with that one.
Yeah, they ran pretty wide there coming out of the first chicane. Excuse me. They ran pretty wide there coming out of the first chicane, and that's always a difficult one where you need to straddle that curb and make sure you don't pick up a slowdown there either. Right now, I think what James needs is just, you know, his team manager or one of his teammates to come on and just tell him, just take a breath. You're fine. We're doing fine. It's a long race. Yeah, that looks like a slowdown.
There's another slowdown.
Wonder if that was just clipping the insides of the forward chicane a little bit too tightly. So he was already back, though, which is what's interesting. So he must have already had something that cost him there, and he's fallen back. The fiercely forward yellow car was somewhere around 8th when he had that slowdown penalty. As we come back to Tom Hooper here up in the top class, he's trying to chase on Jesse Kataya here in Pike from Beach Racing 51. And he's also got Andrew Wolf just behind them. And this is coming up into the Porsche curves currently. Very swift couple of corners to start it off as it tightens up and narrows down with walls on either side. Can't really make mistakes before it finally is going to open up again. Now into Corvette and into karting. And looks like everybody's going to be able to stay within the bounds this time.
Yeah, that 4th car there in that group going into the Porsche curves took, I mean, I know you need to take some of the AstroTurf there, but took a lot of AstroTurf. And that will become dangerous the longer we go here, as we're looking at Austin Young still making the recovery from that starting grid last position, now working his way through the LMP2s, which have similar speeds to similar cornering speeds to the LMDHs, so he's not going to get that held up through the Porsche curves, but he's still got to work his way through a significant amount of traffic. Let's see if he goes to the outside here. He does. He's going to take it all the way around the outside and now try to tuck back into line and then get the run coming out, heading into Corvette here and then into the Ford chicanes. And I don't think he's going to get this last car before he gets in, so he's going to have to wait till he gets onto the pit straight.
And for reference, he's currently about 20 seconds away from the nearest car within his class. He's 56 seconds off the lead of his class. That's how detrimental this start has been to him. So yeah, we said the qualifying, not the end-all be-all in 24-hour racing, but boy, it bit that team in a bad way this time.
Yeah, definitely not making their lives any easier.
Yeah, I think the biggest advantage for these guys right now is what a lot of them may be keeping in mind is, we do have full course cautions in this race, so there will be a point that if a caution comes out, these guys will get a chance to really catch themselves up and be in a much better position.
Oof, a big moment there having to go by Tyler Klausch. Great onboard images here from our director, Daniel, showing us what it's like in these cars and the decisions you have to make in the heat of the moment. Yes, so those cautions, we understand, going to be selected on random laps that are predetermined, but nobody knows them except for the stewards. When they are pulled out, nobody will have any idea when they're coming, and they're going to have to make those strategy calls on the fly. And we will have 3 pace cars, by the way, just like the real thing, and they'll pick up each of the classes. That's the main difference, is it's not just going to be at various points of the track and taking each of the all 3 of the classes at once. It's going to be each class gets its own pace car, and they will be releasing them at any point on the track, and they'll go from there. But you'll have to try and play your yellow, your pit strategy according to how the yellows fall, and see if you can find any sort of advantage in those, and hopefully they do fall your ways. We come back to Hooper once again, and the Maniti Racing purple car is under threat from Andre Wolf. The Torque Sim Sport machine going to go side by side, coming up around the outside into the Porsche curves. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make this pass unless he's extremely brave, and he's not brave enough. He's going to give it up, and the 78 takes it back.
That's probably a wise choice at that point. We're only 10 minutes in. You have a chance to breathe. So unless you feel like he's really holding you up, tucking back in there is not the worst decision. Of course, we see the car in front of them is just slightly getting away, but, one slowdown, one mistake can change that. It was only about a second of a gap there.
Gabriel Roos outrunning Christopher Kmieler there in the number 29, unable to outbrake him down into Indianapolis, unfortunately, so he falls back into line. Quite the pack forming here in the middle of our LMP2s. That is Christopher in 10th position right now, but it looks like he can't shake the rest of the field. This might be a good place to do that, though, Michael, here through the Porsche curves.
Yeah, Gabriel Roos got really, really close to him, but as we talked about with the previous look, just kind of tucks in behind, I think he's content right now to sit back there for at least a few corners. I don't think we're going to see him move into the forward chicanes coming up, but going into Dunlop, if he's still this close, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised to see a send down the inside.
Absolutely. He feels like he's got better pace. Go ahead, Robert.
I was just going to say, too, I mean, surprisingly, I believe we're coming into about our 4th lap here. So the LMP2 is actually with the opening pace lap. You know, they're about halfway through their first fuel stint. I believe the LMDH is as well. So, you know, a lot of them may be trying to save and push that first pit stop as far as they can.
Absolutely. And those pit stops going to be important because it's a bit of a tricky pit entry here. I know I've fallen afoul of getting a black flag for an unsafe pit entry because you're trying to push a chicane and then charge the cones while not speeding into there, and it's achingly slow as they do take safety very seriously here, and they mimic the real-life pace speeds here in the sim, so it takes a long time, and it's a big hit when you have to take a pit stop. Even though you're not going to lose a lap, usually you are going to be losing quite a bit of time waiting for the car to get its service. Back to Abiteboul here in the 6th position down in the GT3s. This is a chase behind, actually, I think the leader, essentially. Yeah, Matsky's still at the front of this group. They are kind of pulling away from Strel there in 3rd place, but they definitely haven't shaken him enough. And then it all finally cuts off, I think, back at George in that 55 car there in 6th place.
Yeah, if I'm George right now, you know, we're kind of pulling away from the group behind. I'm sitting in 6th. I'm fuel saving. I'm probably looking after my tires. I'm not really worried about pushing this because the leader isn't getting away. We're still sitting in a pack together. This is a fairly comfortable place to sit where you do get a little bit off rhythm sitting behind somebody, but on the other hand, it does give you a chance to breathe, talk to your teammates, make sure your strategy is set, and you just stay with that pack, and hopefully you get a jump on a car or two in the pit stop phase. To slightly change topics, Austin Young has finally cleared the LMDHs and is now on the run down to Indianapolis, while the leaders in the LMDH are just approaching the Ford chicane. So about a third of a lap behind them. Now he's got open track in front of him, and he really just needs to get on it and put down some fast laps as quickly as possible.
Battle for second here. Emery versus Callum Reed-Garton as they come down into Indianapolis. They're losing touch with the 18. Lance Stroll, future world champion team, is kind of pulling away from the rest of the group, which is great news for them, not giving them the tow. We'll be able to get some gap once we do get traffic coming through on them. And as they fly down towards the Porsche curves, good exit there for Callum, and gets himself a little bit more out of reach from Emery, but he's not going to shake that slipstream for now.
And on your point there, Michael, with the tires, it's going to be interesting on the first pit stop with the now that iRacing has updated it so that it is closer to real life, where you can take tires while the fuel is going into the car, and most of these cars can take a full set of tires while they're waiting, and it'll be on before they get their full fuel load. So it'll be interesting to see if anybody wants to just swap their tires out, just stay on and burn them in, or if they want to try and double stint.
So back to Tom Hooper now down into the chicane here in that LMDH class, still chasing on 6th place. All of them, look at it, the way they snake across here, trying to stay in the slipstream of the car at the front. Matteo Arucci in the 22. One of my favorite team names, IGP Black Duck. He's got a good run from Andre Wolf behind him, but Wolf is not interested in getting ahead. He's playing the fuel game and just going to stay in line in the slipstream. They're also towing Beckham Jasir, who is making time up after losing tons of places at the start of this race. The 112 team at least back to 9th now, so they're only down 7 from where they began, and they've got a nice little trio of cars to try and overtake here and get a little bit closer to that starting position. But they're going to hit the roundabout and head through the Mulsanne hairpin and now accelerate past the golf course.
Yeah, we saw a few of them just barely get out to the edge there and scrape the dirt on the exit of Mulsanne, and you really do have to do that. You have to get out there and straddle that curb as Tom Hooper's gonna look to the outside, which will then give him the inside into Indianapolis. Tough place to go, too wide. It's so fast in the 7th gear. You have to give a little bit of a lift. As we see a little going through there, that's that challenge, but gets the pass done and heads down to
Wow,
Arnold.
what a move.
Defensive he goes.
Brave stuff for only lap 5. I mean, we're barely 17, 16 minutes into this race, and he's making moves like that. So Hooper's got a good pair underneath him, I suppose, to be willing to try and risk the car that way. Meanwhile, look at this. When did the 12 car catch back up to the 111? They were kind of running away a little bit. Or no, excuse me, I was thinking of the LMP2s. So maybe this is about how they were before, but definitely running away from those behind them. It's about 3.3 seconds from the top 2 to those back in P3. So keeping a challenge on the Precision Racing 111 car right now. The Vroom TM machine is still giving a hard chase on our leader, making sure that they stay honest here and also probably saving a little bit of fuel. But we'll see. Nobody pitting in this time amongst our front runners. They're going to stay out.
Yeah, the front 2 LMDHs have a nice 3.4 second gap back to Sean Campbell, who is certainly no slouch. I won't be surprised to see Sean start to potentially reel that back in, even though he doesn't have the draft right now. A reliable, fast pair of hands for sure. As we see Elliott go through Tetra Rouge and head down the first section of the Mulsanne, heading down to the first chicane. They're just coming up to the GT3 traffic. This will be their first time through, and that can be a bit hectic at times as everybody in the GT3s is pretty bunched up still.
Bad news for Hydro Race Geodesic Echelon. Christopher has dropped out. I'm trying to see if I can figure out if he had a manual disconnect, but he towed the car, I think, and he came to a halt on the track. I was able to go back and see that myself, but I didn't see any sort of incident. So I don't know what's going on with the 29 car, but they're going to have a major setback here. Hopefully they've got somebody in the team that can hop in if Christopher had to get out of the car. Sometimes real life things can interrupt here and you're not able to carry on. I have seen it before. We've got a bit of smoke. What's going on here ahead of Nathan Lewis?
I'm not sure. I did see the smoke there, Joe, but I didn't see what caused it amongst that group of 4 GT3s. Oh, there was one of the geodesic cars got turned there.
It's the 66, yeah.
Going through the chicane by the 373, and thankfully ended up spinning back around. I don't think got collected by anybody else, but we ended up with that kind of odd four group of BMW formation as the LMDHs tried to make their first time through there.
Hopefully we'll, yep, look at that. Our director's on it. We've already got a replay. Now watch the 371 machine, though, in all of this. Here's going to be the tip, but the GT3 car behind, the BMW, is just going to slice through. Look at that purple car. Catches everybody off guard and finds a clean route and gains a bunch of positions in one go.
Usually when you talk about freebies, it isn't 3 at a time.
Especially at a race like this, but nicely done. So Nathan Lewis, I mean, it's a good thing that happened as early as it did, or he would have maybe been caught up in that, and he's able to carry on. He's still only 2/10 ahead of his rivals, though, so he cannot wait right here. Oh, and he's already having to check up big time. Thankfully, does not make contact, but my goodness, is this suddenly getting very, very exciting. So actually, no, Vroom is ahead. I think that checkup has cost them the lead. It did. And we got a wreck for the 181. Oh, we've got cars all across the track. And Andre Wolf and the Torque Sim Sport car involved in that. Trying to see who else was involved here. I think this started with Beckham Jasir. Fiercely forward yellow, so their day goes from bad to worse. They do have live stewards, by the way, so they could find themselves getting a penalty. Looks like contact with the 54. and there was contact in front of them as well. So maybe that actually may have started it if they were slowing up for that. It was the 371 getting hit by the Black Duck team, the 22. We have a replay. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, we see Purple Snake here taking the first apex, and then they just try to get back over. It was kind of a late move there from the LMDH, unfortunately. You know, I know the LMDH wanted to follow the person they were racing in front of them there, but the GT3 was really entitled to that second apex, in my opinion, and unfortunately they just touch, and it kind of caroms into a multi-car accident after that. We see that geodesic car. Looks like it was crabbing there. It looked like they towed. You know, they survived that touch and that spin at the chicane half a lap ago, but unfortunately get collected in a huge accident there in the Porsche curves.
Yeah, it just kept building.
This is where it happens, right? I mean, you've got the LMDHs catching the GT3 field. You know, they've been running clear track for the last, 5-6 laps, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait a minute, I do have to lift. And you forget, and you try and make a move that's just not gonna work.
Yeah, and unfortunately we have 7 cars meatballed in the pits.
Wow. Oof. Yeah, at least 4 of them it looks like are LMDHs. Black Duck, Torque Sim Sport, looks like Rapid, Ren Sport, Rukinor Racing also involved in that. The rest of them are the GT3s. Purple Snake, Team Nishiken, Jeopard Esports. I see TF10 Racing also in there as well. So, and again, the cautions are a randomly drawn lap. So when we see those big incidents, it has nothing to do on when we're going to get the cautions. The drivers will have to be heads up, as they will get local yellows, though. And unfortunately, a lot of them did not heed the warning as they plowed into that incident.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I know exactly how that feels. I'm sure we all do. We've all played enough iRacing where you don't want to lose that car in front, and you push just that little bit extra, as there's a little bit of a lockup there from the Manti Racing Purple, I believe that was, that's Tom Hooper making the pass. That was Pike from the beach with a little bit of the lockup there through Arnage, as Tom Hooper is going to get by going into the Porsche curves. But, the Porsche curves is an especially difficult place because you brake relatively hard. I mean, I don't want to say it's a hard braking zone in the GT3s, but you've got to get the cars slowed down and get some balance into it as you get turned in. And then the LMDHs are, 6 gear, barely a lift turning in there. And then as soon as you get the car set for the left-hander, you're just flat on the throttle, rolling it out, as hard as you can towards the outside wall. And so there's this massive speed differential. And when you've just been holding on to the coattails of somebody in front of you, sticking in their draft and kind of running together, you really don't want to lose that person that's in front of you. So I totally get trying to force that pass. Unfortunately, it was just a little too close.
Change for the lead as Precision 111 is going to find themselves back up on the top. I think this happened on the front stretch. So Elliot Veyron was not able to hold off Nathan Lewis, and he was able to get back by. Remember, he lost it in traffic. I think it was last lap coming into the Porsche curves. So nicely done by the 111 team to not let that slow them down and get back in front. Clearly there's pace in that 111 because after it's gone away, they're back up to the front. They're still coming up on some GT3 cars. That is Mateus Lucas there, Luzak, in the 373 in front of them right now. So they've got just a few more of those cars. And then, of course, they'll have to get up to the back of the LMP2s, which they do have a while before. And they'll have this on the Mulsanne Straight, which is a nice, easy place to try and sneak by the side.
Yeah, that 111 has been putting in some precision laps. I'm sorry, it's terrible. I'm going to do it all day.
Hey, it makes for more fun for us as well. So coming up through the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, we've got the replay for the pass for the lead, I think, here. No, excuse me, this is the incident. This is another look at that big wreck. This is Andre Wolf, who I think came up, into the midst of it. And this is how tough it is to try and avoid having that damage. just got into him, and then you could see other cars piling in, one getting rolled on his side. That is not something I'm used to seeing. And then, of course, cars trying to get going. The 371 almost pulling in front and causing another T-bone there.
Yeah, he got so close there to getting away with slowing down and sneaking through in a careful way. Unfortunately, just ended up kind of rolling into that LMDH while he had the brakes, I think, a little bit locked up there. It's so tough to judge in those incidents when you've got cars just literally flying around next to you as to where can you go and hopefully not also get tagged from behind.
So we watch the top two carry on here. Unfortunately, lost a good chunk of our LMDH field there with that wreck. Only 10 are still on the lead lap, are still on the lead lap. Looks like the others are already lapped down, having to take those extensive repairs. Remember, no spare car waiting for them. And we've got another replay here. So this is going to be Dylan van der Lands. Now, what happened here? Car going off, down out of the S's, 4 wheels into the grass. Big moment. Definitely get a slowdown for that one, but I think that's the least of their concerns. At least they kept it out of the wall. Big save.
Yeah, I'll take that slowdown 100 times out of 100 times to keep that out of the wall, not end up with any aero damage. Now it's just a matter of just take a breath, collect yourself, and try to tuck back into the draft of those cars that went by and just hold station, get back into a rhythm, and get the car back under you. But wow, what a save, going all the way through the grass and only ending up, a foot or so off the wall.
Bristow here, up 4 positions from the start and still clinging to the back of Maniti Racing Green. Matsky, our leader there in the 378 for the GT3 class. They still have a long ways to go before they get to their pit stops here, as the GT3s certainly have the longest stint of the 3 different classes out here. So while they are, much slower than the other classes, they're going to be spending less time on pit lane, which will help their lap count. Will make things very interesting, of course, over the course of the strategy playing itself out. They're going to get passed by Austin Young now, who is putting a lap on them, but is currently 10th of our LMDHs. He's still, looks like 22 seconds off the nearest of those LMDH cars, that Hydro Race Geodesic machine. So still having trouble. And I think Bristow looks content here. I don't think he really is looking to try and make this pass at any stage here in this first stint. Just going to ride this out probably for the first hour.
Yeah, 30 minutes in, sitting in second. You've got a 2-second gap to the guys behind. I would absolutely be content with this. The little bit of deja vu I'd be having would be Austin Young going by and me going, wait a second, I thought LMDHs had only passed me once. And then you remember that he did start behind them. But yeah, I think we're going to see a lift here going into the first chicane and just sitting there. And, little bump draft and just sit back and let the leader take the entry line and just hang back and just continue to save.
Through the Daytona chicane, and I love that they have renamed it that. Of course, the bus stop over at Daytona has been renamed Le Mans. I know there's a few that are still clinging to the old name, but it can have 2 names at once, if you ask me. We're watching Bristow continue to follow down. Let's see, what's the gap down to third there that we can see in the background? It's like 3 seconds, if I'm seeing correctly, between them. Or excuse me, no, it's 2.3 seconds. Yeah, 2.3 seconds back to ATRS Esports 13. Neil Filippa is in that car right now giving chase, sticking with him as best he can, but he's definitely out of the slipstream right now. And I'm sure that bump draft is definitely helping extend that between these top 2. So they are making sure to work together as closely as they can, not trying to rock the boat here early on, and see what kind of advantage they can get by managing to work together as they come out of the Mulsanne hairpin here. Robert, this has been an interesting start. We've had a big one, at least to kick things off. But otherwise, I've been pretty happy with what I've been seeing out on the track. I haven't seen really that many silly moves.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, the big one was a silly move by a driver. I don't care who you are. It was a silly move this early in the race, but everybody else seems to be playing fairly nice. You know, they'll take advantage of it if they can, but we are coming, LMDH, LMP2s, you know, pit stops are going to be coming up, so they may be backing off a little bit.
Yep, we'll see who is able to do what with that strategy call, who's been able to save some fuel. Has Sebelt Esports LMP2 been able to do anything here from third place? Because Matt Emery has been in front of him for some time now and has been just pulling him along. They're heading up into Indianapolis themselves, and they're actually approaching Ryan Robertson in Satellite Racing's 167 car. This is going to be tricky if they have to try and slow up for that GT3. Looks like they'll be able to take him out of Arnage. Maybe a little checkup, though. Emery, oh, and he's going to have to slide to the inside. Everybody's heads up, though, and that was a little awkward, but thankfully, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, a little bit of a compromised exit there, but it wasn't so much where you could look at it and say, wow, he used him as a pick. Still going to end up just staying in line as they head down into the Porsche curves. As they take that little touch of the AstroTurf on entry. Like I said, you want to use that a little bit, but you don't want to use it too much. That can really rotate the car if you end up loading up those left side tires there with a sharp turn in and have too much AstroTurf underneath the car. Little touch of the grass there to get a little bit of rotation. I'm not sure that was an intentional one, but it does work that way as they stay in position heading up into the Ford chicane, and we're going to cut back to the leaders in GT3.
Yeah, speaking of kicking up the dirt, I've already noticed there is just an absolute beach being formed out of Indianapolis, Michael, and I'm wondering how much that's affecting grip and how tricky that's making it for the drivers on that corner exit.
Initially, for me, that's always kind of a psychological thing more than a grip thing. Yes, iRacing's dynamic track certainly simulates that dirt there, and it can make it a little bit more slippery. For Indianapolis, you've got so much camber down on the inside that by the time you get out to that outside curb, you've really got the wheel fairly straightened up, and at least for the LMP2s and the LMDHs, you're starting to get to the point where you're, top of third gear coming out of there. So you're starting to get some aerodynamic downforce from just the speed that you have on the car. So it shouldn't be that much of a factor for them. However, the GT3s are a little squirrely on exit there to begin with. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of them running a little bit more wide and continuing to kick up dirt on that exit.
It's up to 2.6 now, so just maybe a tenth or two at a time here that these two are pulling away from Filippa. And to their credit, the group behind them isn't really making waves either. It's still Strel, McFarlane, and Abiteboul back there that are all working together and not really fighting at this stage, but they're not nearly as close as what we're seeing with Bristow up on Matsky, who is definitely going NASCAR style here, just pushing that other Merc along.
Yeah, Joe, one of my favorite calls from you is when we ran Lotus 79s here, and you had Paulie Partonen and Jukka Tolinen bump drafting down the Mulsanne straight in open wheel cars, and you said, are they bump drafting? They're bump drafting, and we're going to see this all day with these guys. They're just going to push each other down the straight, just get a little bit of extra speed, and try to break away from that pack behind. I think part of the reason they got just a little bit of a gap there is Filippa had just a little bit of an off earlier in the lap, and it kind of checked that whole group of four up behind our two leaders. But he's back on pace. He's, got his head down. He's definitely moving forward, and we'll see if we can get him as he runs just a little bit wide into that dirt as we talked about. But we'll see if he can just catch up a little bit here and hopefully reel those two leaders back in.
What I find interesting, Rob, is that this is the only class, these GT3s, that have multiple makes of cars that you can choose. But it's looking like they've almost kind of separated out, because we've got those two Mercs up at the front. We've got the lone Ferrari in that second group, but then it's all BMWs, the other ones back there. Is there any advantage between the cars of one that's a little bit better here with these long straights?
really there is some difference, fuel usage, handling of the car. So, some cars are better through the Porsche curves than, when they get to the hairpin. It's, this is where that dirty word of BOP comes in. I won't get into that. So.
I understand, but it's interesting with the choice of makes there. We got a nice little fight down for 14th here in the LMP2s. That is Risho Anderson that is trying to fight with Kaysen back here. And it looks like Absolute Motorsport Acelith with Andrea in that number 45 has come out the winner, but he's still got Casper right on his heels as the IFR esports car is getting very close to the rear wing, but deciding not to do anything as they're both gonna be pitting in. Now, this is that entry chicane I was talking about. If you cut that, you get a penalty for unsafe entry. And look at charging the cones. They go side by side. Does Casper and Andrea.
Wow, what an entry. Taking a book or a page out of Sebastian Vettel's book there. Just trying to take every advantage you can on the entry to the pit lane. As we see literally everyone in the LMP2 field pit except for the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Echelon team in 19th. But the top 18 in the field all came into the pits that lap.
Yeah, interesting that the 29 was in the pits 5 laps ago. So they're already on an alternate strategy. Not sure what that's about. That's very interesting. That changes things up a little bit. Is back
Leaders
out
pitting
onto the track. Good catch there, Robert. So looks like both top 2, top 3 all in. So there you see Nathan Lewis going to lead them down, has not relinquished that lead. And it does appear that everybody's going to be on the same strategy for this one. So nobody able to go an extra lap unless one of those well farther down is able to do so. Punto CL does not. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing with Austin Young is still playing catch up, still about 20 some seconds behind.
Yeah, I think we're going to see everybody take tires here and fuel and just go out and get back on it for another stint.
Sounds like Maniti Racing Purple has had yet another problem, and I think Michael was able to catch that one. What happened here, Michael?
Yeah, it looked like just got a little deep on the brakes going into Arnage and locked that rear axle up, which is pretty easy to do if you get just a little too much brake pressure and pull down on the paddles just a little too quickly to run down through the gears. You know, that harvesting on the rear axle from that hybrid system can catch out drivers. We've seen it in real life, just like the simulations. So unfortunately, a little bit of a, half, 3/4 spin there, but didn't lose too much time. Thankfully got the car rolling again, didn't get tagged by anybody, and got on their way.
So it looks like we've got a replay here up into Arnage. Yeah, and I'm sure that curb didn't help. You could see it kind of bouncing a little even before it spun. Very quick on it, though, to get back rolling.
Yeah, got it rolling nicely, and I agree with you, Joe, 100%. That curb definitely played a role in that. As I mentioned earlier, that curb is my nemesis. I think that's the hardest corner on the track. I mean, I know getting it woed up for the chicanes is difficult, both the 2 down the Mulsanne and the Ford chicanes, and feeling like you get those correct and avoiding, like right here, coming out of Porsche curves, avoiding that slowdown on the outside and still feeling like you get the power down is hard. But for me, Arnage is the killer on this track.
And Rob, you were talking to us a lot about that locking up of the rears being kind of notorious in these LMDHs, and you've had a lot of experience seeing that happen, working with the teams. What can be done with the setup to counteract that, or alternately, is there anything maybe in the driver controls inside the car? Can you tweak stuff to try and counteract that?
There's actually not a lot you can do. The only thing you can really do is play with your brake bias once you're set. Just because of the way it's a cabling system on the rear of the car rather than what you're used to with the hydraulic braking. So it is literally like pushing the brakes and you're getting all front brake and you're using the emergency brake to slow down the back tires. And when you get it wrong, your back end's going to come out.
we saw a very good illustration of that there into Arnage as we check in with McFarlane in the 216. This is the fight for fourth in the GT3 as Marvin Strell has dropped off a little bit off of Felipe here. Can he run away from them? Are they going to work together to try and catch him back up? Does look like it's about 6/10. Yeah, oh, he's going to gain on him. He's definitely going to get up there and get going. Indy Racing Purple's now into pit lanes. Don't need to go there, but they are either off strategy or that's a bit of a strange call for them.
Ooh, looks like we have a slowdown there.
Uh-oh, you're right. Yeah. Was that Felipe?
Yes, I believe it was.
Ooh, rough go of it there. Went from almost clearing away from them to now find himself actually almost losing touch. He's fallen way behind, and we might have a pass for position as while Strell was ahead of McFarlane and into third briefly, he's now back down to fourth where he was before. Maybe he wants to be there, and McFarlane promoted to the podium.
That was very wide there from McFarlane. It might be a case of another slowdown there, and Strell's not going to have a choice of everyone in front of him is going to say, you know what, I'm just going to take a slowdown, so why don't you go on by? I'm not 100% sure McFarlane took one there, but that looked awfully wide. It looked to me like Felipe's slowdown was on the exit of Tetra Rouge. So easy to do there. He just missed that outside exit curb just by a hair, trying to get that throttle down, and you can easily grab one there. But he's certainly working on catching back up, and I think by the time they get to the Porsche curve, should be right back on this pack.
So, yeah, it looks like these three at least still in it, and Felipe gaining back in steadily. Gap is about 9/10. Yeah, he's going to feel the effects of that slipstream here as long as he doesn't lose out. But what about our top two here up in the GT3s? They are now about 3 seconds ahead. So yeah, they're consistently pulling away. It's not by huge margins, but we have to remember, 24-hour race, Michael, even little margins start to become big ones after a while.
Yeah, and we also can't forget, at some point here, we're going to have a safety car neutralize some of this advantage. So while the front two are taking advantage while they can and trying to extend that gap, there's a good chance that this is going to get reeled back in at some point. While these two are running the same car and they're bump drafting and working together, don't forget they're in a race. They are not teammates. At the end of the day, Andrea wants to finish this one in front.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he's just playing it smart and says, okay, you know what? I'll just follow you around for 23 hours, and then game on. Indeed,
and Tiger Klaus is kind of doing that. Here himself, third in line. They're pulling along Andrea Kaysen as well in this group. This is the fight for 12th down in the LMP2s as they all break into Indianapolis once again. And there you can see, yeah, they look very glued to the ground, even coming through all that dirt that has been spread across the exit of that corner. And just a little bit of a slide from Kaysen as he exits on the tail of that group. Now, what are the last sort of long straights before they get into the more technical final portion of the Porsche curves here, and they slow it down.
Yeah, thankfully they don't have anyone in front of them this time through the Porsche curves. It's just get that downforce working and get the car turned in. We see a little touch of the brakes there just to tighten that front end up and get it back to that curb. As they hook it back to the left, just misses the apex just a little bit, but gets a nice exit, doesn't end up with a slowdown, and picks up the draft on the run down into the Ford chicane.
We have to remember, in a week's time, the real Le Mans 24 is going to be happening at this track with slightly different cars than what we're seeing here, but a close approximation of what you're watching. And this will mark the 100th anniversary of the very first race. So 100 years now of 24-hour endurance racing. And this is going to be important for whoever wins that one, just as it's important for these drivers. We have to remember that there are, just like the real teams, Robert, weeks and weeks and weeks of preparation, some of them months here in the sim of trying to prepare for just this one event.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the reasons I'm not running this event this year is, this is a long, people that aren't familiar with road racing may look at this and go, "Oh, you're just driving." What? This is a long, physically, mentally challenging track. If you don't get everything right, you're in the wall or you're in the last place, and it's just, you need that time just to be so familiar with the track you can almost close your eyes and drive it.
Yeah, Robert. You know, I have mentioned, Joe's mentioned, you've mentioned that throughout this race, you know, people are playing it cool, staying behind somebody, playing it smart. We're trivializing that a little bit. It's much harder, as you just stated, and you know from doing this in the past, than just, you know, playing it cool and staying behind somebody. It's such a taxing job, not only from a practice standpoint, but from a race standpoint, to make that work and stay in the hunt for 24 hours.
Absolutely.
Well, and that's the thing too. Like if you're the second car in the line, like Elliot Varun here, he's the second car in the line. So it's his brain is going, do I want to pass him? Do I want to stay behind him? Where's he going to brake? You've got so much going through your brain at this point in time. And then you've got the car in front. He's going, okay, is he going to dive bomb me? Is he going to jump me in this car? You are nonstop for 24 hours. It's truly exhausting, even in the sim.
The worst part about that for me is if I'm the second car and I've been behind you for 2 stints, and suddenly I, you know, do a better job on pit entry and get out a couple seconds ahead of you. Now I'm in front and all of my reference points are back to what I need to remember from practice, but I've been doing an hour of braking early, lifting, you know, changing my turn in, and it's going to take me a lap or 2 before I get back on pace. And at that point, you as the leader who had been running in fresh air and using all your standard reference points is now going to be right back on me, and now we're going to play the reverse game.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, like you just said, it's like, because when you're behind him, you're going to lift early, you're going to brake early, because you don't know what he's going to do. And now all of a sudden he's gone.
So all the complications that come into it, I'm in full agreement. I know back when I did endurance racing, it just, the mental exhaustion is what really wore me out over all of it. Yeah, it's physically taxing, although it is some to a degree in sim racing. It's just your brain cannot seem to relax until you manage to step out of the car. And even then you're stressed, worried about what's happening once you're out of it, hoping that your teammate is taking care of you, what is everybody's baby at this point. Tom Hooper back here down in 10th in the LMDH cars is behind actually all of the LMP2s right now, playing catch up. Remember, after early incidents here, already has had 2 pit stops, unfortunately, in that car, hence why they are behind the slower class here. And they're trying to run away from, that is not a car within their class, that's the 29 and the LMP2, so that's not 4 position behind them. So we're going to check now in on the GT3s. Now, how close are they to being lapped a second time? They're starting to approach them, I think, another time through here soon. So they're going to experience the LMDH leaders coming through another time.
Yeah, and Joe, they're about to actually get double the pleasure, because the LMP2 field is about to get to the GT3 field, and the tail of the LMP2 field is the start of the LMDH field. So we're actually going to have double class overlap coming up here, which can either be really exciting or really terrifying, depending on if you're us or the drivers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it can definitely be terrifying if you're the driver.
Yeah, having everybody coming through at the same time, kind of the perfect storm, exactly what you don't want in multi-class racing. So Nathan Lewis, as he approaches, coming up to Tyler Klausch, also has a couple of those GT3 cars just a little farther up the way. Granted, hopefully he'll be able to clear most of them before he starts to get there, but I don't think he's going to get guaranteed all of them, especially since they're all running their own race here, and they're probably not going to just pull over and slow down. And you can see it's taken him a bit to really try and get by these LMP2s despite the straight line speed advantage.
Well, and this is where you're going to find out who has a handle on their hybrid system, because you can only change that hybrid system 4 times in a lap. So you have to choose when you want attack mode, when you want to balance, when you want to charge up.
Oh,
Sorry, he had a very close moment there trying to go by Marcus Girac in the 128, and thankfully I don't think they made contact, but that got really tight. Go ahead.
That was tight. Yeah, that was tight. But yeah, like you can see here, they could get much quicker if they switch over to attack mode, but then you're using up your battery and then you're looking for trouble. So this is where you'll find out if they're just playing it cool for 23 hours or if they're really pushing the car.
So Veyron actually did a really good job sticking with that as well. He saw those opportunities, but did not manage to overtake again. Remember last time we saw them dealing with traffic, he watched Nathan Lewis have to check up and just blasted past the pair of them when he saw that gap open. Eventually lost it once again. That was a little bit ambitious there, going off to the left-hand side of Veed in the 172, and in fact Veyron decided, no, I'm going to the inside of him. And now, unfortunately, through the Porsche curves, this is exactly what happened last time, as drivers are having to lift and get on the brakes at unusual times.
Yeah, it was a good heads up there from the Ferrari GT3, just seeing that Veyron there had checked up just a little bit and then was going to take that apex away from him as they exited the Porsche curves. The Ferrari driver just opened that wheel up just a little bit to make sure he had the room and make sure they both got through that corner safely. He definitely was in front and was entitled to take that apex, but definitely one of those discretion points where it certainly makes some sense to work with the class that's lapping you rather than taking the apex away. And
it looks like we've had pretty much all of our GT3 class. Yeah, just about everybody has pit in. So most everyone able to make the same amount of laps on fuel, despite a number of them saving back there. Now the question is who is going to be able to short stop it because they saved more and maybe jump a few. No shock, Bristow is one of them. He's out much quicker than Matsky, but I don't think he's broken the slipstream.
Maybe we'll see. We'll see how they get through the first few corners here on cold tires and get through Tetra Rouge. See what it looks like going down into the first chicane. You mentioned chicane names, Joe. I'll be honest with you. I keep calling it first chicane because I can't remember which one they renamed.
Yeah, it's Dunlop is the first chicane, and the one they've renamed is. Oh, you mean on the Mulsanne?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's the first chicane is Daytona. They used to have they renamed them like every year. It felt like they would always give them a sponsored name, which annoyed the heck out of me. But I'm hoping they're going to stick with this Daytona one. I can never remember what the second one is myself, so that's the second chicane. I think for a while it was called Michigan. I don't know if that's changed. We've had a change for third though. Looks like Beckham Jasir has managed to go by Valiokis in the Protocharge Sim Sport car, so that's up onto the podium for the fiercely forward yellow team. Wow. I didn't realize they had managed to get that far forward.
Yeah, a nice recovery from where they ended up after the first couple laps of mistakes, shenanigans, however you want to word it. They had a rough start. They're still down 2, but working their way back forward nicely.
We've had a problem for car 13, the ATRS eSports car with Dino Filippa. He's already had a slowdown earlier on, and now he finds himself, looks like off the course at Mulsanne. Here's the pass. This looks like a pretty straightforward overtake, just a better run out of the first chicane, down to the second one, and just chops down in front. Wonder if we could get a replay of the 13, though, because I didn't quite see what cost him, and it did look like he was trying to get the car out of the wall by the time I was able to turn my cameras over to him. Sear is having to try and still hold off the battle for third, as Valiokis has not given up hope on it.
Beckham gave a good example there of differences going down the Mulsanne between a nice outside pass around the center through Porsche curves. He gave a good example there of kind of the differences that we talked about earlier between the line down Mulsanne and for GT3s and LMDHs, where LMDHs don't want to straddle that middle line. You saw him kind of move left and then right there until he knew he was clear and could get back in front, whereas the GT3s use that center line as for a little bit of aerodynamic gain. We're going to see Felipe going through the first chicane, runs over the curb, just
the
gets
wall.
loose. Oh, he got the wall.
He clipped the wall with his right rear quarter. You can see he just tapped it.
And trying to get out of the way. Thankfully, everybody heads up. He was kind of in the firing line, whips it around. So apologies, I was wrong. It was the first part of the incident where he touched the wall, not the second part. So he's back running, but I wonder how much damage he got out of that. Don't see a black and orange flag for anybody, so he got away with that. But could still find himself a little down on straight line speed. Not what you want at this track. Back to Veyron, second place, and still hassling Lewis. Pretty much every corner of the track. They're going to come upon, this looks like Rucanoa Racing Orange, another of our LMDH cars that's a lap down. We've got another replay. What's going on here? So James Armstrong. Oh, car gets loose out in the marbles. He's out into the gravel, which has been changed in recent iRacing builds to slow you down more. Ooh. This is not a rallycross track. You're not supposed to be four wheels in the air.
Quite the launch there over that service road, but nicely held, and a nice job from the other LMP2 there to sneak by and not get collected in that.
So that's a good example right there, Rob, of what we were talking about earlier, that you do not want to get offline here once it gets into the farther into the race.
Yeah, the track is very it's unforgiving.
Oh, we got a pass maybe here for the lead. Yeah, Matsky has caught and passed Bristow, so he was able to get that slipstream back and is now back to the front. But I would have thought that maybe Andrea just let it happen here and lifted a little bit, but I would have thought Maniti would have seen after that first stint, I don't really want to be leading here.
But it's like we were talking about, if now he doesn't give him the lead, he's lost all his reference points. He's been running behind him for 12 laps. So rather than adjust, I think he's just kind of chosen to pull him behind him and say, yeah, okay, let's just keep on going.
And they did pit the same lap, so while there was a slight advantage in pit stop time, they were on the same lap, they're still together, so it might just be, let's keep the status quo.
That's a good point.
And he may see too that he's slipstreaming them really well, and they're pulling away from this, so they're opening up a gap so they can do their own battle later.
Well, with that, before we get some more pit stops, why don't we go through our top three in each of the classes and get ourselves a little bit of a rest here for our voices, starting, of course, with our LMDH cars, top class. It is the 111 Precision Racing Esports machine with Nathan Lewis, who's been running since the start of this race, currently at the top of the charts. And then he is being followed by Vroom TM Elliott Veyron in that machine, who has been glued to his rear end since the very beginning of this race. There you see those top two now on your screen. And then behind them, impressively, starting from second, falling all the way to the back of his fields, or at least the back of the front runners, with a couple other cars that started from way behind them. Fiercely forward yellow, with Beckham Jasir managing to get into third and running away from the Protocharge 73 car ever since he made that impressive pass. So he's got some ground to make up. He's about 8 seconds behind those top two. So he's still within hunting range easily before this race is over. What about the LMP2 classes here, Michael? How do those sit?
Yeah, we see Sven in the Lance Stroll Future World Champion. I can't believe I'm actually made a joke of it, and they're just streaking away at the front of the LMP2 field. They've got a 4.5 second lead over Dawson in the Effect Simulations 909 car, who's currently running in second, 4.5 seconds back. But just directly behind Dawson, you have... sorry, excuse me. I clicked the wrong thing here. you have Garten in third in the 290 car, who's really, right behind him. He's only 2/10 behind. So these two are running together. They're going to have some work to do to make up 5.5 seconds, 5 and 3/10. But the two of them have been having a nice battle. They've been running together for quite a while here, and it looks like the 290 might be trying to press that pass and actually get past.
All right, so as Ian Lake looks like he's taking a pit stop, we go to the top three GT3s. Indy Racing Green is back up to the front and starting to run away from Bristow. Wonder if there was a slowdown that we missed while we were going through those other two classes. So Indy Racing Green getting themselves a little bit of a buffer, but I don't think they'll be able to break it quite yet. Mag Performance SRT Azuro there with Andrea Bristow has been chasing them and just riding in the draft for pretty much the entire race, except when they jumped them in the pit stops for saving all that fuel, but then they were caught once again. And then Beerlier Racing has managed to get back up into third. And we haven't been watching that battle. In fact, that second group that we saw early on in the first stint has broken apart severely. Nobody's near each other now. So Marvin Strell is all on his lonesome. So that's your top three in each of the three classes after the first hour. Thank you for watching here on GSRC. We've got more to come of our 12 hours of coverage here. We're going to take a short break as, things getting close there between our top two. We'll keep the pictures up. In the meantime, don't go away. Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe here for the Majors 24, the 2023 edition. Up at the top of the field, Nathan Lewis leads for Precision Racing Esports in the LMDH class. Lance Stroll, future world champion, has Sven Haas in the number 18 leading in LMP2s. And Medidi Racing Green with Tim Matske leads in the GT3s. Now, we've had an incident for one of our LMDHs. Medidi Racing Purple has had a problem, we understand, while we were on break, and they have since been in pit lane, having to lick their wounds. So I think, I understand we might be going to a replay in a little bit of that number 78 machine. So we'll check that out, but I do believe this happened in the second chicane down on the Mulsanne, unfortunately. Oh, and Beckham Jasir's in the pits. Is this the end of the stint? This might be the end of the stint, but they're earlier than everybody else around them. That's interesting. Okay, so yeah, we're on lap 21. So here we've got the replay. First, we're going to check out Hooper. We're going to hang with Mr. Hooper here. Tom, just curbs once again and could not get it stopped before the tire barrier. Hit the corner of the car. That's never good news, Rob. You want to hit it square.
Yeah, this is the moment where the drivers are okay. You've been in the car. You've been in the car for a while. Now you're starting to stiffen up a little bit, and you just want to drive. And the little mistakes will catch you out, and they can add up really quick.
And just to kind of sidetrack us here to LMP2 for a second, I was watching Pure Sims Esports as we came back, and on the previous lap going down into Mulsanne corner, they ran just a little bit wide, and that ended up costing them a position to Valorous Motorsport. And then immediately after that, going through Arnage and then into the Porsche curves, they ended up also losing a position to Whipperman Racing. So they've now lost 2 positions in the span of, about 6 corners, and they're trailing down the Mulsanne here, just trying to stick in the draft and make sure they don't lose more time.
Indeed. So Morten Agason here, the 007 that we saw on the replay, going off at the hairpin there. Tyler Klausch now in 13th, trying to hold off Marcus Girac and Andrea Kaysen. This is all for position, although they're likely slipstreaming at this point in this group as well. I know we had a comment in the chat a little bit earlier from one of our Portuguese-speaking viewers, apparently, and asking about when we're going to be using the full Mulsanne without the chicanes, which you can do in iRacing. Now, the Majors doesn't do that, but if you do want to watch cars race on that version, if you check in with the Camel GT series, the Lotus 49s, which Lotus 49s are live right now over at Spa, and then the Lotus 79s will tend to run without the chicanes here at Le Mans. So check out some of those series here on the Global Sim Racing channel. You get to see the sort of old school style here at Le Mans from time to time. But right now, Klausch is very much in the present, because he's still got cars looking side to side in his mirrors about thinking about a pass, but not doing it this time.
Yeah, quite the stack up there. You see the one LMDH mixed in there in the group, 2 cars back as they blast through that little dirt cloud that's been accumulating that we've been chatting about. And gets it turned into Arnage, runs it all the way out onto the curb there, and now we're going to see that LMDH try to get that hybrid power going and get at least one pass done. But that LMDH is kind of struggling for speed there. I'm surprised that that pass looked as difficult as it did. I wonder if they're carrying just a little bit of a damage, or if they had used a little bit more deployment as they get really deep going into the Porsche curves. Didn't quite get it done before they got to that second apex.
Well,
I was going to say he may be out of battery. He may have been in attack mode longer than he should have been, and he may just not have the battery to get around him.
This 37 car was involved in the big wreck in the first stint. So is Luca? Yeah, Luca's just taken over from Bruning a bit ago, but they had 10 minutes of repairs. As we can see, a few more cars entering the pits now. This is the LMP2s taking scheduled stops. We're still waiting for the LMDHs to pit in. LMP2s, of course, have the shortest stint of the 3 classes.
Yeah, I think we see 10 LMP2s coming into the pits together. So quite the stack up there headed on into the pits.
And as this race will go on, expect a few more cars to start to get different strategies out there. As you can see, we got a couple that stayed out. Veloce Esports, Matt Emery in that machine, and I believe, no, it looks like Lance Stroll, future world champion team, did not stay out.
Yeah, I believe you're correct, Joe. It's just Veloce that stayed out, so they inherit the lead now.
All right, so only one car able to go longer, and that will be extremely valuable down the line if they can make that work. Hopefully they don't run out of fuel, and they didn't get a little bit too big of eyes for their fuel tank on that one. But looks like we're starting to see some driver changes now that we're into the second hour. Again, the drivers do have to run their fair share, so essentially what that means is everybody needs at minimum a quarter of what would be an equal stint for everybody running. So drivers they don't need a whole lot, they just need a little bit out there, and you can split it up so that maybe your faster drivers get a little bit more time in the car, but some of that, Rob, will depend on scheduling, because everybody's still doing their day jobs, and well, I mean, some of them will be doing day jobs come on the weekend here, but everybody's got their own lives to live here in sim racing. This is not professionals out here, so it's always difficult to try and figure out who can be on when.
Well, I mean, we do have some professionals out here, but yeah, it's, I mean, my team, myself, I mean, I am a Canadian-based team myself, so, you know, everybody's Canadian. Somebody's going to be up at 2 o'clock in the morning. But a lot of these teams have drivers from all over the world. So, you know, you think, you know, it's 4 a.m. for you, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon for them. So it's, once they get that arranged, then they can figure out their schedule and swap their drivers so that everybody gets their fair share.
The one thing that is consistent for everybody is the time in the sim contact there between Nicholas Daly, and that was Taziano Caponio in the number 7 there. Alpha Esports by Jeep Performance LMP2 is going to be able to get it rolling once again. That was very light contact, but a slide costs them some valuable time, and they'll get back on the road.
And that's actually been an exciting lap for TNT there for Nicholas Daly. Coming out of the pits, he had a little bit of an overlap with another car, and they were side by side coming out of the pits, and he lifted just a little bit to make sure that there wasn't contact. And it was just past the pit limiter line, and the 2 cars behind him, which included the Alpha Esports car, saw him lift just a little bit, stood on it, and went around him on the outside, staying inside the pit exit line and not taking a penalty. And Nicholas had actually lost 2 positions there to 2 other cars that really jumped him on the exit of the pits.
So back up to our LMDH leaders here. Veyron still holding on to Lewis. They're about 9 seconds ahead of Jasir, which means since I last looked, I think it was about 8 seconds before, they've pulled away slightly. But we'll keep an eye on that. They've all pitted recently, except for Jasir, who pitted much earlier. For some reason is off strategy compared to their rivals in that fiercely forward yellow number 112. So I'm not sure what, I'll have to check in and try and figure out what changed the stint for them that put them off. Everybody else, other than those that had accidents, are still running the same pit strategy. And here is a name we need to watch out for. Tomas Simon. You talk about professionals in terms of on iRacing, at least. This is a driver who at one point ran with what we call a black stripe. That is the pro class license here on iRacing. Not running with it right now because he ran in the open wheel professional championship in the Dallara IR01. But Tomas Simon, known for taking championships down in the Lotus 79s. Michael, I know you're very familiar with him. And he is known for being extremely quick, so I anticipate some time being made up on this stint.
Yeah, what did Peter McKay say? There's 3 things that are known: death, taxes, and Tomas winning races. So He's just an incredibly fast driver, and no matter what you put him in, I know he is adjusting to some new equipment. He was a VR user. He has recently switched to triples, I think this week. So I'm sure there's been an adjustment period for him, but I'm sure, no matter the equipment changes, he's still going to just be blazing fast out there.
Checking in on Camille here in 19th. This is down in the LMP2s. Unfortunately, they are 2 laps behind their leader in class, it looks like. So they're having to fight their way back, pass through a lot of these GT3 cars. And the thing that always worries me about this is when you're behind a slower class in laps here, Robert, is this 29 car is unfortunately not giving blue flags to any of these GT3s. So they need to be heads up and see that this faster class car is coming, even though they're not being warned.
Well, no, they should be being warned.
Well, no, he's behind them. So
oh, is he? Okay, sorry.
So no blue flags.
Yeah, so it's actually, they have to be alert too, but he has to understand as well that he's on the same lap as them. So he can't, he can't take risks, even though he may. Just get around them, and they'll do their best to get out of his way if they're not in their own battle.
Indeed. So gets a little bit of a reprieve now. He's got a little ways up to get up to Brock Kelly in front of him, thankfully. So he'll be able to run on his own. But now, there you can see the BMW just in front, and a few more who might be battling for position, which adds another wrench into things for him, unfortunately. That he's got to make sure that he lets them kind of do their own thing and not try and complicate it for them, unfortunately. As I think the 717 just took a position, and we've got a battle behind them right here. This is Sander Eric Teitz trying to catch up to Marcus Girac. This is for 10th in the LMP2s, exiting out of our Naj right now. These drivers both up positions, 2 for Marcus and 3 for Sander Eric.
Yeah, these LMP2s they're fun to drive around here, and they actually have, the LMP2 and the GT3s have a little bit more advantage, you wouldn't think, but they do on the LMDHs, just with the controls they have in the car, how much they can adjust, their throttling, fuel management. So they have a few more tools in their pocket that the LMDH does not have.
Which is not what you typically expect with the LMDH being the fastest out there and probably the most complicated car of the 3 classes. But these LMP2s, definitely a popular class here on iRacing. And the LMDHs, though they are single make right now, they will become multi-make after this next iRacing build, which is coming up in, 3 days now? 4 days away from us?
Tuesday morning.
I was just going to mention that. Yeah, I was just going to mention that. We've got the Cadillac coming in the LMDH, and we actually have the LMP3 making its debut.
Exactly. So Cadillac going to be joining the BMW, and then we'll get another classic car, which I don't anticipate running with these prototypes as much. Real world, it's going to be running its own series here a little bit later on, as IMSA is going to separate them. I'm actually a bit annoyed that, I guess I should be happy that it's happening Tuesday. I'm leaving for the real Le Mans come Tuesday, and so I'm hoping that I can download. I don't think I'm going to be able to race with it, but I can at least download all the new toys before I have to leave in the afternoon on Tuesday.
Well, that's an exciting week for you.
I'm looking forward to get into that LMP3. That car is going to be a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, it's going to be a wonderful week for me, Michael. My family, my brother and my dad are taking a trip. We're going to go to Nürburgring so that we can do the ring taxi, and then we're going to dash across France to go get to see the real race. So it's going to be my first time over in Europe, and hopefully we'll get to see as much action as we're seeing here in this battle for 6th position down in the LMDHs. That is Hanska, who's just hopped in the car of that Pike Beach Racing 51. I think they're a little farther down than what we saw them earlier, with Adrian Garica in the 161 and Paulo Munoz giving chase in the 666.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to catch a little bit of traffic here coming up into the Porsche curves. which, as we've talked about, is always a difficult thing when you're running in a group in the LMDH, is just barely catching that BMW. See how many of them are going to try to take him on the outside here. We get 1, 2, all 3. Watch out for that second apex. The BMW thankfully gives a little tap on the brakes, opens it up, and all 3 go through, and the BMW safely makes it behind them.
Yeah, Paulo Munoz in that car, who I've watched a lot in season past, back when GSRC covered the Precision Racing League. The Punto CL racing team were frequently a part of it. Unfortunately, they earned a little bit of a reputation of being aggressive. As speaking of aggressive, Veyron is going to be overtaking Lewis. Did Lewis get a slowdown maybe? I think so.
Yeah, that's what it looked. Yeah, I think he did, and he's just trying to push it as far as he can without losing him.
Interesting. So
yeah, I'd have to see a replay of him coming through Tete Rouge, but yeah, I think he got a slowdown.
Yeah, it looked like he went a little bit wide. That would be the spot most likely that he has to give that back. But I was going to say, Punto CL kind of we would make jokes about the name a little bit, Michael. No punto, please, because they definitely had a few contacts in their time. But that said, they were also extremely fast. So I'm a little surprised to see them down in 8th, but they are in very fast company in this split.
Lots of time to go.
Exactly. So here we go. And yeah, so this is already after Tete Rouge. And yeah, that has all the hallmarks of a slowdown penalty to me.
Yeah, moved over, slowed
definitely
down.
moved. Yeah.
So he had to give that up, but we've seen before he very quickly gets back into the front once he loses out to the Vroom TM car. And they're still well ahead. In fact, still pulling away from Beckham Jasir in the 112. Sister team, by the way, I believe, no, not a sister team. Fiercely Forward Yellow is not on the same team, just similar paint schemes from what I was seeing on the screen. So Nathan Lewis is still giving chase. He's been in the car since the start. This is going to be his 3rd stint that he's on right now. And Veyron is in the same shoes, has not gotten out since the green flag. Both have been running. They're sharing cars. Let's see, for Veyron, he's got Morishon and Magellan in the car with him. And all 3 of those drivers, so here's what's interesting. That is an all-French team, if that's everybody that's going to race that is signed up currently in the sim with them. So there's some personal pride on the line for that team, I have to imagine. Meanwhile, down in Precision Racing Esports, Lewis has Dominic Oliveira and Jeremy Gonsalves racing with them. A New Yorker, a Floridian, and Club International. Best guess on that one and who's in there. Pat Pelchat also in the team, but not in the sim right now. He's hailing from Canada.
Always nice when you get a little bit of a split and you can do it with 1 or 2 Europeans and 1 or 2 Americans or Canadians, and get that time zone split up where you don't have to get up at 2 a.m. to do your stint.
Well, unfortunately for them, New York and Florida is both on East Coast time. Canada, I have no idea where Pat is based. That could be any of the 4 time zones.
Maybe they're lucky and it's Vancouver.
Yeah, hopefully. I really hope. And I say 4. It should be 5, actually. I think there's 5 time zones in Canada because of Nova Scotia.
We don't count that one.
And then, again, the international, unfortunately, I think that would be somewhere other than North and South America. But I have no idea what time zone that's going to be for Gonsalves. So hopefully we can get some information. Actually, that's a big reminder. If any of the teammates are watching, don't forget that if you come into our Ready for Interview area, that we can chat with you, and we'd be love to hear from the various teams throughout the race. We're covering 12 of the 24 hours, so any of those first 6 and last 6, feel free to come over to the GSRC Discord. We've got a link down in the description below, and hang out in the Ready for Interview area. We'll pull you in if you're not a part of the other races that our second team is covering now over on the Lotus 49 or the Campbell GT later on. We're over to Ibiza Bowl down in the GT3 for the Legend Track Esports team. They're still giving chase and still within reaching distance of Olympus Ariane there, and that's Thomas Cope in that machine.
For any of the drivers that want to come join us for an interview, if you want to share any inside info, we'd be particularly interested in that. Joe and I have been talking about tire strategy And I was fairly certain that some of the LMDH teams would try to do multiple stints on tires just because they're already hot, and I didn't think they were going to wear particularly much. But so far we've seen everybody taking tires every time they've come in. So if anybody wants to come in and comment on your tire wear or what your thoughts are about that, maybe heading into the nighttime stints, I'd be particularly interested to hear it.
I mean, the lot in life for commentators is doing your research, feeling like you know almost 100% certain what's going to happen, and then everybody out there proves you wrong. So.
yes. At least we don't have to do a map yet.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier with the strategy changes so much since iRacing made the update. If you've ran the 24 before this, you were not able to fuel the car while taking tires. But now with that addition and that allowance, I mean, as you were saying, you know, you're in LMDH, it takes about a full lap and a half before you really bring your tires up to temp. You're not going to lose anything by taking tires. You're not going to gain anything by taking tires other than having fresh tires and being able to push. So do you take that one lap warm up of the tires, or do you hope your tires can get through another stint? And the track's pretty hot right now, is it not?
It's currently 97 Fahrenheit, so it has cooled down about 5 degrees since the start of the race. Not drastic, but enough that they will probably feel a little bit of a difference. A lot of the hop into the curbs as Lewis is back in front of Veyron since we last covered this. What I really wonder about is when the sun truly starts to go down. And Robert, you've done a lot of work on the setups of these cars. Will there have to be stuff that you're going to have to change inside the car during some of the pit stops when it starts to change conditions?
There's not a lot you can change. You try and set up the car the best you can to run in any condition. I mean, if you were to talk to any of these drivers about how they built their setup, I would 100% tell you they've ran the car day, night, afternoon, different temperatures. Because I mean, you're limited as to what you can change in the pit.
That's true. I think there's tire pressures that you can change, but not a whole lot else, obviously.
Basically, your limit is, I mean, you can adjust the tire temperatures a little bit, maybe double stint them. But again, I feel most of these drivers, even in the nighttime, you're not losing anything by taking tires, so why not throw them on? And, you know, if you're trying to get a jump on somebody, maybe it'll help you later.
I don't have a ton of experience in the LMDH. I've done some shorter 30 to 40 minute races. I'm curious over a long run as to how much anti-roll bar adjustment that these drivers might do during a stint, especially during the night. I know that's an available option on the BMW, and coming from the Lotus 79s, we sit there and fiddle with the ARBs. Throughout the entire race, you make 10, 20 adjustments through a 35, 40-minute race. I'm not implying that the LMDHs are going to make that much of an adjustment, but I'd be curious to know if they have any plans throughout the evening as the track changes and rubbers in, if they're going to make any ARB adjustments.
Well, I know even just from me running the LMDH, like I'm not racing this year, but I was in practice sessions. I was running the LMDH. I mean, I'm always checking my pace. I'm always doing things. And I'm moving it corner to corner. Some corners you want that. Yeah, some corners you want that deep, crank the car around. Other corners you want that slide. You want that push just so that you can get out of the corner that much better. So... And that drivers will be doing that. They'll adjust everything coming up to, Mulsanne 1, or Daytona, Mulsanne 2, I call it. Coming up to the hairpin, you want that car to crank right around. So you may loosen your front anti-roll bar completely so you get that quick turn in.
You make me sound lazy saying I do 15 to 20 adjustments through a full race stint, and you're going 15 to 20 in a stint, I do 7 a lap.
I was just going to say, I'm adjusting my car through an entire race. I changed my brake bias corner to corner. I changed my roll bars corner to corner, just based on how I want to get through that corner.
This is why I drive a vintage car.
I was going to say, and this is why I'm not fast, because if you tell me I have to change something, I'm like, do I really? I'm focused on everything else as it is.
Counterpoint, Joe. Andy T says that he jumps into a Lotus 79 and he makes no adjustments through the race, and I know he's not lying to me.
Oh my God. Well,
and there's guys that can drive the cars like that. They know the car, they know what it can do, they know how far they can push it, and they can run fast doing that.
Well, I don't think Andy T counts as a human being, so just too alien for the rest of us, unfortunately.
Yep.
But yeah, you watch any of the live instas, and when they go into a cockpit view, you'll see them. They're playing with that steering wheel all the way down the straight. Change the straight, they're playing with it again.
Meanwhile, change of position here as Casper goes by Gabriel Roos in the Vipperman Racing 110 there, so he's back down to 9th. So IFR Esports gets one more. This has been a huge climb for that team, by the way, and Casper has been in it since the start, up 9 positions. You're going to see a lot more people that have that manage big climbs in each of the classes just by the nature of the endurance racing. But to do that in the first, let's see, hour and a half is not too shabby. So I'd say that Rishaz Anderson is a lot quicker than what the qualifying of the team seems to imply, and he did qualify for the team.
Yeah, our biggest mover of the race so far. I think the second biggest that I saw previously was the Punto team. So both of them making pretty good gains here.
Well, they do have to be careful, because this is a lot. You know, if a team feels that somebody kind of did a little bit of pedal lifting during qualifying, it can definitely be looked into.
And it is Rishoy, I am finding out. Rishoy. So he hails from Club Scandinavia. So I'm going to take a guess that that is Norwegian, based on the little ode that he's got in there. But we have all kinds of international drivers, as we mentioned in this. This is literally from all over the world. If you're watching this for the first time and you're new to sim racing, this is all real time. This is all real human beings racing each other. I know we made a joke about one driver not being. This is real people, not computers racing each other. And this is from their homes, from around the world, all competing as teams, hopping into these cars over the course of a full 24 hours. Wayne Burke, that's a name that I've called racing quite a bit over the years as well, currently sitting in 14th in the LMP2s. He's trying to fight for P13 with Absolute Motorsport Acelith Gioacchino Vigiglione in the 45 just ahead of him.
Yeah, I just want to double say on that too, what I was saying with the sandbagging. But you have to remember too, these drivers qualified, you know, however many drivers qualified, it was an average of their best lap times. So, I mean, this may be their fast driver in the car, and they could lose pace later on depending as they switch out drivers. Yeah,
and that's one thing I do love about endurance racing, team racing, is there's a nice little switch in front of the Alpha Esports cars. So that was 4 position there for Absolute Motorsport going through. Is that you have an ebb and a flow, and part of those decisions about who to schedule when and maybe being able to think on the fly is if you find yourself in a fight for position late in the race. Oh, big moment there.
Ooh, that's
for the
going to be a slowdown.
45 team. And yeah, that is a huge catch there for Gioacchino. But I was going to say that you'll find, okay, we're losing pace of this team. Then suddenly you swap drivers out. Oh, is there going to pinch down to 3 wide briefly? Good job for Tiziano to keep out of the side of him. But yeah, that you might be catching that team with a certain driver in there, but not catching them with a different driver in the next stint.
Yeah, and these races are open to everybody. I mean, you could have a rookie on your team. You could have a, you know, as you said, a driver with a black stripe pro on your team, and then, you know, anybody in between. So you never know who's in the car in front of you.
And still keeping close to this battle here in the LMP2s. Tiziano still trying to hold onto the back of them. Wayne Burke just ahead. And then that is the fiercely forward GT car, Brock Kelly, not to be confused with our LMDH that we've been following that's just going to let them by now. I like this YouTube comment saying, speaking as Casper's teammate, I'm not sure that he's human. I know the feeling. Little slide up the inside there as Tiziano's been swapping back and forth a bit between Gioacchino. Going to guess that these are two Italian drivers. Yeah, Gioacchino hailing from Club Italy. And Tiziano, no, Tiziano is from Club Diach, so he could be any German, Austrian, or Switzerland. Double check to see if we have the info on that. We have a pronunciation guide. I don't know if this has... Oh, yes, it does. Beautiful. Big shout out, by the way, to Jake Sperry, who has done a lot of work behind the scenes to get us a lot of information on the drivers. We have an absolute ton of them out there. As we said, a minimum of 3 per. If you think about that, 53 teams right there. That's, close to 200 right there that you're dealing with.
If I get your name right, you can thank Jake. If I get your name wrong, you can blame me later. Jake did an absolutely outstanding pronunciation guide to try to keep us in the know with some of the more difficult names to pronounce.
CHE I'm seeing next to him for his country. I'm actually not sure what that is. Is that Switzerland? Or is that Czech? Maybe. That might be... We'll try and dig some information up. That might be Czech Republic. I'll ping him, see which country that is. Oh, we are hearing Switzerland. Okay. I was going to say, because Diach is usually those 3 countries, Austria, Germany, and Switzerland, is back on board with Veyron. The battle is on once again for the lead with Lewis in front of him. And then they've also got Emre Kamalder here in the LMP2, who they should be able to overtake, but causing a little bit of consternation through the final chicane.
Yeah, thankfully these cars are, as we've talked about, fairly similar speed between the prototypes, especially in those slow corners. You know, sometimes with the fact that the LMP2 has a little bit less power and is a little easier to drive on corner exit, you can get a scenario where the LMP2 can actually get a bit of a better drive out of some of the slower corners than the LMDH, which, you know, can end up with some of those interesting issues like we see in Camel, where the Audis have a better drive out of the corners than the Nissan GTP cars. And you go, no, I'm in the faster class, I want to go through. But then, as we see a little miss, almost a touch there from the GT3s. But, sometimes you get that slower class that has that better drive coming out of the slower corners, and it can catch you off guard.
I mean, that's a good example right there. They're on a straightaway, and even with a straightaway, there's scary moments there having to overtake the slower classes because you just come up to those GT3 cars so quickly. Both of them look like they are pushing here as they slide their way through the Daytona chicane.
Yeah, there was a lot of curb from both.
And
I was going to say, they're really taking a lot of track.
I wonder if Nathan is still trying to shake him, try and break that slipstream and be able to race on his own if he feels like he could be faster without him there. We're getting close to pit stops for both of the prototype classes, a little closer for the LMP2s. And Beckham Jasir, who we've mentioned earlier, is the only one that is off strategy among the front runners in the LMDHs, is on lap 9. Now we are hearing they can go 9 to 11 laps. Robert, is there anything that Beckham can or should be trying to do to extend it to get back on the strategy with everybody else, or would that not really be a concern to be too off of his rivals?
Well, the LMDH is there's not a lot you can do in the way of fuel saving. The most you can change your throttling a little bit, and I mean the only other thing that really saves you fuel is your battery deployment. But if you do it again, if you don't manage it correctly, it's not going to be there for when you need it. So I think everybody's going to be pretty much limited to the number of laps that they ran on the second stint.
Interesting stuff here. So really Veyron now just trying to keep up with Lewis. Will we see anybody in the LMP2s pit this time by? Will we see Jasir hop in as they come towards the Porsche curves? It's about 9 seconds, so it does seem like Beckham's caught back up a little bit here. We mentioned it was up to over 10 seconds before. You're going to see a little bit of the yo-yo effect because of the lap traffic, most likely, especially as we get deeper into it and everyone is mixed up. Boy, that was close down to bridge. That bright blue wall right up against the edge of the track, and they sneak to the inside of Christopher Wame there. And they're going to be starting lap 8 of the stint here as we check back into the battle of our 7th place here in the LMP2, 6th place really. Pike from Beach Racing at the front of Garica and Munoz. That is Alexandre Hanska just in front of them.
Yeah, they're tied together with a string right now. Really nose to tail. See a little peak going down into Porsche curves, but that's not a serious look. That's trying to get your bearings on track, trying to see where are we, where's the turn in, how close are we. Because when you're tucked up behind the rear wing in these cars, as you see when they get that overlap there, you can't even see the car that's the first in the line. You know, it becomes a challenge to still hit your marks, and it's better to open up the wheel a little bit, you know, dance out of the draft just a hair. You're not going to lose that much time, but it's going to help you hit your marks and make sure that you stay on pace and you can get a good corner exit and close back up. We see in the Ford chicanes here how easy it is to just close back up onto the group, hit the apexes, and then you're right back on.
Yeah, we haven't talked about all 3 of these classes are definitely high downforce machines. Now the GT3 is not as much, but the GT3 cars do experience dirty air. And while they have the slipstream, those Porsche curves are going to be a little bit frustrating at times, I'm sure, if you are stuck behind, as they're going to go by one of those GT3s, the Pure Sims Esports GT car.
This view was great, Joe. I'm sorry I'm going to interrupt you. This view was great watching them come out of that Dunlop chicane, because the 2 LMDHs really wanted to clear that GT3, and it was basically tandem drifts coming out of the Dunlop chicane there as they tried to get the power down and make sure they had gotten that apex from that Ferrari.
Yeah, Punto CL, who were riding on board with Paulo Munoz here, just kind of watching from behind. And you can see they've trimmed these cars out so much. The slipstream not really looking like it's pulling them in, although I think maybe we got a little bit of a lift there during this onboard. And he's just trying to stay equidistant behind, but they're not really gaining on each other, but they're definitely following in each other's tire tracks.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he lifted really early coming in there.
Down towards the 2nd chicane now. You can see the GT3 cars behind them. They do have, how about this? Austin Young is currently in 9th still, but he's gone from 20 seconds back to 4 seconds back. This has been a great show of grit and determination from the 9 team. Austin is not swapped out with any other driver. It's just been all him making up this time since the start of this race, when he unfortunately did not get a good qualifying time. It was started amongst the GT3s.
Yeah, good job of just putting his head down and putting the laps in. That's certainly one of those instances, at least for me, where it's helpful to have a teammate there to just tell you, look, it's fine. We got 24 hours. It's not a big deal. Just make sure you get through clean and then just crank the laps in.
We have a few official retirements, even though it's just about close to 2 hours into it. We have lost Hydro Race Geodesic, the 66 car. The 371 Purple Snake Racing team is out. IGP Black Duck, sadly, and the 22 is gone. And then Rapid Team Rem Sport 911 is out of this race. Rukinor Racing Orange is the most recent in the 37 team to have called it quits and put the garage door down. Unfortunately, garage, I guess, if we're going by the traditional British commentator style here, as we've still got a few teams that are trying to hang on and get some repairs done and get back out there. Maniti Racing Purple is one of those that is stuck in pit lane taking those repairs. Everybody else, I think, is out there. We've got a replay of Gabriel Roos and Vipperman Racing. What's going on here?
Just a little too much curb. Just hop the wheel a little bit on the brakes and put it into a big slide. But thankfully, it doesn't go all the way around.
Indeed. Oh, fiercely forward yellow is replacing Beckham Jasir and putting a new driver in. Aiden Young is the latest to get into the car, and they'll be on their way. But again, they are on an alternate pit strategy, so none of the other LMDHs have pitted. We should see, I believe, the LMP2s pit this lap. They're on lap 9, which is, from what we've been told, the longest they can go out there, as Nathan Olson currently down in the LMP2s in 5th place, is hot on the heels of Tomasz Simon.
I've been watching this battle for a few laps, Joe, and watching these three kind of close up together. And I got to say, James Armstrong in the Brabham Esports car has had an interesting race. I'm pretty sure he took the slowdown at Porsche Curves before they had even reached start-finish on the first lap and dropped, basically to the back of the LMP2 field. And that has worked his way all the way back up and is now in 6th in a fight basically for 4th. So, a good heads down, effort from him, really getting back through the field and making sure he gets back up to where he feels he should be. He's still down 3 spots from where he started, but, certainly getting back through the traffic as quickly as possible.
Now, despite the name, I do not see any of the Brabhams signed up to race right now. They have Stephen McDonald and Hunter McDaniel in that team. But I can say that Brabham Esports is actually related to the Brabham family. They do have an esports team that they run in SimRacing. So that, I believe that is legit, that is the Brabham team out there that you see right now as we watch James Armstrong continue to try and catch up as they're going to pit. But did all 3 of them come in?
Tomasz stayed out.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so fast and light on the right foot. So nicely done by the 38. He's actually going to take the lead and will be the only one to stay out in this group because Lance Stroll Future World Champion team is in. And Sven Haas is still in the car. I'm not seeing a change currently. So I think he is going to stay in there, but he'll come back out in 2nd place. Yeah, he's getting rolling. He was leading by about 4 seconds, was Sven. So they were handling this race quite nicely and pretty calmly up there as we watch our new leader, Tomasz Simon, get onto the Mulsanne straight once again.
I could be mistaken, Joe, but I think Racing Purple, the 78 car, I think they retired. Am I seeing that correctly?
Let me double check.
They were 45 minutes of repairs, but I think they've retired.
They just did. That's it for Maniti Racing Purple. That is utterly gutting because they looked quick when they weren't in trouble, and they're not going to get to experience much of this race, unfortunately. So they are gone and out.
That's a shame. That's a shame. It never feels good to be out in the first 2 hours of a 24-hour race, but there's always a few that fall.
Yeah, I was going to say, for what you put into being able to run in this race, and I mean especially these
Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe, here for the Majors 24. Apologies for a small hiccup, but we are back and rolling, and appropriately, it happened just about the time of our normal break. So that gives us an opportunity to start going through our top three in each of the classes. And interestingly, Vroom is once again ahead after the pit stops, having saved some fuel. Elliot Veyron is still in the car, has not handed it over yet. So he's going to be doing a number of early stints here. He is leading Nathan Lewis, who has been up in the lead of this race for most of it. And usually he catches up to that 12 machine. But he's been jumped once again. And this time it's a much larger gap, 4.3 seconds. So Nathan Lewis, also been in the car since the start of the race, has got some ground to make up. And then down in fiercely forward yellow, they have had a change since their latest stop. Beckham Jasir, who did a fantastic job coming back after slipping to the back of his class in the first lap, or after the first lap, has handed over to Aiden Young and done so in third place. Fantastic stuff for him to be able to push forward and never give up. But they are what looks like 29 seconds behind the leader. So they lost a lot in that last pit stop. I'm not sure what caused that. Let's head down to our LMP2 leaders with Michael.
In first, we have Lance Stroll, future world champion, who have nicely extended their lead by, I don't know, maybe 4.5 seconds over the last stint. So, stretching that out really nicely. In second, we have Sawbelt Esports LMP2, 12 seconds back, and behind them, the Effect Simulations 909, which is 25 seconds back from the lead. All of those cars have pitted on the same lap. They're all kind of running the exact same strategy. The only one that's offset really in the entire LMP2 field is Veloce Esports in second, who have extended their pit strategy 2 extra laps over the rest of the field.
And then down in the GT3s, Mini-T Racing Green is currently sitting in the lead. They've been battling back and forth with Mag Performance SRT Azzurro, which has swapped drivers. Andrea Bristow is given over to Giacomo Murgia right now in that car, and they've lost touch in a big way. That last stop went very much towards the 378 at about 14-second lead. And then you get down to third with Thomas Cope, who has been in since the beginning of it, in the number 21 Olympus Esports Arion, and is only about 6 seconds up to P2. So not too far out of it that they could maybe run them down, but they have a little bit of a gap to make up at this stage. Not sure exactly where in the pit stops and what caused the gap down there for P1 and P2 in the GT3s, but certainly interesting that changed so quickly and so dramatically. So there you can see Giacomo in the car for that number 120 now, as I said, having now taken over for them. They've also got Mark Calver from the UK in there, and Alessandro Moreras. It's a mostly Italian team down there, but their one UK&I driver may be helping a little bit on a slightly different time zone for them. Not a whole lot, though, as everybody's based in Europe. But Murgia on it and trying to play catch-up for whatever cost them the time there during that last pit stop. We've got a replay for number 16 here. This is down, I think, in the GT3s. No, this is LMP2s. This is Jordan Johnson. What happened here?
He's on the Mulsanne. Looks like coming up to Mulsanne corner, maybe?
Come to a halt. Either some sort of software or hardware issue. And he just starts going.
Yeah, that is really weird.
Looks like maybe plug and unplug
yeah,
pedals or wheel, perhaps.
Could have lost a screen or something, or VR. Maybe
he could have even tried to push a slowdown and just had to really get on the binders.
Oh yeah.
Also had a problem for the 73 team, Protocharge SimSport, with Jan Korbs, who just hopped into the car, lost it into Indianapolis, and hit the wall. So they have come back into pit lane and are now falling backwards. which means, Graham Sanders has taken over Austin Young in the Hydro Race Geodesic team. They're up to 8th now, and actually might be into 7th soon. They're chasing. We're still watching P2 here on screen in the GT3s right now, but we've got a replay, I think, for the 73. Show you what happened. It was a little bit offline. Oh, I wonder if that's what did it there, Michael. Just not used to taking it more shallow into there.
I have done that more times than I care to count in just about every single car in the sim. Super easy to just carry just a little too much speed there and use just a little too much steering. There's a little bit of a bump on the inside, and when you take it shallow and turn in and you're still on throttle, even partial throttle, it can really upset the rear and come back to bite you.
Back to Nathan Lewis now. Veyron jumping them in the pit stops. The pits look the same there. Did Nathan, let me check to see if there was some sort of issue, maybe out on track, that cost them the time, because this is a bit strange that we're seeing this. It's same cone to cone between them. So, yeah, I'm going to try and get some research in here and figure out if he had some sort of slowdown penalty. No, he came out way later. I am baffled by that one. Huh.
Maybe, did they swap drivers?
They did, but it would show up in the cone-to-cone time. If they were slower down in pit lane due to, or even in the stationary time.
Well, I'm just wondering if maybe with the driver switch, the other driver couldn't get everything going.
Well, no, that would still show up on our timing and scoring. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Hans Reinerman, though, in the 181, who is, just going to lose the rear end of his LMP2. No, his LMDH class, excuse me. And thankfully did not hit a thing, just as our leader in the LMP2 streaks on by. Yeah, I'm really baffled as to how Nathan Lewis lost time. Maybe something before the pit stop, and we just didn't realize it in all of that. But
well, they were running he was running the curves pretty aggressive. He may have actually had to sit and get a couple of minutes, a minute of repair or something, just to straighten the car.
Yeah, that is, well, no, again, so, okay, their pit stop times were identical to within about 0.2 of a second. So that's what I'm trying to say is, if it happened, it was not in the pit stop. So something was on track or on pit entry, pit exit. I cannot tell what. I'm checking on the pit in lap between the pair of them. Lewis was behind Veyron on that lap. Got another replay coming up here. He lost a little time in traffic, and he went an extra lap.
Ooh.
Or wait, no, that's Camillier. No, he didn't do an extra lap. What?
Sander just got a little touch on the rear there on the entry into Dunlop, and unfortunately pushed him around. It was very, very close, though. It was one of those ones where you're splitting hairs, hoping you're not going to touch on entry.
Okay, interesting note. And apologies, I know I'm obsessing over this, but this is battle for the lead stuff. Lewis did get held up behind Dallas Pataska, of all people, one of our championship contenders in the majors, and made slight contact, but I don't see any damage on the car. But that might explain what lost him the time there. And he does have it down to 2 seconds, so he is chasing him back, and it looks like he's making up some of that time. But interesting that Veyron's been kind of the tortoise to the 111's hair. He doesn't seem faster than him, but he consistently has been outsmarting him in outrunning him in strategy by just saving fuel, and now staying out of trouble more easily.
Yeah, thankfully at Le Mans, there's no shortage of places to pass. As we've seen from the Porsche curves earlier, there are still plenty of opportunities to make mistakes and have difficulties with other classes, but the long straights here certainly make it a little bit easier.
Indeed. So there's Sven Haase, who is still in the car, has been since the start. So he's been close to a little over 2 hours now that he's been racing in this machine.
We saw a little Schumacher and Hakkinen at Spa in front of that there, going down the Mulsanne, splitting a GT3.
Indeed, going to get a lot of that too, as we've already seen. Drivers having to be heads up. The only problem is that this part of the track, you have to remember, is regular roads that they're racing on right here. So it is quite narrow. You can see normally 2 lanes, and while you can fit 3 across, and 4 if you take up some of the runoff, it's actually very, very dirty on the sides of the road. And iRacing does mimic that.
Bumpy too on the hard shoulder.
Yeah, exactly. So you generally don't want to be there, as we almost had coming together down through Daytona.
Ah, it was close. Yeah, you can see on the track too with some of the corners. You'll see the cars do a little bit of runoff. You'll see dust come across the track, and it can definitely upset the car.
So coming down into the second chicane here, and that was Viglione and the 45 over Sander Erik Tietz, and that's going to put him up into 13th position. Gain of 3 so far for that 45 team, who I thought we saw a little bit higher up earlier on, but I may be misremembering.
Credit to all the painters for the teams this weekend. All the cars look really good. I got to say, though, I'm a pretty big fan of the way that Valorous Motorsports car looks. I think that's a really sharp-looking paint.
Absolutely. There you can see all the various tools that they have here in iRacing. There's a lot that you can do to customize the cars these days. Everything from the well, you can't do the number on these. That's more of a NASCAR thing. But to the shininess with the spec maps of the cars, to all kinds of decals that you can put onto it. Of course, any color under the rainbow that you can think of that you can put on there.
And we'll see the RGB night lighting on the GT3s after the sun goes down.
Yeah, those are going to illuminate. And that's the thing too. Like, I mean, you got to give props to every painter for every team, just due to the fact they put in almost as much time painting these cars as the drivers do getting ready for the race.
Indeed. And in a lot of cases, we did say that, there's not really much in the way of professionals doing this. This is a lot of people that are doing this as a hobby. There are sponsorships that are then obligations for some of these teams, those that do this professionally. And some of these teams that have sponsors behind them will have those on the car. And then, of course, there's a lot of times charities that are being run for in these 24-hour endurance races. And let's not forget about our charity as well that we're trying to raise money for, Doctors Without Borders. Again, we have a link in the description below if you want to figure out how you can help out and just simply learn more about the cause. Last we heard, $1,200 or thereabouts have been raised for Doctors Without Borders. So big thanks to the majors for putting that together and getting a lot of money put together for a great cause. As we're now watching Privatel in 8th in the GT3s here. That is Sommer in front of him in the 247. And so they have nobody behind them. So this is a battle for P7.
Yeah, and some people might be wondering too, why are these GT3s sitting in the middle of the road? And if you take as you said, they're running on standard roads, so these roads are actually V'd for water runoff, and the GT3s run high enough that if they straddle that white line, it actually diminishes the amount of air that they have to split through the car, and gives them a little bit more pace down the straight.
Yeah, creates that sort of Venturi tunnel effect underneath, making the air go faster underneath them, helping them out. And at a straight that long, every little bit helps. If you can be a mile an hour faster by the end of it over your rival, you take it. So the Legend Track Esports car still hot on the heels of Frikandel Racing there, although they lost a little bit there through the Mulsanne hairpin, unfortunately. Back to Casper, though. sitting 8th in our LMP2s. This is trying to chase down Brabham Esports Hissing in the number 20 in front of them as they plunge into Indianapolis for yet another time. And I'm seeing lots and lots of marbles really building up offline now. It is going to be a right mess if you take yourself offline. Now, thankfully, it's not as bad on the straightaways. That's one thing I find interesting, Michael, compared to real-world racing. Real-world racing, it seems like it gets a lot dirtier offline on the straights. And iRacing, it seems like you're a little bit safer than that, trying to make those lap car overtakes.
Yeah, I'm not sure the reasoning behind that, but it does give you a little bit more leeway into the hard braking zones, which is good for competitiveness. You know, I know it's a simulation, and I know that a lot of people want things to be as exact as possible, but I can tolerate a little bit of lack of convergence to make it a little bit more entertaining for us. But, you know, I'm speaking as a commentator when I say that, not as anything else, not as a competitor, not as just as a commentator. You know, you give me a little bit more entertainment, I'm not going to complain about it.
Exactly. I would think as a driver, too, having placed... Yeah. But I'm sure someday they'll get a lot closer on that end. They're continuing to tweak this. Boy, it's a right traffic jam through here into the Dunlop chicane. And Kevin Sommer kind of caught in the middle of that there in 6th in the Beer Lear Racing Ferrari. As Casper is going to be able to get by him. So IFR Esports gets a bit of clear air before now. Unfortunately... Oh, thankfully he was able to take the racing line. Yeah, I was going to say Garrica might take the apex away, but he was able to slip inside just in time.
I'm trying to tell if it's part of the paint or if I'm seeing just a little bit of left front damage on that IFR car. Right next to the headlight, it looks like there's a little bit of a scrape that I'm not seeing on the right front. I'm just wondering if they just have just a touch of damage there.
Look at myself.
See it right next to the headlight, the little white bleed off right next to the left front headlight there?
You might be right. If it is, it's super, super subtle.
Yeah, super minor damage, not implying that it's having a huge impact. I wonder if maybe they had a little bit of a touch earlier.
From Calvin's car, unfortunately, don't seem to have a good perspective here.
You see that crowd on the road, though, that we talked about. The GT3 is running on the crown where the prototypes don't want to, as we saw Calvin's car cross over that crown and just shoot a bunch of sparks out the back as it bottomed out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you try and run that line in an LMP2 or an LMDH, you're actually going to lose pace.
Yeah,
because these cars are just sat so low to the ground for aerodynamics and so much downforce.
And not only that, but you don't want to damage the bottom of the car where there's aerodynamics that are important to the speed of it. So I'm sure the drivers...
Yeah, as I said earlier, you damage the bottom of the car. It doesn't actually get repaired in a pit stop.
Now, we're hearing that the IFR nose damage, the comments are saying that that may have been contact on before the start of the races. We're going to have a change of position here, maybe, between the leaders. No, Brabham Esports is who we're watching down in the LMP2s. Very close to IFR, but now starting to pull away from them. It looks like they got that spot, so IFR might be struggling a bit if the information we're getting from the chat is accurate here. That is really frustrating if they got that before they even took the green flag.
Yeah, you know, any damage is rough. Pre-green flag damage is a bit of a kick.
Don't even get to see
and I
where you stood up
there
against
was
everybody.
A few pre-start protests that went into the stewards from the tops from this split, so you know, there may be a few cars that got warnings right before the race and got the green flag.
That's a shame.
Right, well, watching that Ferrari with the beer livery all over it, coming down out of bridge and into karting now. I always thought these were a very tricky set of corners. Go for a long time, back and forth, burning up those tires. And Summer, who took over for Strell a little bit earlier, is out of it now and on his way. Sommer, another DH driver. In fact, all three that I see signed up for that team, hailing from Club DH. So I wonder if that's all German drivers with the whole beer theme they've got going on.
Oktoberfest in June, is that like Christmas in July?
I like it. I like the way you think. Still trying to play defense, though, as Privatel on the Legend Track Esports BMW has caught him back up, getting very close behind him. By the way, you may be noticing the shadows getting a little bit longer. It's actually 5:30 p.m. virtual standard time now. So we're starting to get towards the evening, and we'll see more shadows come across the track, continuing to cool it. Right now, it's all the way down to 91 Fahrenheit, so we've dropped a full 10 degrees from the start of the race.
Still have quite a ways to go till sunset, though. I don't think sunset's till maybe 9:30 in sim time, something around there. So while the shadows are going to get long, and the track is going to start to cool, we're not going to be headed for those nighttime blistering laps yet.
Hold on, let me Google. I can actually get you the actual time of when it's going to set, because iRacing does match this to the real world. Oh, and that was for position there as Privatel managed to get by into Daytona.
Well, it sounds like something you need to add to your calendar for next week, Joe, so that you know exactly when that golden hour is going to be.
Exactly, yeah. Well, it is June 10th, so yeah, this is on the actual date, I believe. So you're right. I'll get to experience it twice here.
There you go.
So Sommer is ahead now. Can he stay ahead? Or excuse me, Sommer is behind, I should say. Privatel is ahead. And will Sommer want to stay behind and try and ride back there? Or will he be able to keep up? Lose a little touch here. So that's not a good sign, as they're going to be overtaken by the 7 very briefly. That's the Alpha Esports G Performance with Tiziano in the car.
Yeah, thankfully, as those 2 big runs down into Mulsanne Corner and then down towards Indianapolis, as we saw somebody there peel off into the pits. Aiden Young peeling off into the pits. But yeah, he's got those 2 big runs. So you ought to be able to pick that time back up that he lost going into the first chicane and stick right on the back of the other GT3.
All right, so information I'm seeing. Sunset is at 9:57 p.m. and sunrise for this race is going to be at 5:59 a.m. So pretty much 6 o'clock, just about on the dot. That'll give us, what will that be? About 8 hours of darkness? 8 hours of official night, I should say.
Yeah, definitely going to be some light bleed in there.
Yep. Oh, and I do love that. One of my favorite wallpaper screenshots I've taken is when my team ran the 4GT at Le Mans one year, and down through the S's, you got the sun shining off the pavement and hitting the car as it's battered with all the rubber marbles, having basically defaced the paint scheme. Just love seeing the early hours in the morning here at Le Mans. Is Sander Eric Titz, I'm understanding it's pronounced, I'm seeing. So cover your ears if that offends you, but that's apparently how the name is pronounced. But the Valorious Motorsports number 36, hot on the heels here as he dives through the Porsche curves himself.
Ooh, very wide from Nathan Jude there. That was super close to a slowdown. Got a little loose on like mid-corner, just past the apex. It looked like a little bit of a bobble and really ran it out on the edge of the curb there.
Absolutely. I've watched Nathan race a lot of times on this channel as well, over on the Autobahn series. And Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black has picked him up clearly. Have him racing in 6th in the LMP2 class currently. We're roughly 2.5 hours into this race. Also, don't forget our coverage will not end after Michael, Robert, and I hop off here in about a half an hour. We're going to have our friends take over after we leave. We're going to see the likes of Asim Puhaka, Michael Johnson, and Andrew Cardinal take over for us, take you to the halfway point, or to the to the 6-hour point of this race, where we will go off air. And then if you want, the majors will have their own stream radio style during the evening that you can follow on. And then we'll be back with 6 hours left to go on Sunday. That'll be 3 a.m. Eastern in the real world that you can catch us returning to coverage, where we'll hop back on and take you to the end of the race. But Nathan Jew now.
Thanks for that reminder.
Yeah.
I'm scheduled for race control at 2 a.m. until the end of the race.
Boy,
so
yeah. I do not envy you. I would try and do it myself if it weren't for the fact that I'm actually going to be up at 6 a.m. helping with another broadcast for Williams Esports. So I'm going to be plenty tired myself, because I'm going to have to be up at 6 a.m. to hop over for that one. But
I got the easy assignments. This feels good.
Yeah.
So you and I are jumping into Camel GT very briefly, which is never an easy assignment. No shortage of action there.
Yeah, our brains will not be allowed to relax for that one. As Sven Haas from the lead, and the number 18 car is going to take his scheduled stop, I believe. Yeah, this is lap 10. And he'll come in, get service. Looks like Thomas King and the Sebelt Esports LMP2 going to follow in. Are we going to see? Yep. Yeah, this looks like everybody who's still on that same desired strategy are together.
Yeah, we'll see if effect comes in. So my expectation is that we're going to see Veloce stay out, Brabham come in, Hydra Race come in, Brabham come in. It's going to be interesting to see just how far off sequence the Veloce team can get, and how that's going to affect them as we get towards the end of the race.
Now, I believe, if I understand correctly, isn't there a fuel mapping that you can do in the LMP2s? Is that maybe what we're seeing Simone doing, or is this just all lift and coast skills?
In my
experience, a combination of both, because you can control your throttle map and your fuel within the LMP2.
In my experience, while that mapping is available, I always feel like I'm just more reliable at getting consistent lap time and consistent fuel saving if I just manage my right foot.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to find out.
Give me the full beans map. That way, if I need it, I've got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's nice to press on the pedal and it goes at the speed you're expecting it to, rather than if if you don't really want on the throttle, not a problem.
So, Adrian Garica back here in 5th in the LMDH class. That is for position in front of him, Punto CL. We said earlier it's a long race, and seeing them down in 10th was not what we expected. Well, here you go, 666 team into the top 5. Probably going to be taking their pit stop here pretty soon with them on lap 9. As we said, pretty much all of the LMP2s just took their pit stop while Veloce stayed out.
Yeah, second biggest mover of the race. The biggest being down in GT3s. The number 24 is up 12 spots.
Nice gains from them. Very good to see them be able to bump their way up. Pearson Esports with Jamie Rushworth. You have Ross McFarlane. Ooh, yeah. Aaron. At the end of the stint. That's interesting. Fastest lap of the race at a 3:21.045.
Yeah, that's almost qualifying speed. So he was really moving.
Nice little toe here. And those could be under threat. So will Adrian try and make a move? No, I think he lifted a little bit there on the way up into the Porsche curve. So gonna just sit behind as we got a replay. Let's take a look. This is Hanska, currently in 8th. Not sure if he lost positions with whatever happened. And there is a good example of how low these cars
too much curve.
He lost his rear wing as well.
It was close to just missing the wall there, but it just had just a little too much speed and just slid all the way that extra bit. Got to be careful headed back to the pits now, and that's not going to be a short repair.
Yeah, that's you really need that on there. You can't try and trundle around. You're not going to have the speed you need. In fact, he's had another incident just now coming into the Porsche curves, discovering what the lack of downforce does to it. Not sure if he had more. Yeah, he had more contact with the wall, unfortunately. Got a pass, though, as Jew looks like he might be able to get by. And yes, he has passed Stephen McDonald. Nice run down into Indianapolis. That's another one that takes some guts.
Yeah, he swung it wide there on the entry into Indianapolis and just did it in like such a manner that made the Brabham team think, do I actually have an opportunity to attack here? No. Okay, he's got the defensive line. And then he's got a great run out of Arnage. So it was a good attack, good defense, and then great traction coming out and has really solidified that pass.
Well, he's still with him. He's trying to hang on here through the Porsche curves to make sure that he doesn't scamper away from him and keep him honest. Both have had their pit stops.
Ooh, little grass rotation there on entry.
Absolutely. By the way, Simone has that extra lap building up. They're now 2 laps beyond everybody else because they continued on once again. That advantage is just going to continue to grow if they keep that up. If everybody can make that number, and by the end, absolutely going to be clear a pit stop or 2.
Yeah, and the fuel saving is in these cars. I mean, like we said, there's so many ways to do it that, or for the LMDH, it's pretty much lift and how you use your battery. And if you can do it, you can go long. LMP2, same thing. So your right foot management, a few little controls in the car, you might be able to go a lot longer than most drivers.
Looks like we've had a switch of drivers. Pike from Beach Racing has Teemu Toika. His fans have lovingly dubbed him Fat Teemu. Another one from the Camel GT series here, Michael, and he is ready to take on a little bit more of a modern prototype. I think that's an all-Finn team, if I'm seeing correctly. Yeah, that's all Finns.
I'm sorry, which team was Toika in?
Pike from Beach Racing.
I believe that's also the team that Topi Korteniemi is in, I believe. So a bunch of fast guys in that car for sure.
Very. Yeah, that's another one. Now they're kind of far down the order right now, and they're in a long pit stop. I wonder if they had some damage on that 51. Did we miss an incident maybe? Taking a long time here. See if they get back out. Maybe I'm just not seeing correctly.
To be clear, I don't know that Topi is racing in this event. I just believe that that is also the team that he is part of.
Right, so it's like Vroom TM back out on track, Precision 111. Vroom TM also has swapped drivers. Elliot Veyron out, and it's going to be Julian Magalon in, and Nathan Lewis has hopped out of the 111 with Pat Pelchat now in the car.
And that group of 3 that we were watching with Hydro Race Geodesic and Garrick with Motorsport and Punto are all coming into the pits together with a couple other LMDHs in there as well, already swapping tires.
All right, so we're seeing some more strategy start to play out, but things are looking slightly more mixed than what we saw before, as Fiercely Forward Yellow now 3 laps different from their rivals, going the opposite direction of what we've seen for Veloce Esports. Oh my goodness, Veloce's gone another lap. Wow. Thomas Simone must really be getting some amazing fuel mileage here.
That man is sipping on fuel. Just sipping.
Okay, so Cyril DeForge back in 6th in the LMDH for Garicki Motorsport Klasmo. That's for position with Punto CL just in front of them. We talked about them being in the top 5 earlier, where they lost 1 spot into 5th. They were in P4. Here is our leader Magalon in the meantime on your screen, heading down into the braking of the Mulsanne corner, 4 seconds ahead of Pelchat. And that's pretty much what we've seen, the distance between them after the pit stops. But this time, Vroom did not have fuel to save because they were ahead of them. So that might just be down to the 12 just making better fuel in general. Gerritsen here in 6, looking on the back of Garike. Looks like Garike getting up into top 5, overtaking them out of the Turtle Rouge onto the Mulsanne. Just got a better exit, put the foot down, and Gerritsen couldn't do anything to hold him back.
Yeah, it's interesting that these three cars are just sticking together and seem to be running really similar pace. I mean, I know you get a little bit of draft and that helps you a little bit, but they've traded positions a whole bunch. It's not like there isn't a fight here. I mean, they're racing. They're treating it, it's like the end of the Group C era, end of the modern era for Le Mans, where suddenly it went from an endurance race to it's a sprint race that just happens to go 24 hours.
Exactly. It's very difficult now these days. You have to be so on it, be pushing so hard. Maxime Marriott putting that car back into first here in the Maniti Racing Green GT3. Tim Matzke was in that Mercedes a little bit ago. And looks like everybody else also going to be swapping around behind them, except, nope, Murgia is going to stay in the car. Bristow was in there earlier. They changed about a stint to go. And Christian Arp for Thomas Cope. So that's going to be third place changing hands. Thomas, wow, went a long time. So 2.5 hours before he finally stepped out of the car.
Well, part of me says, look, when you've been in the car that long, you know exactly how it's going to handle. You can turn in fast, reliable laps. And the other part of me goes, I know in 2 hours, I'm starting to see some pretty good mental fatigue, and I'm starting to lose lap time based on that. So definitely a bit of a balance game, a bit of a seesaw there. Balancing the two is, side by side through that's the first chicane, way over the curb. Lucky not to slam the floor there.
Yeah, I think that's what you're going to see. I know for myself running this, we were usually broken down into 2-hour stints, and then maybe our faster driver would take the end of the race and run an extra stint. But usually it's about a 2-hour stint for each driver, and then a break for a couple hours before they come back in.
Yeah, that sounds about like kind of the stuff that we would do as well. Neil Winbow, another new driver out there for Valorius Motorsports in the number 36, and comes into the car immediately with some action here out in 15th with Sebastian Schue in the Pro Sim machine. That's not that's a lapping car. That's Pelchat actually down there second in the LMDHs, who's going to split them and be a bit of an annoyance to Emil, at least temporarily. Schue's going to be able to try and stretch away a little bit because of that. Goes around the GT3 car, and yeah, a lot of distance was put between them. Graham Sanders, in the meantime, hops on board, has been on board for Austin Young now, but still in 7th position. 3 seconds to make up to Christian Gerritsen, who we saw lose a position not long ago. Does seem like this 9 car is relatively quick. Let's see what their lap times look like in comparison to those around them.
They were right on that group. That's that same group of 3 that we've been watching, Joe. And Graham actually had a spin. I think it was, a half spin, I should say, coming out of Dunlop, going into the S's. And as we get the replay for that spooled up, we're going to see it. He looks around the outside here, and I think when he came over, he just barely touched the grass maybe and put it into a big drift that looked gorgeous, but, ended up on the wrong side of that curb. It's going to be a slight slowdown from that, plus hot tires, so he's got a little work to do to catch back up.
That was magnificent stuff. So great job by Graham. Just lose a couple seconds or so instead of losing the whole car, especially with how fast those S's are. Slowdown penalty for Peterson here, though. And that looks like they were in a fight that, in fact, they might lose a spot here to those behind them. It's going to be Adam State approaching. Nope. Adam's going to just stay behind.
Yeah, when you're that close to the braking zone, no harm in just dropping back a little bit and making sure you get a good exit and get a good run here going into the second chicane.
If Adam goes pro and he gets an agent, is that making him an agent of the state?
I don't know. I was trying to work on a GoPro joke there. Do we have a camera view that looks like that?
I think we might. Dougie might have put some on boards. So Peterson coming around, and that was a big slide. Another big clatter of the curbs underneath the car of Nikolai there, kicking up the sparks. There you go. There's a good onboard GoPro shot.
Yep, Adam's running behind the IFR team, just following into Mulsanne here. It's not that difficult to spot the braking point. The problem is that it's one of those ones where you're coming from such a high speed and it's such a slow corner that as you get on the brakes, you always second guess. Did I go too deep? Have I braked too much? Did I brake too much? Do I need to get off the brakes? And instead of getting that nice vertical brake trace that then tapers off as you start to get the car, rotated on trail brakes into the corner, a lot of times it's kind of looks like a roller coaster where it's got a hill and a valley and a hill and a valley, and it just, you can lose or gain 4/10 through Mulsanne corners so easily.
Indeed, and it looks like we might actually have a driver ready to talk to us for once. Thomas Cope is waiting in the wings. We watched him for a long first stint, and he, of course, racing for the Olympus Esports Ariane team. So let's see if we can have a little chat with him and see what it's like for his team out there. Thomas, welcome to the booth. Thanks for joining us. The 39 car is looking pretty good from what we've seen. Excuse me, not the 39 car.
21.
Yes, thank you. So there's a lot going on. You were in for quite a long first stint. Was there a reason your team decided to keep you in for so long?
Yeah, just the pacer was pulling out at the start. Plus it puts us on a good tyre strategy for the rest of the race. Going from this point onwards, I'm not going to say too much about what the strategy is, but the Merc's one of the best cars on the tyre wear right now. So we're looking good to do well, and Christian's in the car now doing a really good job starting off his stint.
Well, Thomas, you actually started to answer one of the questions I was going to have for you was, what drove you guys to pick the Merc? Is it just tire wear, or is it, the front engine rear wheel drive makes it a little easier to handle through some of the high speed, or?
Yeah, it's just as an all-in-all car. It's got a good top speed. It's really stable as a baseline, and all in all, I think the push in this track and with the car, it is really one of the better cars to go with. And all our drivers, we were doing baseline testing and just running all the cars, and we all found a good stable point with the Merc, so it fit best with the team with how we all drive the car.
Now, we've been watching Indy Racing and Mac Performance looking like they've got really good speed pretty much from the get-go. You've got what looks like 13 seconds and more than 30 seconds to make up to the lead, or to the second and lead respectively. Do you guys have anything up your sleeve? You mentioned doing some clever stuff with the tires. Do you think you've got something to catch them, or do you need to rely on some bad luck for them?
I'd never want to rely on bad luck, but I think that's all we've really got. We have got a strong team, and we have a few drivers that can pull some really, really good pace. But more for us, we just want to focus on staying clean and keeping the car running for the full 24 hours. I've raced against Indy quite a bit. They're a really strong team, really good. Same with my performance. I'd never want anything bad to ever happen to them, but I think that's what it might take at this point. But yeah, it's going to be a good long 24 hours.
With 10 different splits here in the majors, 24, it takes a lot to reach the top split. Is that on its own just a feeling of accomplishment for your team?
Yeah, 100%. This team sort of formed around a team we had in this last year in the LMP1s in top split called Team Oblivion Racing, and we now formed Olympus Esports from that. So just getting into top split on the early stages of the team, and it was a big momentous boost for the team and for all the drivers in the campaign. it just shows all the hard work we've been putting in has paid off, and everyone's really hyped about just being in the race, in the top main race, let alone putting out the performance we are right now.
That was a very close battle there down into Indianapolis. It looks like you got a question, Michael. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was still just talking about.
Oh, I see.
Yes, about the usage of the Mercedes. So
gotcha.
I'm always interested in what drives you guys, Thomas, through baseline testing, whether it be, I know that I'm going to get sidetracked for a second here. At Bathurst earlier in the year, people talked about the McLaren was the fast car. You wanted to be in the McLaren, but it also was ready to kill you at just about every single turn over the mountain. So I'm always curious to hear what drives a team to select their car, whether it's, one driver can't deal with it, or they feel like it's the best for everyone, or they feel like it has a top speed advantage. So those little intricacies are always interesting to me.
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just, following on, the Merc is one of the great cars. The tyre wear really helps us, for our team at least, put us on good pace. I mean, I don't know if you picked up on the pace towards the end of my final stint that I just did. We were just able to pull time and time onto the cars in front. I think Maniti are on a similar strategy with tyres. They might be a bit more optimised on the straights and on the car setup, but I think all three Mercs out on that field today are really utilising the tyres to the full.
Yeah, I was just looking. The last 5 average for you guys is actually a 10th per lap ahead of the leader, and give or take 4/10 a lap ahead of Mag. So you guys are definitely reeling them in. You've got the pace. Just got to keep at it.
We're into the wall hard.
Who was into the wall hard there, Robert?
Sorry, I was on my view. There was an LMP2 went into the wall hard.
Well, in fact, I also saw a black flag for Jasir while you're looking at that. So the first actual penalty we've seen handed out from the live stewards. Not sure what that was for on Fiercely Forward Yellow. That'll be for Dayton Lowe, actually, who's in the car right now. That'll have to serve that. So strange things going on. Robert, did you find the crash?
No, unfortunately, I lost it, but they definitely would have towed.
Interesting stuff. We'll see if we can find that.
Yeah, I was at Arnage.
Thomas, we can talk about the ease to drive the car or the advantages of the Merc, but let's be honest. You guys picked it for the sound.
Yeah, 100%. The sound of it is really good. I think I have just found one of the LMDHs are towing the Protocharged SimSport. Just as a little side note for you. I've just seen that they just towed on the track.
So that might answer our question. Also, I'm getting information that the 112's penalty is due to contact. So that, I believe, it says leading to pile up earlier in race. I think that is referring to the
earlier accident.
All right. Well, Thomas, thank you for coming and talking to us and giving us some insight. Don't be afraid to come back some more.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. I love the broadcast.
Thomas Cope there, helping for the third place GT3 number 21 Olympus Esports Ariane. We've got a replay, I believe, of the wreck that we missed here that Robert had eyes on into. I heard it was into Arnage, but this doesn't look like Arnage. That is out of, I think, the Daytona chicane.
Yeah, yep. Or no, it's Mulsanne too.
Then just straight line it. Oh, can he get stopped? Ooh.
Oh, he's got big suspension damage on the left front there. It's broken completely.
Oh, no. So that's why he had to take a tow. And that ended it for him. So
yeah, it was just that.
Sorry, I just got so briefly just in a glimpse as I glimpsed at my screen.
That was Jake Browning. Or no, Jan Korbs was in the car, I'm seeing. Unless Jake was in there for less than a lap. But it was a 73 Protocharged SimSport, like we had mentioned earlier. And they are in pit lane taking repairs, so they could still come back out if they so desire. Also, do we lose the 51? Did Timu have a wreck? Timo must have had a wreck on his outlap because I don't see him on the track, and I don't see any laps for him in my timing and scoring. Strange things afoot here at this stage in the Majors 24. So we're going to head back to Old Faithful here. The battle between Sommer and, well, just about everybody. This time, Pure Sims Esports GT Jamie Rushworth is in the car now. Freakendale Express was who they were up against earlier.
I have no idea if what Freakendale stands for, what the company is, what the team name is, but I enjoy the name. It rolls off the tongue. Freakendale Express.
Exactly, I like it.
I feel like I need a jingle or a tagline to follow that up with, but I'm not that clever right now.
Julian Magalon, though, in first after taking over for Veyron, another driver that did a long first stint there. An impressive first stint. Well, didn't lead most of it, but eventually wound up in the lead. Now has it over Pelchat in the Precision Racing 111. He was up against Nathan Lewis before they had those pit stops.
Yeah, just extended the gap a little bit, maybe 4 or 5 tenths. It's out to 2.8 now. Still, with traffic or slowdowns or various other things that happen at Le Mans, still very much within touching distance.
Indeed. Haven't seen the Fiercely Forward car pit yet. They get 4 laps, I believe, to serve that penalty, and then they will be disqualified if they do not take it. So we may have had something happen to Zen Sheik out there, but we're trying to find information on that. Sven Haas, in the meantime, Sven might be the only car that's been in this entire time. They are allowed to do that. Excuse me, we have solved it. Faison Sheik is the pace car driver. So, yes, nothing has happened to Faison Sheik out there. But, yes, man, Sven Haas. Let's see. Okay, who is he teaming up with at this point in that Aston Martin liveried machine? Tom Ryer and Reynard Heibel. All Diatch drivers I'm seeing. The Lance Stroll Future World Champion team. But they've been leading pretty much since the get-go, except for on the pit strategy, when Veloce Esports has been going longer than everybody else.
Yeah, speaking of Veloce, I've been told that they got just tagged a little bit by an LMDH into Arnage and are carrying just a little bit of damage. It happened sometime during Tamash's stint. And they're losing about 4 tenths a lap right now, give or take. But they're going to chip away at those optional repairs through their pit stop process, and hopefully it won't cost them too much time.
All right, so Pennington back out here, having now taken over. Earlier we had Tomasz Simon, but I think he did 2 stints, it looks like, which seems to be the MO for this team, because Emery also did 2 stints, so I think that makes up a little less than an hour, or a little more than an hour, potentially, for each driver out there. Marcus Girac down 10th in the Alpine Eagle Racing Ice car, up 2 positions. That is really dwarfed by the IFR Esports team. Peterson's up 8 spots in that team. Not many of the LMP2 cars have gained that many positions over the course of this race. We still have 7 cars left on the lead lap. Vroom, Precision 111, the 116 team, Fiercely Forward Yellow, which have just pitted actually, Garicki Motorsport, and Hydro Race Geodesic along with Punto Racing CL have all pitted. Punto CL Racing must have had some problems because they were much higher than this before. They were 4th or 5th, and now they're down in 7th, so they must have had some problems. Girac here, though. Is he going to be able to get a spot? Looks like Alpine Eagle Racing is going to be able to overtake into 9th. IFR has no answer for them down the straight, so move the 128 team up 1.
I'm seeing fiercely forward yellow in the pits right now, which is kind of 5-lap offset from the rest of the field. I'm wondering, is this related to the penalty that you had mentioned, Joe? Do we know?
Oh, you know what? I think you're right. I think they're probably serving that penalty. They still have the black flag, though. Now, rules can differ sometimes. There's some that say that you must take the drive-through, and I don't know which one they were given. And there are those that you can serve the penalty, but are given extra time on your pit stop if you do take service. And they are taking service right now. So if they are able to, they're going to get extra time added on and will serve it that way. But if they have to take the drive-through, they have to come back around and do this again.
I mean, it's a long stop. Most of the stops for the LMDHs are in the minute and 3-second range, and they're currently at 1:45.
Yeah, so they're
I think they got a 30-second hold.
Yep, that would be it then. So they're taking service, but they're using their 30-second hold during it, and they're back running. They're in 7th. And Sisyphus heads back up the hill, unfortunately. All that hard work that they did to climb up to the top 3 has to be done again.
Well, on the bright side, they have plenty of time.
Caution is out, and they're going to be saved by the bell. They're still on the lead lap, and they'll make up all that time that they just gave away.
Wow.
Unbelievable luck for them.
Yeah, that's huge.
And that works out perfect for us because we're getting close to our break here. So you guys don't have to sit through that as much. But I guess this gives us an opportunity as we wait for the safety car to head out on track to go through the top 3 in each of our classes, starting with the LMDHs. Vroom TM finds themselves still in first, and they didn't have the big gap over Pelchat, but enough that I'm sure they don't like seeing that disappear. And it looks like, they actually, drivers pitting in, some staying out. We might have to wait for this to get a feel for where all the order is. Let's wait until this pit stop finishes. That could change things in these LMDHs.
The pits will not close.
Whoa, did they close when these cars entered?
The pits do not close. They are open all during caution. There is no close time. They are good to jump into pits whenever they want. But they are going to pick up the pace as they go down the front straight to avoid anybody playing any shanky games.
Gotcha. Okay. You had me scared for a second. They were closed. We were going to see a ton of penalties. So yeah, a number of drivers are going to be coming in here. And remember, when the pace cars, the 3 pace cars pick up each of the leaders, they will separate the classes out to 1 pace car each. So we'll see that happen in a bit. But before that, obviously, we got the pit stops going down. And it looks like Garicki Klasmo is going to stay out, which is going to give them the lead, waiting for the pit stops to finish for everybody else. And it looks like most of them are exiting now in those LMDHs. So Garicki Motorsport Klasmo is now your leader in the LMDHs. They stayed out, going to take a gamble to get the track position, but they're going to have to come in under green probably to take that pit stop. Julian Magalon in the Vroom TM car is now in second. They took the advantage of this caution to take a pit stop, and Pelchat behind them also did likewise in the Precision Racing Esports 111. They're now down to third. So there's your top 3 in the LMDHs. Michael, what's the top 3 in the LMP2s look like?
Well, the LMP2s, if we don't talk about the top 3, if we talk about the top 5, they're all in this group we have on screen. So we have Sven Haas in the Lance Stroll Future World Champion team, followed by Thomas King in the Sawbelt Esports LMP2 with Effect Simulations 909 with James Ibram at the wheel. In third, followed by Valache with Luke Pennington, also in that group, and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Block with Nathan Jew, I mean, they're all right there in that same group of traffic. So they did not get split up by the safety cars, and it's going to lead to some interesting strategy for pitting and repairs and tires and driver changes.
And of course, we've got the GT3s. Robert, how's the top three looking there?
Well, we've got Marriott running first, Murgia running second, ARP running third. So now they are still waiting for their safety car, but I think they're going to send them around. ARP is followed up by Martin and Summer. And pulling in sixth is Rushworth 3. So there is our LMDH safety car.
Indeed. So they've at least put that one out, and they're catching up. That field will try and stack up behind them. And we're going to take a quick break here. So hang tight while they sort things out on the track. We're going to change teams. Again, thank you for joining us for the first 3 hour. Austin Puhak are going to take over for me as Michael Johnson and Andrew Cardinal also join us on air, and Daniel Costello will continue to lead the way behind the scenes. Stick around. There's more to come here in the Majors 24 for the next 3 hours.
back to Majors 24 live here on Global Sim Racing channel. You're hearing new voices, and these voices belong to myself, Ossian Puhakka. Alongside me for the next 3 hours will be Michael Johnson and Andrew Cardinali. Behind the cameras is still our director, Daniel Costello, and he's using these wonderful pictures provided by Dougie Beard. He's wonderful, wonderful handiwork on display here once again. And we are still under safety car conditions here at Majors 24. First caution of the day has been thrown out, and that means we are still going slowly around the 13.5 kilometer, 8 and some miles long Circuit de la Sarthe, one of the meccas of international motorsport. Michael, this is a place that is special in the heart of any racing driver, and as a racing driver, it must be wonderful to see cars going around this track once again, albeit slowly.
Albeit slowly, yes. I do love this track because of the history. This is the race that every race car driver, at least in GT and prototype, wants to, at a minimum, race. Now, many, I want to win it. No, there are so many who just want to qualify to be here because this is one of those circuits. It's like, let's say in Formula One, you want to race the Monaco Grand Prix. That's the one that everybody on the planet knows. And if you don't follow this type of racing, this endurance racing, you still know what Circuit de la Sarthe is. This is an iconic track, and it has such an amazing history. We see the cars right now going through the chicanes that were added to actually slow things down. These cars were running at 230, 240 miles per hour down this long straight. And take a look all the way back there where those tire walls are. That's to slow things down and to create a little safety as well as action. So this track has gone through a few changes, a few minor changes, but places like the Porsche Curves, Arnage, Maison Blanche, all these places are names that just sit on the lips of every racing fan around the world.
Certainly do. The White House, Maison Blanche, it means two different things to two different groups of people. Usually people think of the place in Washington, D.C., but we think of a corner at this track here. We see some cars taking their laps back. They're getting the safety car queue back in order, which means that we'll be going green in not too long after this. But before that, having a chance to talk to Andrew, we got 3 classes. We got a multi-class race, modern type of endurance racing. Joe and Cole talked about it before us as well, but it's essentially a 24-hour sprint. So it's gonna be so demanding for these drivers.
Absolutely, no matter what car these guys are in, what class. You're right, it is a bit of a sprint race. They have to be on top of their stint timing, their fuel use over the course of a run. They have to make sure they can get every single lap they can out of these fuel stints. And now this safety car being thrown in, Ossian, really changes the entire picture. Of course, it saved some teams, it hurt some others with their strategies, and we're going to see everybody kind of reset back to square one.
That is absolutely true. You can see the class leaders there on the left side of your screen. We're watching David Lindsay, who is one of the cars going fast around this track. Nice to see the TNT Racing colors still out there, having had a chance to race against TNT Racing drivers back in 2015 in minor formulas back then, let's put it that way. And it's good to see that the endurance team is still alive and well. Jordan Johnson, Pure Sims Esports in the LMP2 class out there as well, in the number 16. Of course, that is also the number with which Rusty Wallace started his NASCAR career. Ironically, for the NASCAR fans out there, who at this hour may be few and far between, but I know there still are some. Luke Rosella as well. These drivers, mind you, if you are confused why some of these drivers are running slowly around the track, and some of these drivers are blasting around at essentially full pace, they have to get the queue behind the safety car back in order. So they are passing the cars, essentially passing the entire queue and taking what is a lap back. So they put these cars on the same lap, and then they can get racing once again. and they are already catching to what appears to be a pack of 3 cars and rest of their mates as well, and rejoining the race from the back of this pack, which is usually something done just before the race can go green once again. So these next 3 hours we've had a bit of a breather at this point. Michael, what does that do to a driver? Like how does a driver go from running essentially at 50, 60, 70 miles an hour behind a safety car to full racing speed again? Is it difficult, or is it more like a natural adjustment?
Well, it depends on how experienced you are, I guess. I remember the first few times that I got into a safety car situation, you kind of get lulled into a Sunday drive. And you're like, oh, okay, great. Yeah, I'm not passing anyone. Oh, and looks like we are green flag.
We are green. So the hypercar class, of course, the leading class in this BMW hyperclass, it's Vroom trademark. Julien Magalon leading the queue ahead of Sanders, Baker, Pelchat, Lowe, and DeForge. All of them now blasting down, going towards the second chicane, and then turning right towards the site where Mark Webber and Peter Dumbrek had their accidents in 1999. And meanwhile, Tom Brown here, Bram Esports, Hissing Sid team, the Hissing Sid car rather. It has that lovely name, of course, bringing back some racing history with Bram Esports. Tom Brown in second place in the LMP2 class, just behind stage, just ahead of Peterson, so they are green as well here on the Porsche curves. And,
yeah, through the Porsche curves, I love this part of the track. It is one of my favorite spots. This is where, so you've had these long opportunities for drafting, and it's kind of a game of chicken. Do you want to be the guy in front, or you want to be the guy behind? Porsche curves is where you come up. You've just gone through Arnage, which is your first opportunity to see, do I have better brakes? Do I have better cornering? Can I make it around this guy? And then you get up to Porsche curves, and this is where you can really have that first opportunity to make something happen, to get that pass going. And if you don't do it there, you have another chance coming up to Corvette curves. But Porsche curve is really that first spot where you can start to show a little dominance and maybe strike a little fear into the heart of the guy in front of you.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, we have a replay coming up, and Andrew, let's see what we have coming up here. Katsuki Fujita seems to be the driver.
Yeah, up into Dunlop. Of course, to start the lap here, side by side, the BMW up the right side, and everything looks all nice and toasty from here, and just came across the nose.
Yeah, just came across the nose. Very typical of a racing accident there. Kazuki thankfully not losing too much time there, so Kazuki Fujita, or Fujita Kazuki actually, going by the Japanese naming conventions, is able to rejoin the GT3 class, now sitting, let's see where he is on our live timing. He is last in class, but definitely not least. Now watching Dennis Timmer in the second place, then moving back to Julien Magalon, still in the second place on the hypercar class, of course chasing Graham Sanders and ahead of David Baker, and they're still pretty well together. That's what I'm noticing, like there's nothing too big going on, although Sanders seems to be going for that aggressive early strategy here, Michael, which is to be just, well, explain it to us actually. What do you want to do here if you're leading the pack in a track like this?
It's hard to say. These types of races have changed over the decades. It used to be you would run the car at 80%, 90%, but like we said earlier, this is a 24-hour sprint, and you have to set that dominance early. If you can get out front and start going and just open up a gap, even though it's going to get caught up again when you get into a yellow flag situation, you want to show that dominance. You want to show those other drivers that, hey, look, I'm the one who goes faster here. You guys can just kind of stick around for a little while, but I'm going to open this up. So opening up that gap, showing that dominance, that's really the mind game that gets played at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like being a kindergarten teacher. You have to assert your dominance right away, or they will just run all over you. Dayton Lowe here in the fiercely forward yellow machine, 112, one of my favorite team names. Fiercely forward, and they have a lion on the car as well to mark the fierceness. Just like most of the European nations have a lion as their official animal or in their regal insignia or whatever, despite not having any lions apart from maybe some zoos. But that's a completely different conversation. Regardless, Lowe is chasing down the Gaelic Motorsport Class Mode team, which is piloted by Cyril Deforge, there on the 5th place in the 161 car. And seems to be the case that Sanders' strategy, as we're watching this battle, just mentioning it off the screen, watching Martin Asher now in the Asher Racing Machine, Sanders' strategy seems to be working out so far, and it seems to be working out quite well, making a 2-second gap. As Michael mentioned, it's a lot about having a lot about mental strength these days, and a lot about just driving flat out essentially for 24 hours these days, and Sanders' early strategy certainly seems to be working out well. So that's why we're watching these LMP2 cars essentially, because they seem to be having a great battle. Alpine Eagle Racing Ice, of course, Martin Asher driving that car, just behind Nikolai Pedersen in the IFR eSports machine. And just briefly going to you, Andrew, on that note, when we talk about endurance racing, we always have a lot of stories. There's a couple of traditions and a couple of tropes with which commentators go with when it comes to endurance racing. So what is your approach if you're doing endurance racing, or if you would be just advising these guys? What would your advice to be to someone like Magellan or Baker or Pelchat, as we're watching the LMP2 battles, but in the hypercar class, now that they're seeing the leader run away? Do you let them run away, or let him run away and essentially try to catch back later? Or are you saying, look guys, we need to stick with the leader here?
Well, I think we saw they wanted to race, of course, right off the safety car, and that's what sets this race apart from most other endurance races you see on iRacing. Very rarely do you see safety cars in road racing at all on iRacing, so I love that the majors can officiate that and set this event apart already there. But of course, these guys, right off the safety car, they want to race, but at the same time, you have 20.5 hours left to go. You have to race the race. You cannot get bogged down racing each other in moments that likely won't matter in even 5 hours, let alone 20. So you've just got to sit in and race the racetrack, as we've got a replay coming.
That we do. Michael?
Yeah, taking a look here, this is looks, everything seems to be under control, but when you don't have a rear wing, it makes it a little bit difficult to get through that Porsche curve. You've got to have downforce to go through there at that speed. If not, I mean, in real life, that would have hurt a lot, and that probably would have brought out a full course caution in real life. But fortunately, here in iRacing, you have the ability to reset and take a quick tow so the track stays clear.
Oh, and Pennington is actually side by side here. So that's Luke Pennington here having a bit of a race with, I think it's Enrico Feta that he's racing with there, going past him on the outside, heading towards the Indianapolis Arnage complex. So that's always a bit of a treacherous thing to do, but that's the thing with these draft packs. You just have to get it going early on, and like, you have to stick with the pack. But if you see the pack ahead trying to get away, then you have to make some moves, and you have to make sure that you're in a position where you don't get left behind essentially from the previous battles. And that's exactly the thing we have going on there, because Pennington last time around 2.5 seconds right now behind Nathan Zhu in the Hydro Racing Geodesic Racing black car in the 10th place. So that's a couple of seconds to make up, which is not an easy thing to do at all on a circuit like this, which has these long straights where draft is such a huge advantage. However, they seem to be bundled up in front thanks to some lap traffic in the form of the GT3 machines, and that is very much a blessing, and not even in these guys. Watching the third place battle now between Brown and Peterson. That's Tom Brown and Nikolai Peterson, guys we mentioned earlier on. Brabham Esports, Hissing Sid seems to have gained a position here earlier on, but Peterson wants that position very much back. And this is just one of the most interesting things in any endurance race, Andrew, when you have lap traffic and you can just see the pace differences and see how these drivers work the traffic, what gaps to go for, what gaps to not go for.
Yeah, the lap traffic with the LMP2s and GT3 cars today is certainly interesting to watch. You've got very different sizes of cars, very different pace, and those small little LMP2s just fly and dance around the GT field. But watching these guys now into Mulsanne, you'll see all of these LMP2 cars going to try and get over to the right side, maybe the left, and get all these positions they can up over the GT3 cars. You do not want to get stuck behind a GT into one of the Mulsanne chicanes, and everybody so far working through nicely. A few log jams into the first Mulsanne chicane, but we do have one incident. Car 45, Absolute Motorsports, out into the dirt, along with Luke Pennington for Veloce Esports. So a couple of moments, but everybody okay.
Yeah, so that was the battle we watched earlier on between Enrico Feta in the Absolute Motorsport, the number 45, and Luke Pennington in the Velos Esports. And I think that would be a replay coming up, wondering if it's... no, it's Jake Browning in the 73 Protocharged Sim Sport car in the first of the chicane. Just getting a little bit antsy on the exit. And Michael, what happened there?
It looked like he missed his apex. I'm guessing he came in a little bit too hot and then came off of that apex, did not get the grip off that inside, and maybe hit a little bit of the marbles on the outside. If we end up getting an overhead shot later, you'll be able to see that outside of that main racing line, there's a lot of what looks like debris. Some people call it clag, some people call it marbles. It's basically just rolled up rubber, and iRacing has done a brilliant job at implementing that debris out there, and you really have very little traction. Sure, it's rubber, but it's a little rubber ball, and you're rolling across it, so it makes it very difficult to keep traction with whichever tires are on it.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone out there, I mean, most of you in the audience, I'm assuming you've ridden a bicycle. Now, little bits of gravel on top of smooth tarmac or asphalt, whichever you like to call it, that's a very, very similar of an experience. We got a replay coming up here as well, and that would be the situation, yeah, between Feta and
that was into the first Mulsanne chicane.
Yeah, that was smart right there, taking that straight line instead of trying to hero the car back around. I know, Andrew, I've seen this where people go into a corner and they're overdoing it, and they're like, no, I can make it. But the right idea there, I think, and I think you would agree, is go straight and don't hit anything.
Yeah, I think one thing drivers should keep in mind is, of course, if you wait into a corner, especially a heavy braking zone like the Mulsanne chicanes, you can save fuel. And, of course, that's the name of the game in all road racing right now in iRacing, saving fuel and extending those stint lengths. So if you can save fuel by being patient and, of course, keep yourself in the race longer, I think that's better than that extra 20, 30 feet by getting past that GT car into the chicane. Hopefully these drivers look up at the time, they see they still have 20 hours, 33 minutes to go. There's no need to push into the Mulsanne chicanes yet. I think if you want to test waters on your own, sure, that's one thing, but it's nice and it's time to relax right now. There's still so much race to go.
Yeah, and get into the groove, I think, is the idea. But I think, Oz, you're about to talk about the position change in GT3, right?
Yeah, so Amaury Sauvage has gotten past Dennis Zimmer, so that would be the 56 Racing Team Red getting past Verobit SimRacing in the GT3 class, making their way to second place. And meanwhile, we're seeing a great battle further down that GT3 pack. It's always the GT3s that are bringing the best of action. This is Alexander Davidson and Andrea Ramaciotti out there. Actually, Ramaciotti is in a different battle. He is trying to chase down Tino Blankenheim. So it's Virle Racing Team with Blankenheim and ATRS Esports 13 with Andrea Ramaciotti. And when I see the surname Ramaciotti, I always think of the 90s singer Eros Ramazzotti. Michael, I think you're familiar.
I am. I actually did sound on a bunch of shows for Eros Ramazzotti. Spelled it. Yeah, I did. It was fantastic. I loved his music. I can't find it here in the United States at all. I think he did one thing with Tina Turner where they had a duet, but that's the only thing I've ever been able to find.
Wow. So Ramaciotti, we'll talk about Eros Ramazzotti later. Absolutely. Like when it comes to 3-hour commentary stints, at some point some random things will come up, and that is absolutely a story that deserves to be told. But before that, Lamaciotti there in that quite beautiful number 13 actually. White and black and orange, some lovely colors there. Trying to chase down, like the tiger that car is, trying to chase down Tino Blankenheim. Can Blankenheim keep him behind? I think so far what we're seeing here, it may look like a battle, but I think Ramaciotti is pretty happy with his position so far, not forcing any moves. As such, Jack Wilson might be forcing a move in that 909. The black car now on the outside heading towards the Indianapolis corner. But yeah, that's a position given away before they get to the corner with Ronnie Smith in the number 7 giving way, which was probably the smart thing to do. So yeah, a lot of fuel saving going on here at this stage of the race. Andrew mentioned it pretty well. I think I'll toss it to you first, Michael. Andrew can chime in later if you want to, but Michael first. We talked about the why of the fuel saving, extending stint lengths, essentially losing very little or no time at all, and saving a lot of time in the pit lane, saving potentially a pit stop or two in the long run. This is a 24-hour race after all. Now let's talk about the how of it. How do you save fuel?
Well, there's one method would be to sit in someone's draft and just not go around them and modulate that throttle as you're behind them. So sure, you can get an extra 3, 4, 5 kilometers an hour, miles per hour even, and go around them and then battle through a corner. But then you're going to waste a lot of fuel and not get an efficient lap. Another way is we call lift and coast. I can't tell you how many times someone has come over the radio to me and gone, all right, Michael, it's time to lift and coast. And I'm just like, but I'm on a really good lap here. I want to make a faster lap, but okay, fine, lift and coast. They know something I don't. They're watching the fuel. But speaking of watching, let's take a look at this replay coming up here.
Let us, Andrew.
Emil Winbo, Loris Motorsports 36, right? This is towards Tete Rouge, and that's just off into the dirt. I mean, that's just out driving the race car, I feel like.
Yeah. Michael?
That rear end started to step out a little bit. I think you're right. I think he overdrove just a tiny bit. And this could be those tires starting to go away. He looked like he was online, looked like he was in a good place, but that rear end just wanted to come out. And when you're going through the S before Tete Rouge, I forget how to translate the French exactly. My French is awful. It's been since high school. But so the red mound, as you're there, trying to come through those S's right before it, it's easy to overdrive a little bit. And that was an interesting pass. See, talk about overdriving, just like
Alpha
that.
Esports.
Yeah.
Ronnie Smith.
Yep, Ronnie Smith in that number 7 car, I believe it was. Yeah. Alpha Esports by G Performance, running a little bit wide on the exit of the chicane and losing quite a few positions, actually getting dropped right to the back of this pack as a result of that. And that pack is running rampant. It's running from 10th place all the way to Ronnie Smith in 14th position. So that is what we like to call a draft pack, and that is something that's we're going to be seeing a lot of throughout the course of this event. Jack Wilson now in the focus here. Effect Simulations 909. Jack and Wilson, and doing pretty well for himself. But it's one of those things where now when you're leading this queue, of course, you're not only focused on the cars behind. You don't get any draft here, but you want to get those lap times done because your eyes are always on the next pack, Michael. They just have to be. You have to be trying to chase down, but very difficult to do when you're not having the draft. When drivers behind you have the draft, you can't trust the drivers behind to cooperate with you and change draft with you. Do those strategies to try and catch up. So how quickly, if you see a driver that is trying to chase the pack, how do you monitor the situation pit wall wise? Like, have you been in a situation where you've been told from the pit wall not to lift and coast, but to ease up a little bit?
Oh, sure. You end up getting target times for depending on the series you're in. You'll get a target time, and you know what? I want to talk about this more, but I think we need to go to the front because Graham Sanders, an amazingly fast driver, has a little bit of pressure on him, only about a quarter second off of his tail. So Graham Sanders trying to lead this race. Wow. And that's going to be Julian Magellan trying to close down. Now, if you remember, the Vroom car was in first place when we came out of the full course yellow. And Graham Sanders, I got to tell you, having raced against Graham Sanders, this is going to be a tough pass to make. But wow, this is closing up very quickly. I wonder if there's a little bit of what we were talking about, that lifting coast, or that, hey, let's get a target time and run to that, because we need to time our fuel stints and we need to time our stops and make everything work out to that 24-hour window.
That they do, absolutely. And the thing is here that you of course want to take the lead. Like Julian is looking at the lead. He's looking at Graham Sanders in that high-race geodesic racing machine, the number 9 that is currently taking the charge, just like on a soccer pitch, and or football for us Europeans. So you want to take the lead, but at the same time you want to be thoughtful about it. You want to be smart about it. You don't want to fight too hard for it, because then you suddenly have Pat Peljat in that precision racing esports, who is just a couple of seconds back from them, suddenly joining the fray, and then it's a 3-car battle. So you want to be smart about it, you want to be considerate about it, and let's see how quickly Magellan is able to make the move work, or if he's more thinking along the lines of, okay, I've caught him, now I can just hold back a little bit and be smart.
Well, that's exactly what you saw. Yeah, that's exactly what you saw, Ozzy. Into the first chicane, he sat right in between Graham Sanders and the LMP2 they passed. So as far as the how, that's exactly how. You want to draft, you want to lift early, maybe even short shift a little bit, and certainly maybe wait on some of your downshifts. That can mess with how the car gets into the corner, though. Really, it's a matter of short shifting, lifting early, coasting, and what has been done recently is iRacing's actually gone in and patched out the ability to put the clutch in some of these cars. I know the LMP2 was a big component of that. At one point in time on iRacing, you could put the clutch in the LMP2 car, which wasn't entirely realistic. You'd burn up the clutch. That has been patched out. So it makes it a little more difficult, and really these drivers have to work on finesse now while saving fuel much more than in seasons past. And here we go, the leaders into some big-time LMP2 lap traffic. This will be interesting to watch. I think a dance between these top two as they try to maintain to each other, especially, of course, Room TM. Magellan would like to stay with Sanders. Sanders, of course, would like to build up a gap.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's a whole different ball game now that you're lapping LMP2 cars, Michael, as opposed to GT3s, for a lot of reasons. Primarily, the speed difference between the two classes, not much smaller.
Exactly. The speed difference is not as much as you would think. Now, the LMDH has, there's a good ability to have that top end and get to that top speed. But the LMP2s are very, very close. A little bit of it depends on setup, how much downforce you have, or in the case of Le Mans, don't have. You really don't want a lot of downforce on your car here, because there is so much time at very, very high speed. And just look at how they go into the corner there. That LMDH is able to hold on to the corner just a little bit more. There's a difference in tire size, there's a difference in amount of downforce, and there's a difference in the amount of drag. Plus, the LMDH has that battery power to let it get boogieing down the road.
It absolutely does, and you can see just these onboard shots. So wonderful to see them working through the traffic there. Now you can see a lap comparison at the bottom of your screen, and it's very interesting to look at. It's between the two overall leaders. So high-race geodesic racing, run by Graham Sanders, and Vroom, driven by Julian Magellan there. And you can just see the lap times, and there's a lot of variation in that lap time. Normally in a road race you see the lap times are within a couple of tenths of each other. With really top drivers, they can essentially put in lap after lap after lap within just a tenth or two. But you can see them ranging all the way from like 322s, 323s, all the way to like 327s. And that's the effect of the lap traffic. You get a GT3 or you get an LMP2 at the wrong place at the wrong time, or the so-called wrong place. So in the middle of a fast corner, for example, you have to lift up, and that's gonna already cost you like a second or even more, just a single lapped car. And there's nothing you can do it. And there is an old saying in racing, which is traffic gives and traffic takes and traffic gives. So it's just, or traffic gives and traffic takes away. So it's just one of those zero-sum games where usually it's gonna even out by the end of the race. But Michael, from a racing driver's perspective, and I've driven some fast cars in my time, so from a racing driver's perspective, there are very few things that are as frustrating as losing a second or two due to traffic after you spent the last 5 or 6 or 7 or however many laps trying to build that gap to the guy behind.
I always try to bring in the spirit of Alan McNish when I run into traffic. If you've ever watched Alan McNish at Le Mans in traffic, his lap times don't change. It's amazing how good he is in traffic, but what he's able to do is have a keen understanding of what the out-of-class car in front of him is about to do. And he understands what he needs to do to his car to slow down, speed up, to get into just the right slot, to be able to come flying out of the corner and really not lose any time. And that's something that I'm a little surprised I don't see Graham doing from that lead position. I would expect, having raced him, that he would do exactly that. And it could just be the traffic got too messy, or the communication wasn't clear. Sometimes what happens is, well, you're coming up on somebody and they make a movement that you don't expect. You expect them to stay online. You expect them to keep driving the way they have been driving. And as soon as something changes, it becomes really frustrating for the higher class, the faster class car coming through, because now everything you thought was about to happen is out the window and you've got to make a completely new plan.
No, that's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. And speaking of Alan McNish, it takes me back to that Toyota driver pairing in their inaugural Formula One season in 2002, when the driver pairing was Alan McNish and Mika Salo. Mika Salo, of course, known to a lot of drivers, who, as the guy who replaced Michael Schumacher in the Ferrari Formula One team in 1999, after Schumacher got into a wall at Silverstone and broke his leg, was out for a lot of the races. Arguably lost the championship because of that, at least lost any chances of his championship. But Salo and McNish, and that's a very interesting pairing, because you don't too often see Formula One drivers going to endurance racing and then coming back, especially in the case of McNish, where he never was a Formula One driver. He was a Formula 3 driver, he was a Formula 3000 driver, but he never was a Formula One driver, as the Brabham eSports car, the number 62, gets into a bit of a trouble heading to the long straight there, what's often called the Mulsanne straight. It's the Unadiers, or Unadiers, French, and the letter H, of course, or sometimes silent, sometimes not. But yeah, that's a very, very sketchy situation for Stephen McDonald. Thankfully, nothing worse happening there. But yeah, that driver pairing, very interesting. Let's talk more about that later on. We'll see the number 45 and 38 side by side, and that's Feta and Luke Pennington. A familiar duo, Andrew. We've seen these two get together before, having a fight before, and they're at it once again.
And Pennington at this stage in the race, of course, has the advantage right now. 4/10 down the Mulsanne straight, but that's going to ebb and flow. I wonder, are they going to is Enrico maybe going to try to make the pass right before the end of his run? Now, at this point, they've run, 9 laps since their last pit stop, and that was, of course, during the safety car. We've got to be getting somewhat in the territory. Certainly not going to pit this lap, I don't think, but with these long, 8-mile laps, it's coming up soon. There's not much, I guess, room for error of whether or not you can make it one more extra lap or one fewer lap. At some point, these guys are going to have to come back down the pit lane. You want to try and make that pass shortly.
No, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. It's going to be pit stop time soon, and that means the fight cannot go on forever, at least not on this stint. Of course, sometimes after pit stops, the fight just continues and continues and continues. It might even continue between different sets of drivers sometimes, where you see the same liveries, you see a driver change, and there are some brand new drivers going at it that have just watched their teammates go at it, as we see the 247 taking back the 4th place in GT3 class. That's the Fricandel Express machine of Daniel Sommerter, passing Julien San Martin in the 24 Butzen VDS car. No, actually, I'm sorry, that's the 56 in the Ferrari. I believe, yeah, that's the 56, I'm sorry. So that's the 56 racing team led by Amaury Sauvage. And that means it's now the 3rd placing class for Daniel Sommer, as there has been a pit stop, I believe, in the GT3 class, leading to these 2 drivers and teams gaining a position at this moment in time. Looking further back, I just love these shots, man. I love these long camera shots looking down the straight, Michael. It's just, there's something... I know it kills the speed, because from this angle you couldn't tell that these drivers are doing almost 300 kilometers an hour down the straight in these brutally fast, even if it's the slowest class, the brutally fast GT3 machines. But there's just something so racing about these shots! No! Just held it in the 378. That was the Maniti Racing Green. Antonis Despotakis going rallying a little bit.
Yeah, getting out there. He got pressured, I think, under braking. And just a quick note, looks like the LMP2 class is starting to dump into the pits for their pit rotation. But sticking here for a moment with this little GT3 peloton, the guys behind you will push you and push you and push you to make a mistake. So there's a thing, we kind of touched on it earlier, that I call the 3 Ps. When I'm coaching people, I call it the 3 Ps. The first one is patience, and that's what we were talking about earlier. And with that patience, that leads you to the next P, which is precision. When you've got patience and precision, you've got the speed, you've got everything you need. And then it comes into the 3rd P, which is what we just saw there. Pester the ever-living, whatever word you would like to put in here, out of the person in front of you. So when you get to that pestering phase, nice move up the outside. Oh, one BMW, the other one looks like, actually that was a Mercedes there, the AMG, going a little bit too far on the inside. That may have been a little bit of that marbles problem when you get up on the inside of the corner there.
Yeah, and that was the same 378 that we saw in trouble earlier, the Maniti Racing Green car. So Antonis Despotakis maybe overcooked his tires a little bit earlier on and then ran into an issue combined with the marbles. Nothing we haven't seen before, and thankfully just a lazy half spin was able to keep going. And when we talk about a lazy spin, we don't mean the driver is lazy. For those new to racing, it means it's a slow spin. It's the sort of spin that doesn't look very dramatic, but it's still gonna cost time, of course. Which also, Andrew, I think you'll agree in many ways, it's the most frustrating thing to happen to a driver when just spinning slowly and you know there is nothing you can do but lose time.
Absolutely, and it's worse, especially when you're traveling quickly, say into a heavy braking zone or through a fast sweeper, and you've got to go way out into the gravel, and you got to make that long trek at 10 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour back through the gravel, TC chirping at you to get back to the racetrack, and then you've got to beat all that gravel back off your tires as we take a look at some of the LMP2 field into Indianapolis and Arnage. And just to touch back on the Enrico Fetta and Luke Pennington situation, Pennington has now gapped Fetta by 2.5 seconds as they make their approach this time to pit. Lance Stroll, future world champion, with Reinhard Heil behind the wheel, will be pitting, I'd imagine, this time by, since they've now run 10 laps, 1 lap further than the rest of their LMP2 counterparts, beginning with Whipperman Racing and Adam State that all pitted last time through. So we're going to have a busy pit lane for the LMP2s. We also, quickly, Austin, saw 2 hypercars pit that lap. Fiercely Forward Yellow, Pedro Valencia behind the wheel, and Torque Sim Sport came in as well. So 7th and 8th in hypercar class pitted. And we're going to start to see some GT3s, I think, start muddling into the pit lane here shortly as we have the rest of the hypercar leaders.
That we do, cars coming into the pit lane, blinking headlights there, and just I love
almost all of them. I noticed the second one there, the second BMW there did not, and there's one right there, did not put on their pit limiter. They are trying to game it a little bit. So when you put on your pit limiter and you come in there, if you're in first gear and right at the pit limit, it'll hit it, bounce off, hit it, bounce off, hit it, bounce off. What you can do is just stick it in 6th gear and let it bounce off that way, or don't turn on your pit limiter at all and sit in 6th gear, 7th gear, whatever your top gear is, and just trundle along right at the limit. Now, it might seem trivial, but it can buy you a 10th, 2/10, even half a second, depending on how well you do it and how much that pit limiter causes the jumping of speed on the cars around you. So it's a game, and I love to watch for it. I love to see when somebody does it, and I hate to see it when they sit that 1 mile per hour, that 2 kilometers an hour over the top of where they should be, and they get a penalty for it.
Well, Michael, not only speed, I'm sorry, fuel as well. It's the smallest bit of fuel saving, and I'm sure by the end of hour 3 for our stint here, you guys will be tired of hearing me talk about fuel. But the smallest little fuel saving, if you were to come in at 6th gear as opposed to 1st gear, say you're right on that limit, you're coming in at 0.1 gallons left or liters left, that's gonna make a difference.
I mean, Andrew, we will not get tired of you talking about fuel. We can expect it. An American talking about oil, what's new there?
Oh, man.
So, had to throw that in there. A story about, actually, that lack of speed, pit speed limiter. Not only is it difficult to make up those 3 or 4 or 5 tenths on track, considerably more difficult than it is to make them on the pit lane. But I remember when I was a young, handsome, and talented racing driver with potential, whereas now I'm just But back in the day, I was being coached by essentially all the Finns of the era. So Joni Backman and Joni Hagner and all of the guys named Joni, all of them incredibly fast. Just teaching me these tricks of the trade. We were all hanging out in the same Club Finland TeamSpeak. And I was taught by Joni Hagner on Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, especially the endurance layout. So we're going to Belgium for this one, the Ardennes Forest. And the endurance pit layout, it's not only down the main straight where the Formula 1 guys go, but it also goes down the downhill towards Rouge. And even past Rouge, you're only going full throttle at the entrance of Rouge. You're going on the right side, and then you're rejoining the track proper after the Blanchimont. Not Blanchimont corner, of course, the Radion.
The Kemmel corner.
The Kemmel. So you're going to the Kemmel Straight, which we call the Cammer Straight on iRacing, of course. So, so if you're not like running against the speed limiter, but instead clutching it in a GD car, which was back then the Ford GD2 car, which was still used in endurance racing back then. So the Ford GD2, we clocked it. You saved 1.7 seconds running against it. And the bonus was that after the hairpin, when you turn, depending on where your pit stall was, but after the hairpin, because it's downhill, you can just clutch it in, no throttle at all, you're saving a lot of fuel as well. And you're just tapping the brake every now and then to keep it at the speed limiter precisely, and you're saving a lot of time. Now, that may not sound like a lot, because people are like, oh, what about the risk? What about running over and getting a speeding penalty? But these days, it's a little easier to get. Back in the day, not so easy to get. And another thing is that if you're a second ahead of the guy behind, you have exactly the same time at pit stop. Both taking tires, both taking fuel, whatever. You are out of the draft if you do that little trick, and the guy behind does it. If you save like even 1.5 seconds, if you do it conservatively, you're out of the draft. The draft rate is usually around 1.5 to 2 seconds with the GD3 cars. So just few of those little things, and you can take that home and you can run with it, absolutely. So that's those things that you can essentially be good at right from the get-go, and just save a little time right from the get-go. And it's the thing that NASCAR guys are very good at, because of course NASCARs, they don't have speed limiters. So you just keep it at a certain RPM, you keep it at a certain below a certain speed, and you're more than likely a little bit more used to it. So you can make up a lot of time in oval racing using that trick as well. Let's go back to racing. David Lindsay, TNT Racing, 9th place in the LMP2 class. And he is chasing down Jack Wilson in 8th place. Jack Wilson driving the 909 Effect Simulations machine. And behind them is the 64
Gruselski.
Hydro Race Chedesek Racing Black with Nate Gruselski.
Yeah, Gruselski has been holding on to this little pack. I've been watching this while we were talking about fuel, and I too can talk forever about fuel and fuel saving because it's one of my big things. I always end up using less fuel per lap when I'm out there compared to the other drivers on my team. But man, I just that was a bad exit there, wasn't it? Look at this. Gruselski's going to be able to pull this around. Come on, Nate, get into it. And so if you look, Nate is trying to line himself up behind the car that's just up front. That's going to be not Lindsay, but Wilson. So Jack Wilson up there. He wants to sit right in the draft, but Wilson is pulled back over to the right side, giving that back to David Lindsay. But Lindsay decides, nope, time to race another day. I'm going to get this position back. So if these three can stick together, and this, I think we touched on this earlier, you really want to work with the people. You have to be frenemies for a little bit. So let's work together. Let's get ourselves caught back up to the group that we lost or whatever, and not really mess each other up. But you know what? I think Nate's attempted a pass there, and Lindsay not letting it happen so easily is actually letting Jack Wilson pull away, because Jack now has Andrea Abadi in front of him, not that far up. So I think that's right. That's 1.2, 1.3 second range. He's going to be able to get a draft out of this. So let's see if he's able to catch up there. I think Jack could possibly have a different little pack to be driving with in a minute.
And Michael, whether it was intentional or not, what Jack Wilson did out of the first Mulsanne chicane was pretty brilliant. He initially gave the draft to Gruselski and then came over in front of Lindsay, and at least gave Lindsay a fighting chance back into the second chicane. I think he was just following the road, but that switched who had the draft and made them a lot more even into that second chicane. It was quite simply self-preservation that came over David Lindsay and allowed Gruselski to go on by without too much issue into the second chicane. Now you're right, Wilson
slowed him down. Absolutely slowed him down. So if it were me, I would do that on purpose. I absolutely watch my mirror in that situation and see what's going on, and I will try to create a battle that doesn't exist yet if I can. So absolutely, I'm going to say he was being brilliant. I'm just going to go out and say, yeah, Jack was being brilliant. That was brilliant driving. We're in the top split here. I would expect to see that kind of driving.
Now watching Jack Wilson, James Armstrong, these guys littered through the LMP2 field, and Armstrong is not far back of Asher. You mentioned that extra pack that Wilson could catch with a body. Well, you've got Alpine Eagle Racing Ice with Martin Asher in position 4. Then Brabham Esports, that's James T. Armstrong behind the wheel. They are nose to tail through the Dunlop chicane. Then you've got Lance Stroll, future world champion, Reinhard Heibel, and then finally you get down to Andrea Abadi and Jack Wilson. Abadi very slow through this opening sector of what is now lap 63 for this field, but still not too far back, not 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, he's very, very, very close still. Meanwhile, watching Armstrong, or still watching Armstrong rather, in that beautiful liveried 62 Brabham Esports car. You just love a car coated in British racing green. It's just it brings so many memories to a lot of people, and it's just something that belongs on a racetrack. It feels so right, and it's great to have the Brabham Esports guys here on SimRacing, of course, having their esports team, James Armstrong, bringing a lot of joy and pleasure to a lot of viewers by piloting a car with that name on it. And of course, it must be a great honor for them as well to represent such a team with long history in racing. Started by Jack Brabham, the 3-time Formula 1 world champion, won it in 1959, 1960 and 1966. A man I referenced just a couple of days ago at Sebring, of course, winning his first driver's title by pushing his car over the line, a very gritty Australian fellow. So started his own racing team, and they were very, very successful back in the day. Later on, a team headed by a man you might have heard of, Bernie Eccleston was the team principal back then. A little man with a lot of say and has done a lot for Formula 1 and for for motorsports actually, but for Formula 1 primarily. So Armstrong here in 5th place, still in class, as said, still behind Martin Asher, who is still behind Nikolai Petersen. So that's 3, 4, 5, and 10 in 6th place. Behind them, Reinhard Hebel of the number 18. And speaking of legendary names, I love the team name of the 18. Lance Stroll, future world champion.
I think Alonso might have something to say about that.
No, yeah, I think there's this guy called Max Verstappen who might have something to say about that too.
For the next 10, 20 years, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was funny listening to Sir Lewis complain about the dominance of one team. How it makes it. It's like, dude, you forget the past 10 years? Come on.
So, dictionary, letter H, hypocrite. But yeah, in racing we go through a lot of these periods of dominance. And looking at this race, I wouldn't call it dominance quite yet, but it's been an excellent race so far. On top of the leaderboard for the number 9 Hyder Race Chedesic Racing, Graham Sanders doing what Graham Sanders does best, leading the overall race, putting his compatriots or his opponents rather right in the dust behind them, as Armstrong actually, I think he took a slowdown penalty on the last chicanes and lost the position there on screen. But yeah, so Graham Sanders in the number 9 Hyder Race Chedesic Racing leading the overall race ahead of the Vroom team, Julien Magalon, and the 111 Precision Racing Esports driven by Pat Pelchat. So that's the overall top 3 on the leaderboard right now. Seeing Pelchat there on your screens. And then we move on to the LMP2 class, where it's the 110 Whipperman Racing, named, I believe, after one of the corners on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, driven by Adam State there. And he's pretty much in a state of joy right now, piled in that red and white and black car, ahead of the Brabham Esports hissing seat entry. Tom Brown there bringing another driver who is, of course, representing the Brabham Esports team and doing pretty well so far. And then it's IFR Esports Nikolai Pedersen, who is rounding out the top 3 in the LMP2 class. Then we move on to the GD3s with Dennis Zimmer, the Betobit Sim Racing driver, currently 1.4 seconds ahead of Daniel Sommer in the Frikandel Express machines, the 247. And you can see them both in the same shot as well. Oh, actually coming into the pit lane is also Dallas Pataska in the Satellite Racing GD3. For those of you who follow Majors series more regularly, this is a man who is a very familiar name. One of the drivers who has put his stamp to the claim of the fastest driver in the Major series, Dallas Pataska and Satellite Racing, a dominant duo.
I believe second
4
in the
years
championship
past.
as well, right? I believe second in the championship, right, currently?
Yeah, I believe so. So doing very well so far, to the surprise of absolutely nobody. Right, we'll be heading to a break here right now, small break. Go grab yourself a cup of coffee, go grab yourself some tea if you're so inclined, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back real soon with Majors 24 here at Global Sim Racing Channel. Welcome back to Majors 24. We've been racing for 4 hours, 9 minutes and 29 seconds, and we will be racing for 19 hours, 50 minutes and 31 seconds more, which is actually now 24 seconds and counting down towards the checkered flag. There will be night yet and there will be a morning, but right now we are in late afternoon. There is sun shining all over the French countryside, and that means we still have a lot of daylight racing to go, watching Philip Craft in 5th place in that Gericke Motorsport Glass Mo car, actually being chased down by David Baker in the Pure Sims Esports 116 entry. They are side by side, battling it through, and that means we get back to racing action. Always lovely to see these drivers race around here. Always lovely to see them go side by side. Of course, one of the primary things which makes racing and not just a parade. Michael Johnson as well here with me on the commentary booth alongside Andrew Cardinali, and we are watching the leader of the LMP2 class, Adam State. Michael, at this point, if you lead in the class, you're of course in an excellent position. Driver behind is 8 seconds back. How much are you looking at that clock?
At this point, not a lot of clock watching unless you are getting to the end of your stint. This is a good point to start giving information over to the driver who's going to be taking your place. But I think we want to take a look at an incident in the LMP2 class here. This is going to be where Reinhardt comes through here and hits the wall on the outside, just skims along the side of it like that. That's not the fastest way to go, and as you see, he lost at least 1 position there. So really frustrating. You get kind of into this lull, and you lose focus. You can't do that. It's very easy to do. It's harder to do in the real race car because all those forces, those G-forces acting against you. But right now we see Adam State, who is in a state of bliss, as I think you said before. He's just sitting out front, enjoying the drive. He has done a masterful job at controlling the gap here. I've been watching through the past probably 20-30 minutes just where has that gap been sitting, and it's right around that 7 to 7.5 seconds. I think it dipped to 6.5 at one point with a little traffic, but he has been holding that gap beautifully.
Absolutely has been in that Superman entry. And Andrew, we get another replay, and this is in the GT3s.
And this is down into the Mulsanne corner. Just a quick tip, and Stephen Groot finds himself out with the trees outside of the Mulsanne corner, right in the tire barrier. That is not a great way for that to have gone. Of course, ABS chipping in for the GT3 cars. Finding his way back onto the circuit, though, I don't think that's too much damage, all things told, for that Ferrari 488, but he did go straight to the pit lane afterwards.
Yeah, unfortunate situation there for Sven Groot there. And in that BLL Racing team, number 14, so they are in the pit lane. Oh, making noises?
The producer gave us a bit of a noise there. We have been seeing, I just want to interject as far as the LMP2 class, as a replay comes your way. We've had some great fights in LMP2, mostly positions 7, 8, 9, and 10, and then again 12, 13, 14. Here's one of those fights. Frederick, whoa! That is Goldborg right in between a couple of GT3 cars and getting hit by one into the Mulsanne chicane. That's the first chicane, and that looked a bit Austrian, like Frederick moved over into the braking zone. I'd love to get a couple more replays. It looks like Frederick comes over in front of that Mercedes, and that's a dangerous thing to do.
No, absolutely. You don't want to do that. And I think, Michael, it looked like to me, correct me if I'm wrong, but looked like to me he thought he got the pass done and then lifted to essentially do that lift and coast thing, expecting the driver behind to, I don't know, read his thoughts. But the thing is, when you lift, the brake lights don't come on.
That's right. Yeah, no brake lights. This is not an E car, an EV. Like, I have an EV that I love, and I see what they're talking about in Formula One. That when you lift, you get all of that braking force, because you get a massive amount of braking force from that with those electric motors. But because of that, it does turn on the brake lights. However, in a race car that's not an EV, you're not going to get any brake lights. So you really need to communicate what's going on, especially if you're going to pop back in front of an out-of-class car like that.
Yeah. Nate Gruselski there on the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing black car, number 64. And he is ahead of the Velos Esports machine of Matt Emery, driving behind the 290. That would be Sabelt Esports LMP2 Andrea Abatti. So familiar names to endurance racing fans, more or less. And here you can see Emery making a little bit of a move down the inside, standard position swapping and getting up position back. So it looks to me that the 38 is on a bit of a move here once Matt Emery got behind the wheel.
Yeah, and I think Nate Gruselski may be trying to work together, although Matt doesn't necessarily want that, trying to move out of the way there and try to break the toe, although that could have been a little bit farther up that Andrea Abatti was trying to break the toe from Matt. But I think these three, if they were to start working together, they could have a good opportunity to catch up to David Lindsay in the TNT Racing. That's not that far up the road. Abatti is only about 3.5 seconds. And right now, Lindsay is kind of running alone. Lindsay's got a big gap in front of him of about 2.5 seconds. So it would be a smart thing for this little trio we're watching on screen right here to work together to catch up to Lindsay and then go catch Reinhard Heibel.
No, absolutely. I think you're right. That would be the smart thing to do here. And I think they're desperately telling their spotters on the pit wall, their teammates on the pit wall, to, hey, get to a conversation with those guys. Just let's try to arrange something, because we got an opportunity to run down Heibel, who has nobody to draft with. He's got Armstrong, who is over 3 seconds away. He's not getting any draft from him, so they absolutely have a chance to run down the 6th place. Meanwhile, watching the two leaders, and it's still Graham Sanders over Julien Magalon, and that gap hasn't really moved anywhere over the course of this stint, Andrew. It's still about half a second. It's been up to 1 second or so, but you can see the lap times there. Graham Sanders doing great work, staying very consistent, and Julien Magalon just essentially losing a bit here and there, then gaining almost a second last time around.
Yeah, it was really that last lap that Magalon kind of came right back into this conversation. The Geodesic car has been out to lunch. Graham Sanders has been fantastic behind the wheel. Something, though, happened that last lap that was lap 71 for them, and suddenly Magalon is back. And this is interesting. We're getting close. I think it'll first be the LMP2s that pit in the next 2 or 3 laps, and right afterwards, we're going to see the entire hypercar field, maybe the lap after, if that, maybe even the back lap of the LMP2 split. So we're going to see, again, a very active pit lane for the prototypes very, very soon. And this entire prototype field, the top 6 are only separated by 12 seconds. We are very, very close, particularly positions 4, 5, and 6 right now. Fiercely Forward Yellow, Garicki Motorsport, and Pearson's Esport. And if you recall, David Baker for Pearson's in 6th place right now was that one of the drivers, anyways, to come down the pit lane without that pit limiter enabled. It'll be interesting to watch their pit strategy here shortly.
No, absolutely, and this is the trio that we're watching right now, positions 4, 5, and 6. Pedro Valencia, Philip Kraft, and David E. Baker, and that's a great combination of names. I'm sitting here in Finland, it's 11 degrees Celsius outside. I promise you I'm going somewhere with this, and I'm seeing names Valencia, Kraft, Baker. And I don't know about you, Michael, but I would love to sit under a palm tree in Valencia, Spain, eating at the Kraft Bakery.
Absolutely, yeah. I followed you there. I knew where you were going before you said it. I was like, oh, I know this one. I was ready to say it.
Kraft Bakery, though. I know people talk a lot about, different sort of craft products. Oh, and we are seeing the middle one of them. We're seeing Kraft getting into the pit lane where they can perhaps work on the craft of that car, get some new tires underneath it, a lot of fuel going in as well in the Fiercely Forward Yellow machine. So, yeah, a Kraft Bakery, real shortly, like, how hipster would that be?
Oh, but you have to be wearing a bow tie and suspenders when you do it.
No, absolutely. I mean, I am unlike you, Michael, I am under 60 years old, so I don't have to wear suspenders.
I'm under 60. I don't have to wear suspenders.
Okay, that's fair enough. Matt Emery here. Meanwhile, Velos Esports making up that position once again in that battle between himself and Nate Kruszelski in the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black. So these two trying to work together there, sorta, kinda. Andrea Abati ahead of them, and then it's David Lindsay and Reinhard Heibel. So that's really the LMP2 middle position, sort of the mid-pack positions there.
Yeah, it looks like if I take a look here, Matt in the Veloce Esports, he wasn't. I don't think he was really working together, because if you look how far Abati has been able to pull out, it's still within draft range. It's about 1.5 seconds, but Abati is happy to sit out there and let those two fight. I think what needs to happen is somebody from Veloce and somebody from Geodesic need to get on the horn and start talking about how are we going to work together. They need to get back up with Abati so they can go start playing with David Lindsay and then get caught up to that what was it, 4, 5, and 6 pack with the Alpine Eagle, the Brabham, and Lance Stroll, future world champion.
And that's an overtake there for Philip Crafter in taking the third place ahead of Pat Pelchat. So that third place finally changing positions. It's Gerek Motorsport class mode team. Philip Crafter making a move and looks to be running away right from the get-go. So I wonder if that's rather than Philip Croft, who is an excellent driver, being faster. I think it's Pelchat having a bit of a problem with his car, potentially just before the pit stops, maybe getting a little short on fuel, having to save a lot more than he intended. As Andrew, you're watching the pit lane and a lot of prototypes there.
Yeah, everybody from LP2 just pitted, at least the top half again, much like our last pit cycle where a lot of the field went 9 laps and the rest of the field went 10. We're seeing that same kind of split. So Lance Stroll, future world champion, of course, Reinhard Heibel behind the wheel. They keep going on extra lap. Andrea Abadi, same deal. Matt Emery, same thing. And I think they used the safety car guys to get that difference in strategy. It's going to be difficult for these guys to actually go that extra lap. Of course, a lap here is, what, 8 miles? So there's not much margin, or there's not much room for error, as we spoke about earlier. So they use the safety car to run the extra lap now. I don't know if they've already engineered it to work the race backwards from the end of 24 hours, but that could be a big-time advantage when we talk about the checkered flag later.
I think it could be right. Michael, any thoughts?
Problems, Precision Racing Esports around. This is in the Corvette. Right at the Ford Bridge.
Okay, major issues for them then. We'll see.
Pat Pelchat, he's pitting now.
Okay. So as we were watching them earlier on and lost 10 seconds that last lap, and that probably explains at least part of it, having some problems with their car, and now taking it to the pit lane. Indeed, the 111 is in the pits with Pat Pelchat, and I'm wondering if that's gonna be that's gonna be 10 driver change 2 replay coming up, Andrew.
Yeah, you raise a great point. It could be potentially that Pat is getting a little bit tired behind the wheel. I'll check how long he's been in the car, but that's just the car going around. I mean, that's that just
on
happens.
Throttle, maybe. Looks like you may have gone to throttle a little quickly. Although you're kind of on throttle all the way through that section.
Yeah, I'd think he'd be in. I think that car just stepped out, and of course that was late in the run. Maybe old tires.
Yeah, tires. I'm with you on that. I think tires is probably the call there. He was probably looking at his opportunity to pit. So we should probably go take a look at Matt Emery again, though, because he is closing up. He's decided that he's going to try to drop Nate Kruszelski, and has caught up to Andrea Abadi and is really putting on a little bit of pressure here.
Abadi's got a lot of nose damage.
Yeah,
the right front of that nose is crunched.
Oh wow! Yeah, I think you might be right, and that's you can see it there. And Emery, as a result of that, is able to catch up. And I must give a shout out to our director, Daniel Costello, there, because when Michael said, I think we should go to, and we have to write battle in the picture before saying who it is. So sometimes directors go off by what we tell that's happening on track if we spot something. This time around, it was just reading minds, essentially,
It was to
for
let this
Daniel.
I was using my telepathic powers to let him know.
Oh, all right, yeah. You're a bald guy, of course. You got telepathic powers. Yuri.
That's right.
And that's the pit stop as well for Abati. So Abati is in the pit lane with that Sabelt Esports machine from second place in the LMP2 class. Take the chicane before the pit stop and then just grundling down what must feel like eternally slow. I'm gonna go on you, Michael, for this one, because not only have you actually raced cars, but also you have that sort of experience in Germany where you guys have autobahns and whatnot. And that like speed blindness that you get when you're coming down from hurdling at 200, 250, 300 k's an hour down these straights, you're essentially in a racing mode, and then you come to the pit lane, and it must feel eternally slow.
Oh, it does. Yeah, absolutely. And when you're in the, going back to the Autobahn example, you're going along at 200, 250, 300 kilometers an hour. On those sections that you can still do that, and you start to come into where it slows down, you get towards the city, and it slows down to 120 kilometers an hour, which is 74 miles an hour. That feels like you can walk it. And then from there, you take your exit to go to wherever you're going, or maybe just stopping for fuel or something, and just going through. You might be doing 50 kilometers an hour, but you swear you could walk faster. Same thing happens here when you go into the pit lane. You've been doing 200 something miles per hour down the Mulsanne Straight, and you come through Porsche curves, and you go up around through Corvette, and you're coming into the pit lane. With as much as you slow down there, you just want to get out of the car and push it because you know you can go faster.
So a couple of driver changes there. Our overall leaders changing drivers, the number 9 Hydro Race Geodesic Racing with Jean Beaudefeur taking the driving seat out of Graham Sanders and getting ready to go in for next 2 or 3 hours as it usually is. A lot of other driver changes as well. The Vroom team has now Lenny Pepinter behind the wheel of that one. And I believe we saw a couple of other ones as well. Not sure. Punto CL Racing was driven by Christian Gareton previously, but it is now Pedro Valencia there, third place right now in the hypercar class. And I believe, Andrew, you got interesting news on the Veloce pit strat, or rather the
for Sabel Esports LP2. Andrea Abadi actually had a moment lap 66 for those guys. It was into the Mulsanne corner, and we had noticed that damage on the nose of the 290 car, and well, I found the explanation. There was a bit of contact into Mulsanne corner, like I said, lap 66, with Nate Grzelski. Actually punted the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black number 64 into that corner. Just a difference, a very small difference in braking point into that corner, and it sent Grzelski out into the dirt. And that also means Grzelski has some rear end damage, and I think that team stayed a little bit longer in the pit lane to get some of that repaired. I don't think it was much, maybe just a little bit of optional. And you guys know, running these long races like this, these endurance races, you get just a couple of seconds of optional here and there, and you try to chip away at that as these stints go by, especially in prototypes. Your fuel runs are only about 45 minutes, right? So you want to just get a few seconds each pit stop. I think that's what they might have done a little bit as you take a look here at Nikolai Peterson for IFR Esports. And really, the whole bunch of LMP2 has shuffled about once more through this pit cycle. Emery now pitting, finally, for Veloce Esports. But Weberman Racing will take back over with Brabham Esports hissing Sid in the second spot over James T. Armstrong and Brabham Esports proper.
Yeah, and watching Peterson now through the Porsche curves. We talked about it before, but let's talk about it again, Michael. The Porsche curves, you mentioned it's one of your favorite places in racing. One of the things I always wanted to do is run through the Porsche curves with a high downforce car, because you never get to do it.
I know, everybody comes to Le Mans and you have the downforce almost at lifting section. It's really more just as a stabilizer at this point, because you want to maximize the speed on the straightaway. But being able to go through there It is something you can get away with in iRacing. So, because, it's free. So having a free opportunity to take one of these cars, and yeah, you might only do 200 miles an hour. Only 200 miles an hour. It sounds really weird to say only 200 miles per hour. But you might do only 200 miles per hour, not even hit it in one of these LMP2 cars because you've added downforce. But then you come up to Porsche curves and you don't lift. I mean, you come in, you have your initial brake, you turn in, and you just mash the throttle, and you just keep going through there. I think you could probably set the car up exactly like that. It would be an absolute hoot. Completely unrealistic, but an absolute hoot to do that.
Yep, and also probably a lot slower because you're losing all the time down the straight line, and you couldn't fuel save as efficiently and stuff like that. But it would be fun. Let's just face it would be fun. One of the things about the Porsche curves also, they are slightly banked away from you. You don't see it really clearly in the pictures, but they have even less grip than you think, despite being fast corners. So they're really, really, really... you have to have your line exactly correct, which is what I'm trying to say.
And there's kind of a groove because, well, I mean, these are real streets, real roads. And there is sort of a groove in there with all the racing that goes through there, and you have all that rubber getting put down, not only through the 24 hours, but the 3-hour LMP3 race that goes on before, the Porsche Cup race that goes on before, all those support races are putting down rubber exactly on the line you want to be on. So yeah, you get a little more grip the later through the weekend or through the week that you get at this event.
Matt Emery here, 8th place in the Veloce Esports car, and now in 7th place thanks to an overtake there on the TNT Racing of Everett Paddock. And that's Andrea Abati still behind them watching these mid-pack battles here in the LMP2. So Abati is now side by side there with Everett Paddock, so that's the 59 and the 290 swapping positions. Let's see who will break later into the Indianapolis corner. I'm really curious about that one. Oh, looks like the position swap is done before the corner, so Abati can now breathe a little bit easier. Not the kind of corners you want to take side by side necessarily. And as a result of their little squabble, it seems that the 38 has gotten a little bit away and has a potential, if he nails those Porsche corners, Andrew, he has a potential to run away from this duel.
Absolutely. I think Emery is going to kind of scoot away a little bit. It's interesting. We saw for quite a while Grzelski was in this kind of group of the race for LMP2, and he has fallen well back after everything in the pit lane and the contact in Mulsanne. And you see here, Abati nailing his nailing everything, every single corner, every single one looking good there for Abati through the Porsche curves out of Cardigan Corvette. Car 290 looks fantastic. I see nothing wrong here. I'm surprised as well. I would think that nose damage would play more of a factor for him, whether it was in a straight line or just disrupting the air on the race car. It's doing nothing. It looks like he's as good as ever right now behind the wheel, and certainly that car is operating nicely. Let's take a look at Emery, Abati, and Paddock down the front stretch and past the Paddock. How about that?
Yeah, very well. I wonder if nose damage is actually a bonus in racing. I mean, Jochen Rindt, Dan Alain Prost, and all those guys.
There's maybe something to it sometimes. You get a couple of battle scars, especially in a 24-hour race. You want it to look like it's been raced, right? And certainly that 290 looks like it's been raced a little bit. And it's really not much damage. The headlight maybe is just pushed in a little bit, but he has now built up a 1.4 second gap over TNT Racing's Everett Paddock out of Tetra Rouge. So as long as that was nice as far as track limits, I'd say he's going to drive away at this point. And again, impressive with that little bit of right front damage that he is not at all letting it hurt him. I do want to mention down in GT. Oh, we have a replay coming. I do want to mention in GT3, there was a great battle. Andretti Racing and Satellite Racing GT3, who Satellite has fallen well back, by the way. They were up at the top 3 about an hour ago. They are now down in position 10 currently, as I believe it looks like they're middle of their pit cycle, or somebody's pitting anyways. There's Ryan Robertson. Well, that explains it. Satellite Racing, how about that? That was perfect. Satellite Racing around in Arnage. That's exactly why.
Yeah, so that's putting the rear quick.
When you're talking about marks on the car, you have to look like you've been racing. I've had more than one team owner tell me very specifically, if you don't come back with a donut on the side of the car, and I don't mean like Dunkin' Donuts or Krispy Kreme, but a donut from the wheel of another car, you're not driving hard enough. So you better have some battle scars when you bring that car back in.
No, absolutely, yeah. Speaking of driving hard enough, Jean Botfeur, I mean, he's been able to make a massive gap behind him. After those pit stops, the room car, the number 12 that was right behind them on the previous stint, Lenny Pepinter, has lost 6.5 seconds throughout the course of this stint. And you can just see why, because Jean is just driving the wheels of that car. You saw him on the exit of the first chicane. He was just absolutely... He was like going left and right on the exit of the corner. He was correcting the car on the exit of the corner, just getting a little bit slippy. Now let's see what kind of work he does of these LMP2 cars there as they head to the exit. Perfectly timed once again. Just go alongside on the exit, get them both on the straight line, and you can see how the 16 moves to his draft right away. That's a Pearson's esports car. Chris McGrath trying to take the draft of the hypercar, maybe gain himself a position. Using the faster traffic, the lap traffic to his advantage as the sort of slower car in these traffic situations, which is something you can do and something that is talked about less than the opposite of being a faster car and how you manage the traffic. But you can absolutely do that. Doesn't quite work out for him in that situation, unfortunately, because Giacchino Viglione, still in that Absolute Motorsport A-Slit car, is able to stay ahead. But that's something I want to actually talk about for a moment. But before that, I believe we have one of those mid-race awards that we'd like to hand out, and I would like to give this one to you, Michael.
I want to give out, so right here on screen we have Abner Acosta. He's got what I like to call the Lone Ranger Award. He's got about a minute behind him where Torque Sim Sport is trying to catch up or hang on. And in front of him, about 2.5 minutes, is Punto Seele Racing. And I've covered those guys a lot. Everybody in Punto Seele, they are brilliant drivers. I remember watching the Porsche Cup races those guys were running, and the things they could do with the cars was amazing. But Abner right now is just kind of stuck. It doesn't have any real race going on, and it's an enviable position to be in. You're just out there turning laps, doing the best you can, but you don't have much of a race. You're kind of waiting for someone else to mess up so you get another free pass.
Well, it's worth mentioning why they're in that position, Michael. They had a 3-minute pit stop in the box alone, let alone the extra 30 seconds on the pit lane. Precision Racing Esports, they were in the fight for 4th, 5th, and 6th, correct, and Pure Sims and whatnot. So this Precision Racing 111 is following that part.
And here we have some cheaty tree battles. Always a mainstay in endurance racing, and that would be the ATRS Esports 13. 13, they are just ahead of the Butsen VDS by undercut red. So Julian San Martin trying to get past Alessandro Laoter. They head towards the end of the lap, some traffic there, and you can see another GD tree right behind them as well. That would be the fiercely forward GD, Matt Bailey, but he's a little bit further back. That's actually a lapped car behind them, so that's the ASR Able Esports 27, Antoine Lajarit, currently in 13th position in class, the purple car you see behind them. So, on board with San Martin, this is the kind of view, well, this is not the kind of view you can get usually in a racing car, unless you're a rally driver, because that would be the co-driver's view. But yeah, San Martin there, just, I believe, waiting for that long straight to make his move, and it's gonna come up right here, right now. Unfortunately, not as good of an exit as he may have hoped for, but these two might also be inclined to work together, because the 56 ahead of them, the 56 Racing Team Red, Nathan Lafron, is only a second ahead, and you saw that red Ferrari in the distance. That would be 10, and very much being chased down by these two.
Yeah, Julian did not have the exit I was expecting coming out of Tessa Rouge. I thought it would be a lot stronger, but that BMW, you can't put anything beyond those cars. The way the BMW comes off the corner is pretty impressive, and I think that may be part of the reason they caught up with that red Ferrari.
Yeah, I think you would be absolutely right on that one. So, actually passing them right now, surprisingly easy on a straight line. Let's see if San Martin is able to do the same. Yes, he is, and easy does it. That wasn't much of a trouble at all.
And that's a little bit of working together, too. If you realize you've got a bad pass or a bad exit, you don't necessarily want to make difficulty at this point in the race. We have a lot of time left. We have over 19 hours of racing left to go. 19 hours and just under 20 minutes of racing left to go. So, but I think we need to go take a look at a couple of other things. We have some hypercar stuff, P2, P3, and we have LMP2, P1, P2 that are getting pretty tight. Only about under a half a second between the Brabham Esports Hissing Sid and the Vipperman Racing number 110 in LMP2.
Yeah, things getting tight in both classes for both battles. Still watching the GT3 guys towards Indianapolis, but Vroom TM, Lenny Pippenter, like Austin had mentioned, has been off pace compared to his counterparts that were in that car previously, and Pedro Valencia has now caught up from Fiercely Forward Yellow, so we're going to have a great battle in Hypercar soon. And of course, as you mentioned, Michael, the battle developing really for the LMP2 lead, as Ripperman Racing and Chris Bell has Tom Brown in his mirror from Brabham Esports Hissing Sid. And here we go. Here is this fight down into the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight, very close. At the same time, though, I don't think we'll see a move for a while. I mean, this is right in the middle of their fuel run. I don't think Brabham Esports wants to duck out and take on any of that extra air and burn any extra fuel. So this is that waiting game. I think if they suddenly decide they have the pace through more of the technical corners, maybe they try and go by. But frankly, if you're this close right now, save fuel, try and get that extra lap maybe, and just put yourself in a more calculated position than simply trying to bombard through any of these corners.
And I think Tom Brown may have a little bit better ability to control that brake pedal, has a little bit better modulation feel going into it. That's what I've been watching on my screen, trying to get a different view to see what's happening there. It seems like when they go into those heavy braking zones that he's able to close it up, able to control, but exactly like you said, he doesn't necessarily want to go around yet. He wants to use the other cars around him to help preserve a little bit of fuel. Racing, I know this makes people's head explode, and Ossian has already reassembled his brain after the last time I said this. Racing is not about speed. Racing is about efficiency. Speed is the byproduct of that efficiency. And the more efficient you are, the better you use your fuel, your tires, your driver, everything about the car. The more efficiently you use that, the better you will be. So I think we're watching a little bit of that mindset here with these two cars trying to battle it out and just not making the pass that you don't have to make.
I think both of my brain cells just blew up.
No, I would agree with that. Pretty, I think, 100% spot on. That is just about right and what these guys need. Efficiency over the course of 24 hours is what's going to win you this race. And by the way, Vroom DM now has gapped Fiercely Forward Yellow. Garrick Motorsport Klasmo is catching up as we take a look here at James Ebram from 10th position in LP2. And oh, there goes the leader around the outside. That was a hairy moment, but clearly there's enough. You guys remember my downforce cars, the Porsche curves. Clearly there's enough downforce right now on that number 9 car to do that around the outside. That is no easy feat. Of course, there is a speed differential between those two cars, but certainly still not to be expected, I don't think, from the overall race leader as he hangs it out of the Ford chicanes. And it's interesting. In a week's time, we're going to have another competitor as far as car to go along with that BMW V8 that is, of course, leading and running this entire hypercar class. We'll have a Cadillac to go with it.
Yeah,
that's fun. I was hoping the Porsche would show up too. I really want to drive that 963. I think it'd be a lot of fun to have out there with 3 different LMDH cars. But I think the manufacturers just need to start working with iRacing, get those cars in there, and let us have some fun with them.
I mean, you say 963. I say bring in the 962, Group C, baby. I want that.
Let's go back to the 917K. How about that one?
I mean, we need a competitor for the Nissan a lot of letters in the Camel GT anyway.
That's true.
So Matt Emery there in the 38 now continuing his charge on this stint. I want to say charge because now he's got past the I think that's the Lance Stroll future world champion team. Yep, Reinhard Heibel there. So the 38 passing the 18, and next up you have the 128 in front of them. A little bit of a gap still, 9.5 seconds to make up for Emery, but looking at the way he is going, I'm not seeing that as an impossibility at all through his stints here. But I want to go back to the overall lead, because it's now 10.5 seconds between Jean Botfer and Lenny Pepinter for the overall lead of this race between the 9 and 12. We know Pedro Valencia is just a second behind Pepinter, but I don't think it's Lenny being bad. I think it's Jean being just so good. You can just see him sliding there, just sliding there at the Mulsanne corner, and it's gonna be a treat. Actually, maybe go on board with him through the Porsche curves, as we see a lap comparison. And I just wanna, I'm actually gonna do something I'm very bad at. I'm gonna shut up for a second when we go on board with him as we move forward towards the curves. And here we go. Just listen in and enjoy the end of this lap.
Wow, the speed differential is insane there. It is absolutely insane. It's really the corners. When we first went to listen in mode, he was neck and neck with an LMP2 car going down a straightaway, and the LMP2 car was holding on very beautifully. And it may be that he was out of battery or whatever and just didn't have the extra little boost. But man, once they hit those corners, the speed and the cornering ability of that LMDH is breathtaking.
It is, and just the way he's using those last curbs as well. He's attacking those curbs. He's attacking every corner. I think he's in a bit of a state of flow, which is something you seldom see so early in somebody's stint. But he came in this race. He didn't come in to duke it out. He came in to show his dominance. And when you see drivers in that state of mind, in that sort of confident state, natural state, and sort of a relaxed state as well, like shut up guys, I got this sort of thing, it can lead to some very, very beautiful things in the world of racing.
Are you leading into leave me alone, I know what I'm doing?
Not necessarily, no. It's a state where you don't have to say that. It's a state where just you're doing your thing and people are watching. And when you are in that flow state, you know that there is absolutely nothing anyone can do to you. In your mind, nobody can touch you. I've been there twice in Malmö. Once during a 3-hour stint at the Daytona 24, and the other time I don't want to talk about really too much because that's not really related to sim racing or racing.
I was going to ask if it was racing at all.
Yeah, no, it was cars. It was definitely cars. It was a dark back road in somewhere in rural Finland. Let's put it that way.
Well, that does happen. I mean, there's a thing you've heard of called white line fever, but it's not necessarily that, where you get to where you're going, and it could have been a 5-minute trip, it could have been a 3-hour trip. You don't remember how you got there, and you don't remember what happened along the way. It's actually pretty normal. But I think we have a replay to go take a look at here.
So this is gonna, that's gonna be interesting. Like the GD3 there, almost wants to pit and then doesn't pit. And that's going to result in Chris Bell having to take avoiding action at the last second. And that's right on the podium positions of the LMP2 class.
That's been your
And
leader
he
the
was in a
entire
great
time that
fight
we've
with
been in the
James
booth.
Armstrong.
That's been the LMP2 leader the entire time we've been in the booth. He just lost the lead because of that.
And
I think you're right. I was watching Tom Brown, and that's Chris Bell in the Whipperman Racing 110, right in the podium position. The lead is the podium position, but I think I undersold it.
I think that was a misreading of the situation. That is a normal way to go through those corners. You want to open up as much as you can as you go into the braking zone there. You want to open that up to get the car into that corner better. And I think the LMP2 driver just misread what was going on.
I think one thing is any driver that leaves the racing surface voluntarily still has to be responsible for their way back on. And it's a tough situation, but
we just watched it right there. Those two cars in front, that would be Armstrong in the Brabham Esports, who took that wide line. You get out there. That is still part of the racing surface. So I think it's to be expected that people are going to jump out there as they're going through that chicane, or as they're setting up their entry to that chicane.
I think there's two ways it could have been prevented, and one of them definitely would be the approaching LMP2, giving more room. And I think that's just smart to do in any endurance racing situation, right, guys? I mean, just self-preservation, literally. You give more room to guys that maybe you don't know, what they're going to do. If any car is unpredictable, give them a wide berth. I think that would have prevented it, but also it is a little bit sketchy sometimes. Swing out wide, of course, it's part of the racing line to get that speed, but it becomes a little more unpredictable, and you have those moments as we take a look at the P2 and P3 battle overall. And in hypercar, fiercely forward yellow, Vroom, TM, these guys are very close, and Greg Motorsports in fourth. Really, this is second, third, and fourth. Mostly third and fourth we're looking at as Philip Kraft comes up on Lenny Pimpinter, rather.
Yeah, and that was a bit of a very difficult pass that Kraft made on the Tetra Rouge corner of that LMP2 car, where essentially he went into the corner side by side on the exit of the corner, had a lot more power, had the better exit from the corner using that downforce, but it's a very narrow exit. We've seen cars in this race run off on the exit of Tetra Rouge. I run a Ford GT2 here on iRacing, and I've run that Ford GT2 into the wall there at the exit of Tetra Rouge. It's a very difficult place. It's a bumpy corner. It's sort of a corner which has a lot of groove, a lot of elevation change going in there. The curbs can absolutely murder you if you're not careful, especially if you sort of go into that long stint mode where you're not necessarily concentrating too hard already, thinking about the straight ahead and thinking about the chance to relax and unwind a little bit. And Chris Bell, meanwhile, he's lost another position. He's now down in fourth. It's Nikolai Petersen getting past him. And meanwhile, Alessandro Lau watching the number 13 in that Tiger livery ATRS esports car there, and that's him still behind the Boots and Vidias, or actually being passed by the Boots and Vidias of Julien San Martin. We were watching these two race earlier, and we are still watching these two race. Flanked by Ferraris on both sides. So that's the lap Ferrari of ASR Able Esports, Antoine Lajarde, who is in that purple car. That purple fronted car, purple and red, they don't really go together, but regardless has that purple front in that car, and then the red Ferrari behind them, who was in a bit of a trouble earlier on. But now it seems that the 56 Racing Team Red has gotten their mojo back, and so has their driver, Nathan Lefron, and it means we got a 4-car train, 3 of them fighting for a position, and they all come to the pit lane in perfect unison. Love to see it, guys.
Yeah, nicely done, everybody. Whoa, rolled in there, but the last car of that train was... who was the last car there? That was...
I think that was the...
Ferrari.
56 Racing Team Red.
Got a little bit close as they went into the braking zone for crashing the cone there. So there may have been a little bit of contact, but it didn't look like it was too much of a situation. I don't think it caused any damage.
some leaders fighting through the LMP2 and GT fields here. Look at that red LMP2 car. That's Chris Bell, still behind the wheel of Wickerman Racing. I just want to mention they've lost another spot down to P4. I don't know if Chris is dealing with any kind of damage behind the wheel. It doesn't look like the steering wheel is off kilter, but Ossian, he's losing a lot of spots as this is a very busy piece of racetrack currently through the Dunlop curves.
No, yeah, it is, and mentioned that as well. So Chris Bell can't be too happy about that. I mean, of course, you're never happy when you're losing a position as a racing driver. But yeah, Wickerman Racing, who were leading for so long now, all suddenly dropped to 4th place. Just goes to show you how tight that top 4 and top 5 indeed is in that LMP2 class. As we're watching the hypercars, Lenny Pepinter in that Vroom machine now dropped to 4th place, being passed by Philip Kraft, and trying to follow now the toe of Philip Kraft, and let's see if there's anything he can learn. So, busy pieces of racetrack, sometimes you get busy with the traffic, and sometimes it's less so. I think on the straight lines, this is where you want to catch up to the traffic, and once you get to later on, the traffic is more of an hindrance than here, where you can just get some draft, get past, nice and easy, and then enjoy your ride later on. I will say there's 2 seconds or 2.5 seconds between 2nd, 3rd and 4th in that hypercar class. I mean, Jean Botfeu and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, they've just gone away. They just checked out on this thing. But behind them, we got some great battles developing. And this is once again those GD3s poster pit stop. And still a great battle train going on there.
Yeah, this is some nice Dyson going back and forth, and they really appear to be working together. Now, I mentioned that little bit of contact from Nathan Lafon. He actually apologized. So yeah, it looks like there was a little bit of contact there, but I don't think it really affected anyone. And we are on board with Alessandro Lau right now. Now, Alessandro is kind of stuck in a bad position, not close enough to get the draft off the car in front of him, which was that LMP2, and out in front of him is Guillaume Levesque, who is way too far out there for him to be able to get anything from. But this little battle that we see, look at that side-by-side. That's going to be Christophe in the Boutsen VDS car. He's the new driver in that car, really trying to show some dominance now. And looks like Lafront is in there as well, trying to get around him, and now getting pinched down just a little bit as they come through the bend to get into Mulsanne. And it looks like, yep, it looks like Christophe is going to be able to hold on to that in the Boutsen VDS by undercut red.
Yep, and just ahead of them, just rather passing Nathan Lafon, and ahead of them, as we mentioned, Alessandro Lau, and ahead of them is the Piercings Esports GD driven by Alexander Davidson, and ahead of them the 120 Mac Performance SRT Azzurro driven by Alessandro Marras. So that's a lot of Alexanders and Alessandros there to catch up for Christophe. Meanwhile, hypercars into the pit lane, at least some of them, as you can see Pedro Valencia in that fiercely forward yellow car, and headlights blinking, and I know you hate to see that one, Michael.
I don't mind seeing it. Sometimes it's just easier, especially when you're tired. You're just completely knackered, exhausted. You don't want to think about having to modulate that throttle. Just throw it on there. Now, what I would do is actually I would put it in my highest gear and hit the pit limiter so that you do still gain a little bit, a tiny bit of, maybe a half a tenth of an advantage. But you still have to be very aware and hit those marks when you come in to stop for the tire change and the fuel.
Yep.
And the big advantage for saving fuel, I've talked about it a couple of times, it's not going to be getting an extra lap more so this race. It'll be less time fueling in the pit lane. And, for the most part, I know GT3 now you can fuel and take tires simultaneously. And for the most part, top tier, top series road cars, you can fuel and change tires simultaneously, but some other cars on the sim, you can't do that to match their real world pit procedures. So that's a big part there to see Chris Bell back onto the racetrack. We'll see a very busy pit lane these next 2 laps here, Ossian.
Yes, that we absolutely will. However, actually before that, we are coming up to top of the hour, and I know it's the thing you hate, but on the other hand, remember to hydrate yourselves, because you need to get some more water, and you need to get some more coffee in you if you're so inclined. You can have some more snacks. Come on, it's Saturday. If somebody asks you why are you having snacks on a Saturday evening, tell them I allowed you to, because Saturday, that's the candy day, traditionally in Finland. Leading the race overall is the Hydro race, Desic Racing, with Jean Botfeur having an excellent stint. Having one of the stints that you just dream of as a racing driver, and as a result, being able to open up a 20-second lead from nothing. And in second place, it's now Jedek Motorsport Klasmo and Philip Kraft, also having a good stint, but of course not able to match those lap times put in by Botfeur. Still doing very well though, take nothing away from him. And rounding out the top 3 in our overall race and in the Hypercar class is the Pure Sims Esports and David E. Baker. So that's the beautiful Pure Sims livery there, and then we'll move on to the LMP2 class. Veloce Esports, Matt Emery now leading, but that is due to the pit stop cycle. I believe they're a little bit behind on the cycle right now, and as a result of that, it might not be quite the quite representative of the final standings, but still doing quite well for himself. Lance Stroll, future world champion team in second place. Same story there. Reinhard Heibel in second place at the moment, and Sable Esports, Andrea Abatti rounding out the top 3. We'll get those updated once we return and the pit stop cycle is complete. Meanwhile, in the GD3s, Frikandel Express, Nicolas Hide in the leading position in the 247, ahead of the Mac Performance SRT Azzurro, Alessandro Marlas. And rounding top 3, Perobit Sim Racing, Jonas Weider. So that's the top 3 in each and every class. We'll see an updated situations once we come back from break, but until then, go grab yourself some water, at least. Do that for me. Welcome back to the Majors 24 here on the Global SimRacing channel. I am Ossian Puhakka, and joining me in the broadcast booth once again, Michael Johnson and Andrew Cardinali. So, we had a bit of a break there, and there was sadly a break in the connection of one of these drivers. But before that, we are gonna watch a replay of what happened to Precision Racing Esports 111, and this would be Abner Acosta. So straight out of the pits, cold tires still, and just losing it on the entry of the corner, and that sounds like that looks like a classic cold tire issue to me. Wow, Michael, I mean, that's not the way you want to start your stint.
No, it's a little embarrassing to get out there, and I've done it. It's really one of those moments you go, wow, that was kind of stupid. Maybe I should get my hand. Oh, we have a change for the lead in LMP2. Looks like James Armstrong from the Brabham Esports in that wonderful British racing green. Don't have to be British to like it. Looks like he's going to take the lead here and hold on to it. Chasing close behind is the other Brabham Esports Hissing Sid car, and that's going to be Calvin Dent driving that one. I think he kind of wants to hold on to that position. I don't know if that was Brabham Esports saying, oh, let's play up front for a while with our teammates, or they're actually battling.
They're gonna get some great promotional material out of this as well. But yeah, what a stint it's been for the 62. I mean, or last couple of hours. I mean, when I joined in, they were sitting somewhere in the 5th, 6th position, doing quite well for themselves, but in more of a mid-pack battle. And right now, they are leading their class in the Majors 24, and they are leading it ahead of their sister team, the Hissing Sid team with Calvin Dent. And I don't think it's gonna be a multi-21 situation there either. I just think it's gonna be these two teams. They can work together. They got 8 seconds of real estate behind them before it's Andreas Linde in the IFR Esports running out the top 3. So they can just swap that lead if they want to, and they can play it calm, consistent, smooth as you like, Andrew.
Yeah, consistency's the name of the game, and of course, Brabham Esports now able to consistently hang on to the top of the field. They have 8 seconds between Brabham Esports Hissing Sid down to IFR Esports. That is exactly the kind of situation they want to find themselves in here in hour, 6 of the race. So, really good spot for their two teams out front over IFR, Veloce, and everybody else. Looking through the LMP2 class, this really has been the star class of the field so far today. A lot of action in this field. I just want to mention Veloce actually passing IFR Esports live into the Ford chicane, so that's a big deal there for 3rd place, but also Alpine Eagle Racing Ice is down in 5th. They've just passed Whipperman Racing, who's fallen from the lead in this class all the way down now to 6th. Chris Bell behind the wheel, of course. They've had a couple of incidents. Andrea Abadi now is in the 7th spot. Effect Simulations is in 8th with James Ebram behind the wheel, and then closely behind is Reinhard Heibel for Lance Stroll, future world champion. So a lot of close racing in the top 9-10 positions of this LMP2 class. Again, star of the show so far today.
I think you're right. I absolutely think you're right. And the LMP2 class, it has been so fun to watch. Now, it's been less fun for these guys, the Vroom team, who were fighting for the overall lead just 1 hour ago. And since then, a stint that was a little bit disappointing, losing a couple of places and eventually losing their connection. And that cost them 2 laps. Now it's Elliot Veron behind the wheel of that car. And he is behind another car as well, but I mean, Veron just expecting, perhaps anticipating to be in a position where he can fight for the overall lead, or at least fight for the podium at the start of his stint. Instead, he's pretty much in no man's land at this moment in time. So that's gonna be so disappointing for a driver. And having been in a sort of situation where you kind of get yourself hyped up for the race, you kind of have certain expectations of where you will be at the start of your stint, where your team is, and then just having that thrown away due to essentially a random technical failure, it's gonna be hard to muster up the motivation, Michael, after that one.
it's not as hard as it would be in a shorter race. In a long race like this, you know stuff is going to happen. Now, that disco or disconnection, we always shorten it to disco, so don't think Saturday Night Fever here. But so if somebody has a disco or they have a power outage, something like that, that's the esports equivalent to a cut tire or a blown motor or just some kind of random mechanical failure. When you watch this race in the meet space, in real life, and you see the real life drivers out there, you will see cars go into the pits and behind the wall for an hour or more and still come out and be able to win the race. So it's a little frustrating in esports because those types of things don't happen as often, but it really is that equivalent in the real world. So it's more or less an equalizing factor, I guess. But yeah, if I were Elliott right now, I would be quite frustrated with Cyril in the car in front of him, wanting to get around him as quickly as I could. But now we're taking a look back.
Seems like we lost Michael there for a second, maybe some technical issues, just like for the 111 team. But I'm sure we will get him back soon. You know, I'm just gonna throw it out there, Andrew. I mean, Michael made a great point there as we're watching this LMP2's battle here. Made a great point about losing time and still being able to make it back, but just gonna throw it out there. If it was your team out here in this race, you would be like 2, 3, 4 laps down or even more laps down, having lost maybe an engine, so that would be half an hour at least on the pit lane. And you would have to wake up at 4 a.m. for your stint. How much motivation would you have to get out of that nest of a bed?
Well, you know, that's the difficult thing about sim racing, endurance racing. I've been there many a time. I've won the official event, of course, lower splits, multiple times here at Le Mans. It's difficult to motivate other drivers. I've always been of the mindset, if I'm in a 24-hour race, it is a 24-hour race. We want to keep racing for those 24 hours as long as we are able, unless we get to the point where we know we can't make spots back up. Then maybe we'll save ourselves and get out of the session. But otherwise, I've always been of the thought to keep going. It's difficult, certainly, to motivate your other teammates in that kind of situation. As we take a look at the 5th place battle here in our GT class, you know, it's interesting. I wish I had a better outlook on that, Aussie, but I've always been of that kind of mindset personally. Keep racing, keep going. There's always some kind of position to be grabbed, at least until the closing hours, and then maybe you understand, all right, you're in a spot where you're not going to get more spots, but it is definitely difficult to motivate teammates. For sure. Yeah, absolutely.
That somebody will spend, so you might be in 10th now and a couple of laps down, but the next thing you know, somebody spins, goes into a wall, they take the tow, get back, and then iRacing comes up and says, this car is too damaged to continue.
Yep.
Well, that they're out by not their own choice. So you can be out by your choice if you're like, well, you know, we're 5 laps down, we're 10 laps down. But when iRacing says it, you don't have the choice anymore. So I'm with you. I want to keep driving.
A replay coming. There is definitely a sim racer mindset to just get out of a race as soon as you're kind of inconvenienced, and I'm glad that these guys in Top Split, they are of that sim racer mindset usually, as you see Abner Acosta straight through the first Mulsanne chicane for Precision Racing Esports. It's been a rough stint for Abner as he stops to give up time there and reverses.
I think it's more something weird here.
What is?
That's
you know what? There's a KFC in the Mulsanne straight. Maybe he's trying to blow into the drive-through. I don't know what else.
That's what it is. There you go. That's got to be it.
What's a KF? Oh! It's a fast food place.
I don't know if that was maybe, Kentucky Fried Chicken. I don't know if that was maybe a hardware issue that he was trying to reset. Maybe the wheelbase came off. I can't think of anything else. For Abner Acosta, that's bizarre.
Yeah, that is, and Acosta had that spin early on in his stint as well, and now just having this technical failure. And I was thinking there, KFC, is that some sort of technical term, like if you cut that chicane straight, you have to stop at a certain spot, like a penalty stall or something like that, and then it dawned on me, no, it's just fried chicken. General Saunders fried chicken, I believe it was.
Colonel.
Well,
Colonel, sir.
Colonel Sanders, yeah.
Colonel, yes.
And not even a real colonel. It's one of those Civil War, I'm a rich guy, call me colonel kind of thing.
So all I know about KFC is that their logo is this dude's face on
With
a
a
really
tiny
tiny
body?
stick figure.
Yeah.
I do want to interject back to the conversation about leaving early. Sorry to break up the conversation about fried chicken and herbs and spices, but someone in the YouTube chat brought up a great point, safety cars. We've already seen a safety car right when we opened our stint in the commentary booth, guys. A safety car can flip this entire race back over and bring any of these teams back in. So especially in this majors event, especially in this top split, you've got to keep going. There's so much time, preparation, and in some cases a lot of money that goes into this event for these teams. You'd be doing everybody a disservice to quit now. You've got to keep going. And, of course, we've seen some teams have to retire. I think only about 10 so far in this race, so a lot are still continuing on. But with safety cars thrown in the mix, you've got to keep racing.
And a rage quit never bodes well with your teammates.
Yeah.
Now, interestingly, taking a look, I think there's some major issue going on with Abner Acosta. He is stuck in pit lane as we're on board right now with the P4 car, the Pure Sims Esports LMDH, cruising along here nicely, really closing up. Look at that, just holding on to the tail end of that P3 car. That's going to be the fiercely forward yellow. So Pedro Valencia driving that machine. This is turning out to be a pretty good race, but unfortunately, Abner Acosta still stuck in the pits. I think you may have a point that maybe the pedals went out, could only get 50% throttle, very little braking, maybe something with the wheel.
I think he was under full power out of the Porsche curves and down into the pit lane. I wonder if something happened with his wheel specifically. Maybe he had the force feedback too high, hit some curbs through Touch of Rouge and broke something down a Mulsanne. I mean, it was the first chicane where he had a problem. The only thing that I can think, especially with the way he ended up in reverse there, is he was trying to reseat that wheel. Of course, some wheels, they have a quick release now. You can just pull it off, put it right back on. I just don't know what that would look like from a TV replay perspective. I really have no clue. This is a really heartbreaking moment, especially for that team. They're about to be lapped soon, I guess overtaken soon by the beginning of the LMP2 field as well if they can't get this sorted.
So, what does Lewis Hamilton or what do Lewis Hamilton and a sim racer with a technical issue that is related to a wheel in the middle of the race and losing a race because of that have in common?
I feel there's a better setup to that joke, but I'm really curious what the punchline is.
There is absolutely is. It just came to me. For both of them, it's hammer time.
It's hammer time! Yay!
Yeah. Just taking a hammer to that wheel, and I mean, talking about quick releases, I've seen somebody quick release a Logitech wheel, an older one, from their table with the assistance of a blunt object. So, yeah.
Mine, because I very rarely take it off, it feels like it's stuck. I really have to tug on my quick release on my sim setup. Now, in the real race car, you pull the ring, pops right off. It's not a big deal, but you're doing that several times a weekend. So every time you come in and switch drivers, you're going to pull that wheel off. Every time you bring the car in and move it into the paddock, you're going to do that. So it's on and off all the time. But on my sim rig, I very rarely, if ever, pull my quick release off of the wheelbase. So there's really no need to do it. But wow, let's take a look here. This is still holding on to that P4 car from the Pure Sims Esports LMDH. Watching from that on board, you really do get a sense of how fast these cars actually are. And
yeah,
I want to point out the GT3s are not, by any stretch of the imagination, slow. I could take somebody out in a GT3 car. One of my clients has a GT3 car. We put an extra a seat in the right side, move some stuff around so we could take people on joyrides for charity events and things like that. And even driving it about 80, 85%, it's enough to make people squeal like an 8-year-old girl. It's so fun. And like, this isn't as fast as we can go. We're taking it easy on you. So the GT3s are not slow at all, and it should give you a little bit of appreciation of just how fast those LMDH are.
Yeah, and it's gonna give a sense of perspective as well. Those people who think that their tuned Honda Civic is fast. No, it's not. Let me tell you, no, it's not. And take the racing to the track, please.
Please bring it to the track. Yes.
The other perspective, I think, is if you go to your that was sorry, I was still watching the fourth place hypercar into the Porsche curves. That was a big time moment. That was scary. But the other piece of perspective, and Michael, I think you'll have some real experience with this as well. Go to your local or grassroots road course and see whether it's Champ Car Endurance Racing or Lucky Dog or Lemons or any lower level endurance series, and those cars are doing maybe $130 at times, depending on the racetrack.
If you're lucky, yeah.
Yeah, those are Miatas, those are BMW 30s, those sorts. Those are street cars that have been tuned and built for racing. You're lucky to go $130 in those. These guys are going $180, $190, approaching 200 miles an hour. There's definitely a perspective to be gained, and it's wild seeing the difference, and of course, it's just cool.
And the level of safety.
Oh, that's a spinner in the background. Ooh,
yeah,
under the main straight. That's one of the prototypes.
Goldborg. Yeah, I think it was Goldborg. In Pro Sim?
Oh, that could very much be it. Let's see a confirmation in the in not too long. So you're saying it's Pro Sim?
I think it might have been. I was trying to watch as the notification screen. We get notifications if people are wondering. We get notifications on a separate screen that show us when things like a spin or an off track or a pit stop happen, or a pass even.
Well, we have a really cool replay coming up of this incident. Interesting as well. Goldborg slower on exit here of the Ford chicanes, ran out to the gravel and slowed up and got hit by that BMW.
Ooh,
wow.
That's frustrating.
I think that was Alessandro Lau behind the wheel.
Yeah, that was the battle we've been watching actually. Alessandro Lau, ATRS Esports 13. He's been in this long battle with the 56 Racing Team Red. So involved in a bit of an incident. I don't think there was too much damage to either of those cars, but it definitely was an incident, and it's so rare to see Goldberg getting hit. Usually it's Goldberg dominating. Sorry, wrong sport. So. So Robin Glarum there, meanwhile, Pure Sims Esports, and this is once again the third place battle between himself and Pedro Valencia in that fiercely forward yellow car, just 3/10 between them. And interestingly enough, it's not like Valencia is too far away from the second place either, so that's just 5 seconds away. And it's great to see that we've been racing for 5.5 hours. These guys are this close. It never ceases to amaze me.
Oh yeah, I remember a couple of years ago at Daytona where the two Corvettes finished a nose apart. So yeah, even after 24 hours, you will have nose-to-tail racing. But I think we have a replay to go take a look at here.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. So this is David Kurbik, and he's in the Torque SimSport 181, and a bit of a spin. Avoid him. Oh! That was great avoidance, and that is Asaga Hayata in that Team Nishiken N car, the 54 GD3 that we saw in trouble earlier, 3 laps behind the leaders but still running, and just great anticipation there, being able to avoid the spinning car in Indianapolis corner, and just barely missing what would have been a dramatic contact for both of those things.
Worth mentioning quickly, Dominic Olivier is now behind the wheel of the Precision Racing Esports 111. Abner Acosta finally out of the car. It seems he may have been having a hardware issue trying to escape the car. That's what held him in the pit lane. So, again, I think maybe a hardware issue. The wheel locked up, couldn't hit his escape button. I don't know where his keyboard was. But they are finally on the racetrack. They've been overtaken by 14 LMP2s that they now have to race back through. The first one on the chopping block will be Synergy Sim Racing and Adam Briggs. So Precision Racing Esports 111 beginning their climb.
Hardware issue exiting the car sounds like if this was real life racing, hardware issue X in the car sounds like he shouldn't have stopped at the KFC in one of the chicanes.
That is hardware all greasy with the finger looking goodness.
Oh, I was thinking swelling myself. But yeah.
Oh, the swelling. Yeah, the seatbelts are a little too tight now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
The seat's a little bit too tight.
Yeah, a belt failure. It wasn't the serpentine belt, it was the seat belt failure, but a belt failure. There you go.
Yeah. So Dominic Olivier there in the 111, and great to see that team back on track as well. May not be in the positions that they want to be, but great to see that they are still competing out there, albeit a few laps down, let's put it that way, and being overtaken by the LMP2s, part of the LMP2, so they are gonna have to fight their way back for overall position through the traffic and through the traffic in general. Meanwhile, LMP2 battles, once again, the star class of the field is providing us with great action once again. Veloce Esports. Oh, that
what
was
a pass! Wow.
Yeah, it's so brave.
I was watching that from the onboard from Alpine Eagle Ice, and I don't know if we can replay that quickly. That was really, really close. Again, that's where that GT car goes out a little bit wide, and I think that P2 car maybe could give a little more of a wide berth, but Michael, that's oh so close every time.
Yeah, that is close, and it helps if you know the other drivers and if you have communication with them. Like, if you're coming up on somebody, this is something I will do in iRacing. You can't really do it in real life, but I'll do this in iRacing. I will tell my spotter, hey, I see that I'm closing on this out-of-class car. I'm looking to make the pass probably at this location. Can you communicate that to the spotter of the other team? And they'll usually send them a message through the iRacing service and hopefully get some kind of response. Sometimes, no response. But if you do get a response, you know that you're going to be okay. Or if it's somebody you know, someone you race with a lot, and they're just racing an out-of-class car, you might feel comfortable running up beside them like that.
Yeah, and another way to message the driver, if you don't want to go through the chat service or the message service, going through the hoops of contacting a spotter, if you're just in a random race, what you can do is flash your headlights if you're past the car. And that's, I know these days, like, flashing your headlights is done as a sort of a way to convey annoyance.
It doesn't
much like
mean I'm mad at you. It can mean that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that.
Exactly.
So it just, hey, I'm coming up. I'd like to do something here. Please stay online and let me go around you. I mean, that's a lot of words for just pressing one button and making the lights flash, but that's kind of what you're signaling there.
Headlight flash is a lot like sentence enhancers, if you catch my drift, where I'm not going to say the words, but they can mean a whole lot of different things depending on how you use them.
Exactly. So you can flash your headlights, and the way I was taught in endurance racing back in the day was that before we had the ability to flash the headlights, I think that came in a little bit later than I started. So what you can do regardless is after it came in, so you can flash your headlights, and then the slower class driver can just tap the brake lights to give it as a sort of a 10-4. Or even if you don't get a flash of the headlights, in a slower class, it's usually, I know it sounds crazy, but it's a lot of times it's faster when you're coming up to a braking zone and you're seeing the driver behind in a sort of this gray area where, or this no man's land where they're a little bit too far back to really put a dive bomb on you, but they're gonna catch you up in the middle of the corner and then potentially go side by side. So what the slower class driver can do is tap your brake lights on the straight. Make sure the other driver notices you, like tapping your brake lights and telling them essentially pass me. And that way you can lift and coast into the corner a little bit early. The guy can pass you, pull a late braking move or something like that, get past you easy. You lose like maybe a tenth, maybe 1.5 tenths. On the braking, they lose maybe 1.5 tenths because they're in the middle of a corner, like taking the wrong line into the corner. But as we see Despotakis making a move on the 56 Racing team, we'll get back to that shortly. Just finishing the lesson sort of, or the story there, is that it's much better for both of you to lose a tenth or 10.5, or even the passing driver to not lose nothing, rather than take the corner side by side, both of you lose like a second of time or so, or even getting mucked down in multiple corners and potentially the driver behind getting frustrated and pulling off a dangerous move because you never know. So it's one of those things where you just have to be clever, and sometimes it's quicker to be slower.
But the one thing you have to be careful about that in real life racing, in the meet space, I don't want to call it real life racing. This is real life racing. You actually are racing.
Traditional motorsport.
Traditional motorsports. I like that. It's less gross than the meet space. So in traditional motorsports, you have something that happens, especially when you're a driver like me who can't seem to stay off the curbs, no matter what the car chief says. You get a thing called pad knockback. And a lot of times I come up to a heavy braking zone and I'll take that left foot and I'll tap the brake pad, the brake pedal a couple of times to get the brake pistons back into the right position, because when you hit those curbs hard enough, it knocks the pad back. And if you go to grab a bunch of brake and you haven't reset those pads, you could end up without any brake at all. So pad knockback's a real thing. So you got to be careful that you're not seeing somebody taking care of pad knockback, which doesn't happen here in esports. You don't have the knockback. At least they haven't put it in yet in any of the esports series that I've seen.
Hashtag soon.
Yep.
Hashtag
fastest
soon.
lap of the race.
All right,
Wow.
that'll be from our P4. I think it's still P4. That was
P3.
P3 now.
P3 now.
And they're passing a LMP2 car as we speak through the Dunlop curves. That was a big time lap from Robin Glerum in the car for the first time today, I believe. Actually, no. David E. Baker took over. Yeah, David E. Baker took over at lap 45. I think that was in the first stint of commentators with Joe Peak and everybody else. So Glerum back behind the wheel, and just quickly checking their roster. They still have Lucas Prada yet to turn laps. I'm sure he'll be in soon.
Okay. And then this race will get a lot more fashionable. Now, Andreas Linde in the IFR Esports P10, just behind that Wipperman racing car, Gabriel Ross, as we have a replay coming up. Let's see what this is gonna be all about. David Kurpik once again having a replay here. I wonder if it's another spin. We're at the Porsche curves, a bad place for a spin, and there you go. Spinning it out, and not the first time we see that there. Rear tires on the gravel. Thankfully still able to get it going instead of bogging those tires in the sand and then having a very, very, let's say, humble conversation with the crew chief there.
Lighting up the tires at that point was probably because he just lost out coming out of Porsche curves because of no rear grip. Lighting up those rear tires like that coming back onto track, not the wisest, but I've done it. I've totally done it. I have to admit, I've gotten angry that I spun, and then you just mash the gas and go and think afterwards, wow, I probably should not have done that.
Well, he did immediately pit, and now Eric Trush is behind the wheel for Torque Sim Sport. I think that was a wise change to make. It just seems like there were some troubles going on for that driver, that stint, and that's how it goes. I think that's something we don't really talk about very often in endurance racing. Sometimes it's just not your time, whether it's early or late for your time zone. Maybe you're tired or just need some food. It's difficult to focus sometimes. Brain fade is a very real thing.
Oh yeah. Our 3 a.m. I think it was, Nürburgring 24, driving the TCR class. We were leading whatever split we were in by, I think it was 1.5 laps. I just clobbered a wall at the Extra Flugplatz actually, like one of those easy left-hander at the Extra Flugplatz. I just run wide and clobbered the wall. Thankfully not too much damage, we were still able to win the race, but just complete and utter brain fade. And after that I made a mental note of, okay, even if you don't need to push for the lap times, just put the delta bar on, give yourself some idea. Meanwhile, we are here at the GT3s. Once again, this great battle, and this is once again between the Maniti Racing Green, Antonis Despotakis, 56 Racing Team Red, Nathan Lafron, and ATRS Esports, Alessandro Lau. And we've been watching these guys for quite a while. We are now still watching them from the rear of Despotakis' car, that BMW. And you can see the Ferrari and another Beamer just chasing him down. So
Trying to close up that 56 car. We were covering that car earlier. I think it was a different driver in it. It was part of that little. No, actually, it is the same car. It's Nathan Lafron. He was driving that car in that pack with Leo, and it was like the 4, 5, 6 pack. So now, still in 5th place, kind of held on to that spot. And it looks like Alessandro Leo is still part of this same little group. That's that's that orange and white car you see just behind him. So this was a 4-way battle for this position. It is now a 3-way battle. It looks like. Although no, I think Wade is still part. No, Wade is not. That's going to be Antonis right up front of that group. It's a pretty big gap, going up about 9 seconds in front there.
yes, so Antonis Despotakis there in that green money-racing car, and I'm sorry, it wasn't a BMW, it was a Merc. Should have known by that noise, as they had an interview just before our commentary stint, of course. A lot of people choosing the Merc by the noise, and it does make a great noise, let's face it.
It does. Yeah, absolutely. I love the noise of that Merc. And back when it was a quicker car in iRacing, I loved racing it all the time. I raced with one league. It was a Monday night league or a Sunday night league or something that I was racing in, and everybody wanted to be in that car, but not everybody could drive it well. It was a little bit different because it is, well, it's still a front engine car, but it's really more of a, oh, look at this. We've got an overtake opportunity here. This is going to be Adam Briggs trying to get around. Is he going to make it?
Yeah, getting actually overtaken by the 64 hard race Geodesic Racing Black. And he's trying to get it back and doesn't quite work. Wow, that was
Nice
really,
defense.
really
Yeah,
close.
well done. Well
I'm surprised that was so heavily contested from Adam Briggs, but hey, that's now a bit of a recovery drive from Dan Neese and Hydro Race Geodesic. Recall earlier that was Luca Rossello and those guys behind the wheel. They had some issues, so it's good to see them climbing back up. I'm sorry, that was Grusecki. Gruselski, that one.
Yeah, one of those guys. So Callum Garden, meanwhile, overtaken by Sven Haase. And Sven Haase is a name known to a lot of endurance racers. He's super fast. Let's put it this way, Sven Haase, when we are looking at iRatings and we can see them on a live timing, you can actually see them too if you go to the link on the pinned link on the YouTube chat. You can go to our live timing. You can see the iRatings of these drivers. Now, don't look it up. I know both of you just did, so it's a meaningless question. But so Sven Haase has 11,000 iRating.
That's insane. That is so insanely high. The one other person I can think of who's way up there. Yeah, the one other person is Max Benica. He's over 10,000 now. I don't think he's hit 11 yet, but he's way up there. That is rarefied air. That's in the top, like 0.0001% of all iRacers.
Yeah, you're in a very lonely space when you're, because as I said, it's a mountain, sort of a pyramid. The higher up you get, the fewer drivers are in that shared space with you, and the more it's gonna suck once if you get into a situation where you spin out of a race, or if you get crashed out, or if you crash out of an official race, because you're gonna lose a lot of iRating, whereas the gains are gonna get very, very small indeed, because it's an ELO system. So it's all of the driver iRatings on iRacing official races, for those of you not familiar, they get pulled up, and then they get divided by your finishing results. So if you are the clear favorite, you have like 11,000 iRating. Even if you win, you're gonna get a very small portion of that pool because you're expected to win handily, usually in any race. So it's one of those things where you have to be very careful when you're grinding up that iRating.
Yeah, tell me about it. I was up to almost 4,000, and then fell into an official race during week 13, not knowing that it was week 13. Now, week 13, for those of you who don't know, is when iRacing does a bunch of non-official races with the new content and just some goofy stuff just to go out and have fun. And but there are also still a couple of official races where your iRating can be affected. And I went from 3980 something all the way back down to like 2100 and clawed my way back. I was up at 3500 probably 2 months ago, heading back there, and then decided, well, I'm going to do some open wheel. I'll enjoy these couple of different open wheel, and would get just clobbered by someone doing something really silly. So here I am with the number 2, number 3 on my car, expected to get onto the podium, and the next thing you know, I'm at the back of the pack with 10 minutes of repairs on my car.
I'll be honest, mate. Skill issue.
Yeah. Yeah, I was not able to get out of the way of the car going straight through the chicane. That's what it was, yes.
Should have driven a better qualifying. So, should have
That's
qualified
true.
better.
You are not wrong. I am not the greatest qualifier in the world, but man, when it comes race time, I'll make up 3 or 4 places on the first lap.
Yeah. In Finland, as we're watching Niklas Heide, and for good reason, Frikandel Express 247, they're leading the GT3 class handily now, and they're actually the ones who have not yet pitted, I think, on this stint yet, or the GT3s in the pit lane. They have not yet, and they're able to extend that stint as a result. Another team able to extend, Maniti Racing Green, Antonis Despotakis, I think, is continuing out there on track, as well as we see Matt Bailey in the fiercely forward GD and other guys coming into the pit lane. So in Finland we got this sort of 2-tier advice system for any driver who is struggling with any race. And it's coined by one Petteri Kotovaara, a former iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series driver and an excellent person. One of my favorite personalities. Regardless, he always said that if you're struggling in a race, or if something happens to you in a race, the first tip is to drive a better qualifying, just to qualify better. And if that doesn't work, get a better computer.
And he's not wrong. I've got to say, I did upgrade the CPU on my computer and the graphics card, and I went to a wide view, like 170 degrees of a view for a VR headset, and everything suddenly became significantly better. I know a lot of people are like, oh no, I'm going to do triple monitors, that's the way I race. I found having the depth perception, because that's what I'm used to from traditional motorsports, being in a race car and doing that. That's just, it works better for me to be able to have that depth perception.
Okay. Question from our director, the man behind the scenes. I'm gonna throw it to Andrew Cardinale, but I'm gonna actually attempt an answer first. So, how in the expletive is Veloce Esports still out there? Like, how are they using this little fuel? And I have a theory, and hear me out on this. Luke Pennington is running away from the Nintendo lawyers due to that helmet.
Oh man, it's a good question as to how Veloce is putting together these kinds of runs, but this is an open set of race, right? So I wonder what they're doing with the fuel map potentially behind the wheel. Clearly they've got something figured out. Frankly, I don't know. I wish I had enough telemetry. iRacing doesn't give you a whole lot if you're not on that car. Or driving it, so there's not a whole lot we can do to, I guess, wonder. I wish I had the telemetry. I wish I could look over this for Pennington and figure out if it was a fuel map or what have you.
Speaking of pit stops, it's about time. Here they come.
There you go.
Looks like Luke Pennington has squeezed every last bit of fuel out of the sponge they put into there. Yeah, that's 11 laps. That's a long way to go on these cars. So, well done. All that fuel-saving talk we were talking about earlier, maybe they were listening into the broadcast and they go, hey, I'm going to try that too.
Emery put together about 21 for his stint, from 61 through 82. Pennington now was just out for 11 laps. Looking at his previous stint, he was in from 44 to 60. I think that was with a safety car in between. Prior to that, they were getting about 20, 21 really 21 or 22 for their earlier stints. So whether it's Matt Emery, Tomas Simon, Luke Pennington, whoever it is behind the wheel for these guys, they've got fuel figured out. Veloci Esports, I think, is in the best position overall for this race right now. But you have to also look at when this race comes out to the hour mark, and of course they might have something figured out to put themselves ahead at the end of 24 hours. That's the kind of smart way to work these races, is in reverse. But right now, you could theorize a little bit about where they are based on where they are at the hour mark. That's all we can do until we get to hour 24.
So, Luke Pennington, Veloce back there on track, and they are still in podium positions.
Third.
Yep. P number 3. You can say that word. I cannot, because I can't pronounce the D sound.
Worth mentioning, I just want to quickly touch on LMP2 car 007 Pro Sim. They had some kind of issue. Frederick Goldborg behind the wheel. They're back out now, but they just spent 5 minutes behind the wall, I guess, in the pit lane. A long time for that team. It seemed like they were having some significant issues even behind the wheel now. If we can get it on board, potentially talking to Mr. Costello behind the cameras, the wheel, it seems, is better in a straight line. This is car 007 Pro Sim, Frederick Goldborg. I know we're not going to get a replay at this point, but before they pit, the wheel was vibrating vigorously. I think he might have knocked a wheel out, broke a toe link, I'm not sure. It seems much better now, but every once in a while it seems like the steering is a little bit shaky. Certainly not nearly as bad, but I think they had a massive repair they had to do behind the wall.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, that looks like one of two reasons. Like, either there is something wrong with the chassis of the car. Yeah, like yeah, you can just see it. Like that wheel is darting, and it almost looks like the force feedback is cranked up to the max. But I think it's gotta be something with the toe link, something with the chassis of the car, the suspension of the car that's just taken a hit. And the way these guys are taking the curbs out there, especially in the last couple of chicanes, in the 4 chicanes, I'm surprised that doesn't happen more often, Michael.
Yeah, me too. In real life, that would happen. You would see somebody hit a curb too hard, and you would break something. And that a lot of that technology, a lot of what happens in racing, finds its way into street cars, because people do hit curbs, maybe a little slower than we do when we're racing, but those kind of measurements we do like to see. Now, this is going to be Bruno Ciccioli, and I've been watching this. He has been really patient, sitting behind that number 56, Amari Salaj, for about a lap and a half, just sitting right there, waiting for the right opportunity to get around. Now, Bruno, good job waiting for that right moment, but I think Sauvage is looking for an opportunity to get back, because there's an advantage that the Ferrari has over the BMW here. So the BMW really good at coming off the corners, but that Ferrari seems a little slipperier. Okay, talk about things we can't say. Slipperier. Yes, the car is slippery. It seems to be a little bit quicker down the straightaways. So as that BMW is able to pull away right as they exit the corner, once they hit about 140, 150 miles an hour, that Ferrari starts to close it back up. So I think we're going to see a little bit of back and forth between these two, and with any luck, they will work together, because they don't have that much of a gap in front of them. It's only about 2.5 seconds up to Mark Culver in the MAG Performance SRT Azzurro. So that car is not that far away. If these guys work together and use the advantage of each one of these cars, I think they can find their way up to go play with the MAG Performance car.
That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds like the clever thing to do. Adam Briggs now in the 089 Synergy Sim Racing. They're 14th place in class, and they are right behind the Jedesic Hydrace Jedesic Racing Black, Dan Neese now behind the wheel, and these guys have gotten a lot of screen time. Actually, I have to say, I'm not complaining, because they've been very close together constantly. But you just see sort of this thing where if you are in a close battle or if you are in a good group, you get a lot of screen time, and you just you're able to be on screen a lot, and we sort of follow these stories as they go along. And I think this is one of those stories where I know it doesn't happen right on the sharp end of the pack. It's not one of those stories which is gonna affect the class victory necessarily, at least not yet. But it's just great that even when you're racing 13th, 14th in a class, you're gonna have like somebody to race with. You have somebody to strive for, somebody to beat, because you always want to be faster than the next guy. So it's just bringing motivation to both of these teams. And furthermore, it's been a good battle. They've been swapping back and forth every now and then. Now it seems both are trying to save a little bit of fuel here, maybe make a time up in the pit stop, and you can see right on the rugged edge is Dan Nees on the exit there, on top of the hill under the Dunlop Bridge, actually getting a little bit wiggly on the exit of the corner as well. And here you see that Tete Rouge, talking about elevation changes earlier, you kind of sort of dip and climb and dip, and then that deceivingly tight corner heading onto the long Mulsanne straight. Now,
interestingly, that Hydro Race Geodesic Racing black car, fewer laps. It's only been out for about 9 or 10 laps, where the Synergy SimRacing looks like they've been out for about 15. So you're looking at a lighter fuel load here with Adam Briggs, but also the tires may be worn down a little bit. Now, it's not too bad depending on... Whoa! Speak of worn down tires, that was a bit of a slide.
absolutely was. Meanwhile, Andrew, you got... Oh, actually, let's go to the replay first. So, we are seeing a replay here. Freddie Goldberg in that 007 Pro Sim car, running a little bit wide there on the Mulsanne corner. And that definitely looks like a hardware issue.
Yeah, I was watching the replay back of the issue he had a few laps ago that I initially talked about, and it looks like the force feedback is cranked as high as it goes. He was hitting the curbs, and he was having 17 corrections on the wheel from one little bit of the curbing. I don't know how he's hanging on right now. Hopefully he's got a teammate that can get behind the wheel soon, because he's got some big problems right now, Goldberg does. So we take a look at Adam Briggs in car 89 still. 089 rather, for Synergy SimRacing. A great battle here as he hounds Dan Nees. Also, I mentioned a Pure Sims Esports GT, Eric Grove getting by Sebastian Harzen for P2 in the GT3 class. Parabit SimRacing was leading when we took over earlier on in our commentary stint. They're now third.
Yep, so here you can see some of those GT3 battles. Sebastian Harzen, as Andrew mentioned there earlier, now back in P number 3, and Eric Grove right ahead of them in that Pure Sims car, still running nose to tail in those BMWs. And can we get more of the tail of the BMW? Thank you very much. I don't like looking at that nose. I'm sorry, BMW. Somebody got paid a lot of money to design the front of that car, and it's absolutely hideous.
But baby got back, right? Baby got back. Yeah.
Roll on me. I'm upset.
I don't mind it. Yeah, I'm with you. When it first came out, I was like, oh my God, it's got buck teeth. But the more I see it, because now I drive by a BMW dealership, and I did race a BMW for a while, so they treat me very well there. And they always have those 4 Series sitting out front. And I finally have decided that it's not as bad as I once thought it was. It's kind of like the GTR, the Nissan GTR. Before it came out, there were a bunch of pictures of it. Hideous car. Couldn't stand it. It looked awful. And then I got invited to go do some hot laps with it, and to take some people on hot laps with it, and absolutely fell in love with it just seeing it in person. So it does make a difference.
Yeah, here comes that Geodesic LP2, by the way, on this battle. The 2 battles we were talking about in the last 3 minutes or so were right here as they head up to Dunlop. This could get hairy. Not so bad.
Oh, not too bad, but going into the Dunlop S here, wow, that's going to be tight. But I don't think it's going to have too much of an effect overall. Looks like our 2 GT3 cars are still going to sit nose to tail. There is a little bit of a gap that developed there in the LMP2s, but honestly, the draft is going to pull that right back up.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where, I mean, you sometimes see these battles interlap, and it's great to see when they do sort of get combined into a single shot. And in this shot of GT3s, we see positions number 2 and 3, and sadly it has also come to the hour with 18 hours left of this race that we do have to bid you viewers adieu for now. At least we'll be continuing this race come morning time here at Majors 24, but until 10 you can join the Major Series Discord server and they'll have a radio broadcast of the nighttime action, but we'll be seeing you in live pictures in approximately 12 hours time. So from myself and Michael Johnson and Andrew Cardinali, as well as the man behind the screens, Daniel Costello, goodbye.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.